it's just crazy enough to work, yeah.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong.
Welcome to the resistance.
First of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
Break now.
Don't be creepy.
Rid of the Second Amendment?
Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space. Trying to figure it all out. It's been a very long week and got a hell of a lot to talk about. So I suppose we better get right to it. As always, space fams, don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Safety first on these space journeys of ours. I better do some shout outs before we get too far along. Who do we got here? George Waters, Series, and Charlie Martini, 123 in the YouTube chat. Charlie Janmir, a close fourth. PCat's here too. Icebreaker Gaming, Bayla B. Balm, Sammy, Arvin Trevino, Del Sol Verde, Nightbot is here. Decipher's here. Charlie Martini using a sweet membership highlighted message. Looking pretty cool. Scouts also here. And we all know what day it is, of course, today. Independence Day. Supposedly from a dictatorial king who wanted to impose too many taxes on us. Now we have a man in charge of our government who wants to tax us and seems to be doing all sorts of authoritarian things. July 4th, everybody. Time to celebrate. If we don't die from not having healthcare first. So many things to talk about on my list here, and a number of things have popped up very recently, including massive flooding in Texas, a proposed ceasefire deal from Hamas, and much more to discuss here on this week-ending report. That's right, it might be a holiday, but I am going to do the week-ending report still. Got a hell of a lot to discussing, to get into the discussions on here. This week has been pretty crazy. I don't know if anybody noticed. Read the Declaration of Independence. Yeah, I'll get right on that. You know what's almost as good as the Declaration of Independence? Fuck yeah! This next video.
Hi everybody, it's Sika and Sophie, and she is showing off her beautiful territorial cackle and hurting my ears at the same time. Bald eagles are notoriously territorial birds, and Sika is seeing some bald eagles up in the sky, and she doesn't like that. She says, hey, this is my area, don't come down here, because this is my territory.
The great bald eagle. To, you know, sort of exemplifies, supposedly, the American spirit. Enjoy that. That's how we're starting off today. July 4th. Got a whole bunch of July 4th-y type things to hit up first. We'll be peppering in different July 4th related stuff throughout the stream, at least through the first, second, well, not halves, whatever you want to call them. U.S. environmental news. I've got a few USA-based stuff. Now this week, it was Wednesday, I think. A warehouse in California exploded in dramatic fashion. One which houses one of the most July 4th things, fireworks. As you can see here, this explosion at this warehouse It's not only dramatic, but is believed to have been deadly. An auspicious way to begin the July 4th week for those in California. Let's go here to NBC from 23 hours ago.
Tonight, the news families fear the most. Authorities saying they're moving towards recovery efforts. After this massive explosion, a fireball caught on video at a fireworks warehouse outside of Sacramento.
We cannot move forward and risk any more injury to anyone else on this scene. So I appreciate and understand how much you want answers.
Growing outrage and heartbreak. 7 people still unaccounted for as families wait for answers about their loved ones. Johnny Ramos saying his 2 sons are among the missing.
He
said when he watched the video and saw the explosion, that's when he lost his hope. It's cruel, he says. It was the first day on the job for 22-year-old Johnny Ramos Jr. and 18-year-old Jesus Ramos. He's expecting his first child. And he told him, "You're going to be a granddad." And he was so happy. The company devastating pyrotechnics saying, "Our hearts and thoughts are with those we lost," adding, "We will cooperate fully with the proper authorities in their investigation."
Horrifying news story. Undoubtedly, to start off the week. But it's the most American explosion that you can think of. Fireworks warehouse. Sorry, it's insensitive. You're right. Terrible and just awful. Now, fire crews were having to fight the blaze from this explosion. Here's KTLA5 from 18 hours ago.
That fire has raised questions about what pyrotechnics professionals do to make sure that storage and transportation of fireworks are safe.
ABC 7 News reporter Suzanne Fawn live in San Francisco now, where a huge show is about to go off tomorrow night. Suzanne?
So Larry, Kristen, we're at Pier 39. Big crowds are going to be gathering here and all along the waterfront tomorrow night to catch that spectacular 20-minute fireworks display here in San Francisco. And you can bet there's a lot of work and preparation beforehand to make sure that everything is safe for everyone. The 4th of July comes with lots of hopes and expectations.
Lots of colors, loud explosions, maybe them synchronized.
The Bubnick family is also hoping to be wowed by a fireworks extravaganza.
This is our first time to San Francisco. We were hoping to see as much of it as we could.
Pyro Spectaculars is producing the big fireworks show for San Francisco, the day before the 4th of July holiday.
I just realized this is not the one that I wanted to watch. Somehow this got slipped in here. I did not mean to put this one in here. Anyway, people still trying to celebrate July 4th, regardless of the fire and the explosion that happened. Now let's go to KTLA 5. That's my bad. Made a huge tiny mistake.
We want to begin, though, with that breaking news in Pacoima, where fire crews have been battling a massive fire there, believed to involve fireworks and burning in at least 3 different homes.
Yeah, Gil Avis is overhead in Sky 5 with more. Gil?
Well, Sharon, Rick, this all started around 9 o'clock tonight when LA City Fire got the call of a house fire. They arrived on scene and they found not 1 but 3 homes on fire, 3 single-story homes that were fully engulfed in flames. I could tell you that when they arrived, they reported that multiple fireworks were going off at the scene, so much so that the fire department had to go into a defensive mode with their heavy streams shooting from their apparatus from the street. Now they have since moved onto the properties, onto the roof, and into the structures offensively to knock down the fire. A lot less smoke, a lot less fire at this point. You're looking at all 3 homes. It's a little hard to tell, but let me zoom in and show you and give you the little tour here. You see the firefighters on the roof of house number 1 there behind them. House number 2 that looked like it sustained the majority of the damage. And as I pan to the right here, this house on Bromont also had some heavy smoke and fire showing just a short time ago. The fire department.
Every single year we do this to ourselves. And I just realized that this is, because I didn't watch this one, I just listened to it. I assumed this was relating to the explosion at the warehouse factory. But nope, completely separate incident involving someone having fireworks in their garage. It would seem that was a residential area causing multiple homes to burn down. Okay, I'm going to start a goal. And I think what we're going to do tonight is double the goals. All right, we're going to do smaller goals, but 2 of them for increased potential for confetti. Right, more confetti, the more fun. July 4th. Let's do this. Freedom. Okay, it's not letting me start goals. That's good. Okay. What's the problem? Why can't I start a goal? I guess I can't start goals now. Error occurred. I can't start YouTube goals now. Wow. Weird. What if I change this? Will that fix it? Will you allow me to do that? Oh, no, that's not good either for you. You don't like that? What's the problem? What if I do this? What if I do that? If I delete, is that good for you? If I do that. Huh. Oh, that's fine. Oh, but that's fine somehow. What the fuck? They just screwed me. They screwed me. Now I gotta end the goal and restart the goal. You're the worst. You're the worst, YouTube. But what is even the problem? That's my question. It's incredibly rude. I had to restart it because I switched one thing. I think there must have just been some kind of a glitch. Hopefully that's solved. Freedom. Immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
It's a July 4th special goal. All right. I know it was always 10. We're going to do 2 for the potential of more confetti. Right? Because, of course, we get confetti celebrations. When we beat goals, you know, it's like it's a holiday. Just trying to bring some galactic cheer to everyone on this July 4th, even though it's, you know, terrible, awful times that we're living in.
And on this 4th of July, the Mets and Yankees are squaring off in a Subway Series.
Steve Overmeyer, my friend, live at Citi Field. How's it going, Steve?
Cindy, Natalie, all is good out here. A nice warm day, but you know, they say that baseball is America's pastime, but in New York, it's a little bit more than that. It's boroughs divided. It is loyalties inherited. Sometimes it's families split. And when the Subway Series happens on the 4th of July, it's more than a game. It's Queens and the Bronx coming together in celebration.
The best thing about our 4th of July is we're going to have a couple of hot dogs, a couple of beers, and Met Yankee Subway Series. Can't get any better.
Let's go Mets!
We were roommates together in college, and you know, that's what happens. You have to learn to live with the other and make peace. And it's all about fun and baseball in America. It's the 4th of July.
That's kind of what New York is. We may be a city divided by 2 teams, but on the 4th of July...
Absolutely. You learn to love each other.
Do you like having Juan Soto on this team more, or the fact that he's not a Yankee?
I love it. The fact that we took him from the Yankees is just the icing on the cake. My Yankee fan friends are still crying about it.
Can you think of anything better than Subway Series, hot dogs, 4th of July? Is that like the most American thing ever? Yeah.
There we go, people. Yankee and Mets fans coming together in a beautiful Subway Series game, head-to-head, on this Freedom Day of ours. Now, one man was not allowed to celebrate. He was in New York. Walter Masterson.
We are here to celebrate Trump's passing of the big, beautiful bill, a.k.a. the fuck everyone but billionaires bill. Oh my God, it's amazing. Woo! Woo! Yeah! We did it! We did it! We passed the big, beautiful fuck everyone but billionaires bill! It kicks millions off of SNAP! It kicks millions off of Medicaid! It cuts taxes for billionaires! I'm celebrating! I mean, are you not America first? Are you not America first? This man hates America! We are celebrating! We just passed the big, beautiful bill!
Ooh, this America hater.
The fuck everyone but billionaires bill! It's amazing! We did it, guys. We did it. America first, baby. Do you love America? I came here to support Donald Trump. Well, what's wrong? I'm here to support Donald Trump. Well, what's wrong? You know, the bill kicks millions off of Medicaid, $3.7 billion, $1 trillion to the deficit. Medicaid spending. No, that's okay. That's okay. Yeah, that's okay.
These guys are very upset.
Guys, we did it, everyone. We did it.
They're very upset.
Does so much. Yeah, it did blow a hole in the deficit. You're right.
Miss, keep walking.
Keep walking. All right. Keep walking. Keep walking. Wow, great. Freedom. Freedom. Can't even celebrate the destruction of healthcare. That's, wow. Terrible. Terrible. Let's go back to see how some New Yorkers are trying to celebrate.
Macy's is promising a heck of a show. It's one of those things where everyone is scurrying around all day to dot every I and cross every T just to stop and watch in wonder and awe. Some of those fireworks will be set off right there from the Brooklyn Bridge behind me. We're standing on the FDR, a chunk of it shut down to traffic so that some of the many of hundreds of thousands of spectators will actually be able to come up here to a public viewing area to watch the show. The fireworks mechanisms are in place on the Brooklyn Bridge. Not a car in sight on the FDR. What might just be the best seat in the house for spectators excited about the show and the significance of Independence Day.
America being free, a free country to live in and prosper in, and do good things.
I just think it's such a massive thing to experience being in America on the 4th of July.
It was a magical moment in 2019, the last time the Brooklyn Bridge was part of the Macy's fireworks show.
We have a variety of brand new elements that we're bringing to the show this year, from a 1,600-foot waterfall that's going to start on the bottom of the Brooklyn Bridge.
Wilk.
This guy's weirding me out. I feel like he's like auditioning for a guest spot on Hunger Games or something. It's creeping me out, buddy. All right, let's go to LA. Some other people were taking their day off to
this morning,
some very American
are taking
activities.
place nationwide today against President Trump and his policies. One here in downtown LA expected to attract thousands, and it's getting underway at this hour. KTLA's Omar Lewis, they're live now where people are gathering. Omar, good morning.
Good morning, Jessica. We can tell you about 25,000 people are expected to attend what's being called a Free America March. That's happening right here in downtown LA. Just across from City Hall is where we're located right now. You can see folks gathering out here. We want to take you to a live look from Sky 5, if we can, and tell you that this demonstration is part of a national day of action aimed at challenging President Trump's immigration policies and what organizers describe as authoritarian-style leadership. This is all being organized by the group 5051. They organized the No Kings protest that we saw just last month. Again, their message is against the Trump administration and the increased ICE enforcement that we've seen all around the country right now. Back out here live, I want to bring in Gina, one of the protesters attending today. Gina, thank you so much for talking to us. Why was it so important for you to show up here today?
Well,
as you know, the 4th of July is all about a celebration of being free from the tyrant king. Well, now we got somebody trying to be a tyrant king, and he's trying to sign this bill in today and everything like that. And also, I really feel bad for the immigrants. I really feel bad that they're being taken by ICE and bounty hunters. And after I saw that little lady that LA Tacos was showing, it just made me cry. It made me cry to find out that the fact that, oh my God, you know, she's not a criminal, she's not a rapist, and you're grabbing her. She's like a little grandma.
Illegal.
And it just really hurt me, and I just really break. I live in the Sylmar area. There's usually vendors down my street that I go to work. I'm rarely seeing any vendors anymore.
Absolutely. I know you have a message that you want to send. You have a sign here. Tell me, what is your message that you're hoping to get out there for elected officials or anyone watching this?
Well, there's so much I'm enraged about right now.
I like her sign. All of my outrage can't fit on this sign. Yeah, signs very brief, sort of a concise medium of expression.
Well, there's so much I'm enraged about right now that it didn't fit on my board, so this is something that I decided to go with. You know, there's too much that I have rage about that I couldn't fit on my board. It's everything. It's, you know, the Republicans that 13 of them were about saying no, and then all of a sudden, boom, they flipped and they voted. I mean, I am proud of those 2 Republicans that did stand up for their constituents and Americans, and I'm really proud of all the Democrats that stood up yesterday. I mean, every single one voted no. And Hakeem Jeffries, I'm so proud.
So proud. I'm not as proud as Hakeem of Mr. Jeffries as this woman, but hey, everyone's entitled to their opinion, especially on this here Independence Day, a day of freedom. What do we got next? Yes, this is this video also certainly rivals something like the reading of the Declaration of Independence. Anybody remember this? It's a great moment in history right here.
You gotta go fast. Yeah. Put your hand out of the glove. That was my air. Oh, good. No good. No good. Watch it. That's great. That's great. Almost done here. That's great. You don't show the aspirin over there.
His aspirin.
Weak. We're not doing it again. I'm doing this for the cover of Time magazine. I love Time magazine. What you will do for...
I love Time as much as the Eagles love me. My favorite news magazine. Zine. I like to call it a zine. A great moment in history, one that I felt was necessary on this here July 4th. Really lifted my spirit of freedom. I don't know about you, but me personally, I can feel the freedom coursing through my veins after watching that bald eagle attack Donald Trump. Let's go here. See how Donald Trump, he's gonna take it. He's got a temperature he's taking of the country. Oh shit. Wait, hold on. Please hold. Please hold. Hold on. I'll be right back. Okay. Okay, I'm back. I am back. What were we at? Oh, right, Donald Trump. He's got lots of stuff to say. He's taking the temperature of the country, and he's about to give us a quick rundown of how great America is right now.
Yes.
President Trump, Laverne McGee, News 6 Orlando. You have fulfilled several campaign promises along with the help of Governor Ron DeSantis. What is the next campaign promise that you plan to fulfill to the American people?
So we have turned this country around in less than 6 months. And when I was away, and I was telling Ron, I was telling some others, I've said it a little publicly, I guess, but I met a lot of very important people. The King of Saudi Arabia, I was there 2 weeks ago, and Qatar, the leader of Qatar, who's great.
He solved the country. Actually, the leaders of Saudi Arabia and Qatar, actually, they did a lot too. They really helped out. America needed Saudi Arabia.
Leader of UAE, who's great. These are
Couldn't
very
have done it without
substantial
the
people,
UAE.
very smart people, and good people. And all three of them said essentially the same thing, along with many other people, because I just left NATO. NATO's going to, we took it up to 5%. Nobody can believe that one run. That would be hard, but nobody believes that. What happened in NATO, over $1 trillion a year from like nothing. It was an honor.
They're
But
sending
every
nothing
leader
now,
said
$1 trillion.
a year ago, this country was dead. They had no confidence in the United. They really felt it was a dead country, and it was going to, some bad things were going to happen.
Everybody thought we were dead.
They used the
and
term,
now
it was a dead
we're-
country, and now they said you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're the hottest country in the world.
So hot right now.
And we turned it around fast. I thought it would take longer than this. We turned it around fast. Some of it was psychology. And, we had to know how good we were. But others was getting rid of rules, regulations, and all of the things that I got rid of.
Wait, it was like, wait, so we were great. We weren't great, but we were great, actually. It was just the psychology. We didn't know. We were actually great the whole time. It was our thinking. It was our thinking. We just couldn't figure it out. So we were both great, and not great enough to know that we were great. Whew, that's a lot of greatness.
Already, I signed more executive orders than anybody in history, times like 3 or 4. And
Anyone
I
in
got
history
rid of
times
just
3 or
one
4.
I got rid of the other night. You buy a house, they have a faucet in the house, Joe, and the faucet, the water doesn't come out. They have a restrictor. You can't, in areas where you have so much water, they don't know what to do with it. You have a shower head, the shower doesn't, you think it's.
Okay, let me get this. Okay, so Donald Trump fixed our psychology to actually teach us that we were already great, even though we weren't great before, supposedly. The UAE, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia saved the United States. And what was the last thing? Oh, and we solved all that the water flow problems. Couldn't get wet. Go in the shower, and it was just, look, you would go in the shower, and it's like you couldn't even get wet. Some area of your body completely dry. Anybody else having this problem like me?
Not working. It is working. The water's dripping out. And that's no good for me. I like this hair nice and...
Nobody can get wet.
I like that hair nice and wet. Takes you...
Now
you
it's
have to stand in the shower for 20 minutes before you get the soap out of your hair.
We did it.
And I put a thing in, and it sounds funny, but it's really not. It's horrible. And when you wash your hands, you turn on the faucet, no water comes out. You're washing, the water barely comes out. So this was done by crazy
Jesus
people.
Christ.
And I wrote it all off and got it approved in Congress so that they can't just change it, because I did it in my first term everywhere.
This guy is taking healthcare away from millions of people, completely circumventing the Constitution and creating like concentration camps in the port, like all these things he's doing, and he's still talking about goddamn faucets over here. What this is a great accomplishment. We solved faucets, everyone. We did it. We did it. As a country, we did it. Now we know that we were actually great.
So happy. And then one of the first things that Biden did when he came back is he put the restriction on showers, toilets, and sinks. Put this restriction, and washing machines. Washing machine, they give you like a quarter of this bottle to do your clothing.
What is he talking
and people needed 10 of these bottles.
You get
and
10.
People came to me from
You get 10
Whirlpool. They
bottles.
said, we can't make them.
They're like, you can only have one bottle, and now 10. Not as many dolls, though. Now you can't have $300, maybe $1 or $2. 2 to 3 pencils, but 10 bottles, okay? That we solved.
that's competitive. We can't make a machine anymore. It doesn't work. Why? They don't let us use water. Do you have any problems with water? No, we have so much we don't know what to do with it. You know, it comes down from heaven, right? And I approved all of that, the washing machines, the whole thing. The dishwashers, that was the other one. They give you like this much water right up to there to do your dishes. So people, you know what they do? They keep pressing the button.
It's like,
so they end up doing the dishes 10 times.
Dude, this is insane. This was the question that was asked is what like, what do you feel you've achieved and what are you going to achieve next? And Donald Trump, it goes on for 10 minutes about fucking water bottles and water in showers and what in the fuck is going on?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
You end up using more water than you would have used if you did it right in the first place. So all of that stuff has been written off. It sounds crazy. It's little things. The straw.
The straw. We saved the straw.
Go back to plastic straw. I was tired of having straws melt in my mouth, you know? It wasn't working. The paper wasn't working too well. So these are little things that I did. Then we have the big things. We have the biggest.
Little but great. These are little but great things. So I saved the straw, and now we have more. Now we have 10 bottles instead of 1 bottle of water. And that's great. America's great now. Write that down. Save the straw. Thank God. Thank God. Oh, that was number 1 on my list too. The straw. Can we do that from a legislative level? In fact, can we get the President of the United States to sign an executive order about straws? I mean, you can hear fireworks. I hear fireworks too. Somebody's shooting off space fireworks over here nearby. Let's go back in time. Talk about this horrifying legislation that has now been passed. Something that I would like to point out. I got wrong on Wednesday. You know, they took a preliminary vote to proceed to vote on the bill, and it was short by like 15 votes. And I was like, oh, great. Great, maybe this won't pass. And the last 24 hours, I've been eating my words. Probably be doing that for a little bit longer. But first, let's go back in time.
Thanks very much for joining me. Let me be very clear. Trump's so-called big, beautiful bill, now on the floor of the Senate, is one of the most dangerous pieces of legislation ever brought forth in the modern history of our country. It is a gift to the billionaire class while causing massive pain for working families. Actually, I'm wrong. I shouldn't use the word gift because the billionaires paid for it. This bill is an absolute reflection of a corrupt campaign finance system. The billionaires invest hundreds of millions of dollars in candidates and in elections, and in this bill, this piece of legislation, their investment is paying off. So, what are they getting? Well, the top 1% is receiving $975 billion in tax breaks. Further, and this is really quite unbelievable, the wealthiest 0.2%
Follow the rich way.
receive a $211 billion estate tax break.
Come on!
$211 billion for the top 0.2%. In that provision, 99.8% of Americans get zero. Further, large corporations in this bill get a $918 billion tax break. That is what the 1% and the wealthy campaign contributors get. So, here's what you get, assuming you're not a billionaire. This bill throws over 16 million people off of the health insurance they have by slashing Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act by over $1.1 trillion. So, $1 trillion in tax breaks for the 1%, $1 trillion in cuts in Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. Further, it forces millions of Medicaid recipients to pay a $35 copayment every time they visit a doctor. So what is the impact of all this? What happens when you throw 16 million people off health care, you impose a $35 copayment?
Come on!
Well, What the Yale School of Public Health and the University of Pennsylvania estimate is that if this reconciliation bill is enacted, and it's unbelievable for me to say this, but this is what they are telling us, this is what they have studied. If this bill goes through and all these healthcare cuts take place, over 50,000 Americans will die unnecessarily each and every year.
Illegal.
50,000 Americans. In other words, this bill is a horrific death sentence for low income and working class Americans.
It is indeed. That was Bernie Sanders' warning before the bill passed. Let's take a look at some of the effects of this bill. They'll be hitting states across the country, starting in Colorado.
Today, Vice President J.D. Vance had to cast a tie-breaking vote to pass President Trump's giant tax and spending cuts package, his so-called Big Beautiful Bill.
This follows weeks of back and forth arguing, forcing the president to step in to convince key Republican holdouts to back his plan. The multi-trillion-dollar bill would extend tax cuts and increase funding for defense and immigration enforcement while cutting funding for Medicaid, food stamps, and green energy programs. The Congressional Budget Office estimates it would increase the deficit by nearly $3.3 trillion over 10 years. The GOP still has to get the bill through the narrowly divided House of Representatives, which is expected to return to Washington Wednesday.
Well, we know what happened with that.
Now, they must pass this in its exact version of the bill. Republicans want to get it to Trump's desk.
Hold on, I'm going to skip ahead some of this so we know what happened.
Are already operating in the $2.5 billion a year in federal funds for Medicaid, and maybe nowhere will those cuts be felt more than in rural Colorado, where half of all hospitals are already operating in the red.
We are, on an island out here.
Located in Hugo, Colorado, Lincoln Health is the only hospital on the I-70 corridor for 160 miles. The survival of those who live here depends on the survival of this hospital, which also operates family practice clinics, a nursing home, and assisted living center, all of which CEO Kevin Stansberry says is at risk under a bill that passed the U.S. Senate.
We will have to close down some services, and the challenge will be
immediately, if not
what
sooner.
Services are not essential.
Stansberry says 80% of the patients here are on Medicaid or Medicare, both of which would take a hit under the bill. The Colorado Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing says the bill would mean a loss of between $900 million and $2.5 billion in Medicaid funds.
I just want to ask anybody in chat, maybe a business expert, what kind of business can have 80% of its customers suddenly not be able to pay and for whatever service or product that they provide and stay in business? The math ain't mathin'.
It's science.
And thousands of Coloradans, it says, could lose coverage due to red tape. The bill requires recipients to provide proof they're going to school or working every month and proof of income and citizenship every 6 months.
Our patients have to travel to Fort Morgan for in-person revalidation of their Medicaid. You're cutting access to care, which ironically could drive up the cost of care and put more financial stress on hospitals.
Stansberry says Lincoln Health would lose about 25% of its Medicaid reimbursement.
Where you live shouldn't determine if you live.
And
It's
most
about
of the
to.
people who live...
It is absolutely about to do that, 100%. It's not just Colorado. States all across the country have districts just like this one where a small hospital with a heavy percentage of its patients being on Medicaid are going to be hit hard by these cuts. Places like Tennessee.
But here at home, some are worried that efforts to tackle the country's deficit means risking the lives of many who need health care. Some doctors say any cuts to Medicaid could mean the threat of closure for 9 already struggling rural hospitals here in Tennessee. Many of these facilities rely on Medicaid funding to stay open. News Channel 5's Kelsey Gibbs talked with one doctor who explains why she thinks it's truly a life or death issue.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 50. The Senate being evenly divided, the Vice President votes in the affirmative. The bill as amended is passed.
With the Vice President casting the tie-breaking vote, President Trump's budget bill made it through the Senate. No taxes on tips or overtime, an expanded child tax credit, border security boost, and promises to slash waste and fraud.
The bill passed, and I think it's going to do very well in the House. We'll see how that works out, but looks like it's ahead of schedule. Let's see what happens.
The White House calls it historic, promising the biggest tax cut ever, more money in paychecks and higher wages. In Tennessee, that take-home pay could jump from $7,000 to $11,700.
Oh, yeah?
But critics say...
Theoretically, maybe the people will get paid more because of this, yeah.
Cost is steep.
Whenever you take away health care from a patient...
They're not going to, by the way. If you're making less than... What is it? I think like if you're making less than $200,000, you're not going to see much money at all, if any. And then in some cases, you're going to be losing money.
You're taking away economic security for that patient. And you're also harming a community by taking away employment opportunities.
Dr. Amy Gordon Bono, a Tennessee physician, says the bill doesn't just cut health care access, it cuts lifelines.
We physicians are appalled at the attacks on truth, on science, on healthcare.
71 million Americans rely on Medicaid, and according to the Congressional Budget Office, this Senate bill could leave 12 million more without insurance by 2034. The House version doesn't fare much better. Nearly 11 million could lose coverage.
This is a betrayal of every American, especially those in rural communities.
Because of this, 9 rural hospitals in Tennessee could be at risk of closure.
Here we go. And historically, these Republican, at least in the 21st century, Tennessee, these rural Tennessee counties here almost definitely voted for Donald Trump, and now they're getting their hospitals closed. Hopefully you don't live in any of these areas, because now you're going to have to drive who knows how long to find one. Let's talk more about Medicaid cuts. It's terrible. I mean, there's no other way to put it. It's just garbage.
One of the biggest battle lines when it comes to the president's tax cut and spending bill are the cuts to Medicaid and the very real impact those cuts will have on millions of Americans, especially in rural communities. Nearly 12 million Americans are expected to lose health insurance with this bill. That includes almost 2 million in rural areas. And one report estimates nearly 400 rural hospitals would be at risk of closing if the proposed cuts go into effect. I want to play for you what one Democratic congressman just told Sarah, just said what this will mean for his community.
So 35 rural hospitals in my state are going to close, and we know what's going to happen. People are going to get hurt. Children are going to have accidents. People are going to have heart attacks. When minutes matter, they are going to have to drive an extra 30, 45 minutes. That is the difference between life and death.
And he represents Kentucky. Louisiana is another state that could face the worst of it. Louisiana ranks second in Medicaid enrollment in the country at nearly 32%, a reflection of the state's higher poverty rate. And there are 33 rural hospitals there flagged as financially vulnerable. One of those hospitals is Hood Memorial Hospital in Amite, Louisiana. And joining us right now is the CEO of Hood Memorial, Mike Whittington. Thank you, Mike. I really appreciate it. Talk to me first about your hospital. You also told me in the break that you're a nurse practitioner, so you know all facets of it. Who do you serve? What services do you offer? What does Hood Memorial mean to the community?
So Hood Memorial is a 25-bed critical access hospital. We're located in northern rural Tangipahoa Parish, and we're founded in 1971 as a normal hospital, and then converted to critical access as reimbursement began to decline in the 90s, and ultimately forced a lot of rural hospitals into that status. So our primary service is primary and preventative care to our citizens. We also have a large swing bed program as well, where we take patients from other hospitals who have who've had extended hospital stays and need extensive rehabilitation or antibiotics or wound care. So we focus. We don't do deliveries. We don't do surgeries, but we run an emergency room 24/7 and also operate a clinic that's open about 63 hours, 64 hours a week.
And
yep. Red states across the country are going to be hit pretty hard by this. In fact, red states depend on these Medicaid dollars. They're not going to have them anymore, and now there's going to be a massive hole left by these cuts. Now, my understanding is that these cuts won't start taking effect immediately because Republicans were afraid of being hammered by this in the midterms. I don't have the exact date in front of me. I think it was next year. Hoping to pull a fast one on the voters. Representative Jim McGovern had some stuff to say about this big, bad bill.
So, Mr. Speaker, this bill is a moral failure. It rips health care away from millions. It pushes more families into hunger. It leaves seniors stranded. Also, billionaires can keep more of what they'll never spend. Republicans say, lose your job? Too bad. Hospitals shut down? Good luck. Can't afford groceries or insulin? Figure it out. But if you're a big oil, a CEO, or a trust fund baby, don't worry, we've got you covered. This bill is about who matters and who doesn't. And guess what? Working people didn't make the cut. But I want my Republican colleagues to know they don't have to do this. They don't have to sell out their own communities. They don't have to vote for a bill that goes against fundamental things they claim to believe in. Crazy as it sounds, they don't have to hurt people to keep Trump happy. Find a spine. Find a conscience, for God's sake. Because the American people are watching. They know the difference between real leadership and bootlicking. A vote for this bill is a vote for cruelty. It's a vote for fiscal irresponsibility and a vote to screw over your constituents to give more to the ultra-wealthy. This bill is a middle finger to working people. Now, we can still stop this. We can still do the right thing. Vote no. Go back to the table. Work with...
Now, unfortunately, Republicans did not heed that message even close. Even more people voted for this thing than I thought would. Just skated right by. No problem at all. Barely an inconvenience. Let's go to Democracy Now! From yesterday.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. We go right now to Capitol Hill. Republican leaders have, appear to have convinced enough far-right holdouts to win passage of President Trump's budget bill, the sweeping package of tax cuts for the wealthy, deep cuts to social programs, including Medicaid and SNAP food assistance, and massive amounts of new funding for immigration enforcement and detention. The Congressional Budget Office says the bill will add $3.3 trillion to the national debt over the next decade. The Kaiser Family Foundation estimates some 17 million people could lose health insurance over the next decade as well, if the bill is approved. For more, we go to Ro Khanna, Democratic Congress member from Silicon Valley, from California, vice chair of the Congressional Progressive Caucus. Congressmember, thanks so much for joining us. To say the least, as we broadcast, this is a very tense moment on Capitol Hill and around the country. Tell us what's happening.
Unfortunately, it looks like the Republicans will cave to Donald Trump's wishes again. This bill is likely to pass in the next hour or so. it is unprecedented in that it takes literally from the working poor. It makes people in the country who are in the bottom 30% working hard to pay their bills poorer, because it's stripping away health care from them, stripping away food assistance from them, and it is all in the name of giving tax breaks to the wealthiest. The top 60% in this country benefit. The top 20% in this country get 60% of the benefits.
So on the one hand, you have this massive cut for Medicaid. 17 million people, it's estimated up to, could lose their Medicaid. And you have this massive increase in ICE funding. With President Trump, as you were all dealing with this on Capitol Hill, goes to what he calls Alligator Alcatraz to inaugurate the building of a new ICE jail, what the Florida governor called a one-stop shop, a jail of leading up to 5,000 beds on an airstrip so people can be first detained and then deported.
Well, you have not only the massive increase in funding on for border security without any consideration of human rights. And you just had Mr. Khalil on, which was a case of the violation of human rights. But it's also a violation of many Americans' rights. I mean, Americans now are afraid of who they can befriend or who they can love. They're afraid of giving a coworker who may not have the right status a loan or assistance. They're afraid of going out and protesting if in their groups they may have people who are immigrants. We are creating in this country control over people, and that's impacting not just the rights of immigrants, it's impacting our freedoms as Americans.
Notice the news organization is reporting that President Trump met with Republicans yesterday and told them, I've told you there are 3 things you can't cut: Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. And apparently one of the Congress members said, but you are cutting Medicaid. What is going on here? And this latest news we're getting as this debate goes forward, that he's saying he can fix things by executive order.
Well, he's hoping that he can, through rhetoric, just deceive people. The reality, as you pointed out, is 17 million people are going to be cut off health insurance. This cuts almost $1 trillion from Medicaid. It stops states from charging a provider tax, which helps them fund rural hospitals that the federal government reimburses. It caps the amount they can do that. Everyone knows that's going to hurt rural hospitals and healthcare services. It puts a huge amount of paperwork for people who want Medicaid, and we all know from the Arkansas experience that's going to mean less people on Medicaid. So it is making massive cuts, unprecedented cuts like we have not seen since 1965. And the president hopes he can just go out there and say that, well, it doesn't cut Medicaid, and they've delayed some of the cuts in the bill to not happen before the midterm elections. But our task is to get the facts out there to the American people that these are.
Yep, that's what we got to do. We got to keep putting the facts out there. And they are being sneaky, trying to pull one over on the American people here. They are increasing the budget for the military, for ICE, while also decreasing the budgets for a bunch of important things like NOAA, the National Weather Service, the EPA, Housing and Urban Development. Speaking of funding, I just want to remind everybody that we got a sweet YouTube goal started in chat. I'm going to try and do 2 of them tonight. We're going to make them smaller size goals so we can get more confetti, more celebrations on this here July 4th. Charlie Martini getting us started off, gifting a Galactic News Network membership to Lanzetta. All right. Thank you, Charlie. Let's go check in with Hassan, see how he's doing amidst all of this.
Yes, they passed it. The House initially came out with deep cuts, slammed it over to the Senate. The Senate literally added additional cuts that were even worse than the House's initial cuts. Then they passed it back to the House. The House said, okay, but this still has ginormous deficits. Maybe we won't vote for it because you have the Tea Party contingency within the Republicans who are like supposed to be quote unquote deficit hawks. They're not, obviously. They turned around and they said they voted on it. So now it's going to go to Donald Trump's desk and he's going to sign it and he's going to make a big show of it. And every dumb guy, get ready for every moron whose parents are going to die, okay? Every stupid person that you know that is currently like tuning into like the Asmongold broadcast to be like, oh, what are the talking points? Like every single person whose grandparents rely on Medicaid for long-term nursing home care, for example, like their grandparents now have to, I guess, do additional paperwork once a month. And if they don't, they're kicked off that coverage. And what happens then? What happens to people that don't have Medicaid? It's already an insane process to qualify for this stuff. There are chatters in here who qualify for it. Good luck to the rural hospitals that rely on Medicaid to actually stay afloat, because all of the people that live in these areas, these red areas that voted for Donald Trump, that, you know, are on Medicaid, but they don't realize that they're on Medicaid because every state has a different name for it. That's the other side of the story. People don't even realize that they're on Medicaid. They think, oh, I don't have Medicaid. I have, like, you know, Arkansas Care or whatever the it's called, right? So they, in their minds, they think, oh, that's a totally separate thing. I'm fine. It's like, no, dude, you're cooked. You're cooked. 3 Democrats who died this year would have sunk Trump's big, beautiful bill.
If you go back, you can see some of the names of these. Where did he put it up? It's like right over here. It was so fast. Whatever.
Jerry Connolly, Sylvester Turnell, Raul Grijalva, and their impact on Trump's sprawling spending plan have reignited fears about an aging Democratic Party. President Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill spending squeaked through the House on Thursday morning in a 2015 and 2014 vote. 2 Republicans, Thomas Massie and Warren Davison, voted against it. GOP Rep Andy Harris of Maryland, chair of the hardline House Freedom Caucus, voted present, and 2 other Republican reps. All the House Democrats voted against Trump's sprawling spending plan, but they were missing 3 congressmen who could have sunk the bill. Bill's passage Thursday. Just a day before the vote, the family of Representative Jerry Connolly confirmed the Virginia Democrat had died at age 75. Weeks after announcing his esophageal cancer had returned, Connolly had first revealed his diagnosis shortly after winning re-election last November. His passage was the 3rd in a string of Democrat deaths in the House over the past 3 months, following the deaths of Representative Sylvester Turner, 70, Representative Raul Grijalva, 77 in March. Had all 3 been alive and voting as expected, the bill would have failed by a vote of 217 versus 215. Now, of course, in that process, would the Freedom Caucus actually play ball? Most likely. Of course, other factors come into play when imagining a scenario where Connolly, Turner, and Grijalva were still present for Thursday's vote. In the frantic days leading up to the vote, several House Republicans...
Yeah, this might be one of the problems with the ever-aging Democratic Party right now. And if you look at the Supreme Court, it would also be different if perhaps, you know, Ruth Bader Ginsburg had stepped down during Biden's right, Biden's term. No, wait, no, right, no, it was. Sorry, right? Oh God, now my brain is broken. I can't think of it. God, we need new blood. Series with a sweet super chat. Insert witty comment here.
Give me a joke.
I guess it's a 1.5 of 5 on the first of our 2 goals tonight. Getting it started. We're getting it going. All right, I'm gonna move on from old Hassan. He seems to still be alive and kicking. Glad to see that. Now, yesterday, Donald Trump came out and celebrated his having ruined this country even further with this horrifying legislation, which had passed the House yesterday. Not yesterday. Yesterday? Yeah, I guess it was yesterday afternoon. Thursday, yeah. Oh, I forgot. The first, 2 minutes or that annoying ass America song.
a crowd. Well, I just want to say a very special hello to Iowa. We have had a good time together. We won so much here, we didn't know what to do. There was so much winning here.
So much winning in
But
Iowa.
we love Iowa, and we won all 3 times. So that's pretty good, and won by a lot, but I'm thrilled to be back in a state that I love, and I really do love it too, with thousands of
Trump's
proud,
favorite
hardworking
state,
patriots
Iowa.
at the world-famous Iowa.
Why is Donald Trump even in Iowa? How many times do you figure Donald Trump has been to Iowa outside of an election year? Anybody? It's got to be like 1 or 2 times. This is number 2.
State Fairgrounds. Thank you.
State Fairgrounds.
Thank you.
State Fairgrounds.
18 months ago, the people of Iowa braved sub-zero temperatures. You remember that night? Oh, that was cold. It was cold, but we were warm inside because we won by a landslide to turn out the first in the nation caucuses, and you delivered 98 out of 99 counties. What the hell county didn't? What's the name of that county?
Let's name that. Get them out of here.
Let's get them out of here.
Let's get them out. Let's get them out. If you were from that county that voted for crooked Kamala, we're getting you out of here.
Immediately, if not sooner.
We're not going to watch much of this. Donald Trump was gloating in Iowa for some reason, not clear why, about the big, beautiful bill that is going to be devastating the United States in the months and years to come.
The motion is adopted.
The House of Representatives passed President Trump's one big beautiful tax and spending bill.
Sort of celebrating like the biggest bill of its kind ever signed. And it's going to make this country into a rocket ship. It's going to be really great.
We're going to take you through some of the highlights of this bill. They extended basically everything that was scheduled to expire as far as the 2017 tax cuts. Back then, in President Trump's first term, Congress set all these tax cuts to expire at the end of 2025. Republicans really viewed those tax cuts as a huge success, and they made it a priority to remove that expiration date. The child tax credit has been $2,000. This bill will make it $2,200 and index it to inflation. The estate tax, they increased the exemption, so that's the per person amount that you don't have to pay estate taxes on, to $15 million per person.
Jesus
Republicans
Christ.
really disfavored electric vehicles and clean energy tax credits. And now anything purchased after September 30th is not eligible for those credits. On clean energy, the wind and solar in particular are taking a hit in this bill. They're going to be phased out faster. The state and local tax deduction has been capped at $10,000 since 2017.
Yeah, this bill does a lot of terrible things. Boy. Does all the worst stuff. Including big cuts to SNAP, which is something that people across this country rely on. You know, we've talked about this in the past, but for every one meal provided by food pantries across the United States, SNAP provides like 9 or 10 for every meal provided by charitable organizations, which is why it's so necessary to combating hunger in this country.
President Trump is expected to sign his budget bill tomorrow after it passed the House today in a narrow vote. While the legislation includes about $4.5 trillion in tax cuts, it could also slash Medicaid and food assistance programs. Lori Bordonaro spoke with one woman who counts on that help to feed her family.
Ari Jackson is one of 3 million New Yorkers depending on the federal government to help pay for groceries.
Food stamps is really serious. They mean a lot to a lot of people, especially me, because I'm disabled.
The Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, known as SNAP, along with Medicaid, could see significant cuts under President Trump's new spending bill.
I'll be at the pantry line, I guess.
Jerome Nathaniel of City Harvest, an organization that provides food to those in need.
Did you hear that detail? That woman said, I guess I'll be at the food pantry. But like I just said to you, those food pantries are not, they're not capable of providing as much help as SNAP. Not even close. Not even close.
That's too much, man!
Significant cuts under President Trump's new spending bill.
I'll be at the pantry line, I guess.
Jerome Nathaniel of City Harvest, an organization that provides food to those in need, worries the cuts will further strain local charities.
Nonprofits and food banks are here to fill in the gaps where government falls short. And this is more than short. This is devastating.
The motion is adopted.
President Trump's budget bill passed Thursday after a remarkable show of resistance from House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, who spoke on the floor for a record-breaking 8 hours and 44 minutes, attacking Trump's so-called Big Beautiful Bill, the president credited with convincing enough Republican holdouts to come around, eventually passing the bill 218 to 214. Trump's bill would boost border security and ICE enforcement, increase defense spending, and extend his 2017 tax cuts. That includes
Terrible. We're now going to have a defense budget of over $1 trillion, an internal army, ICE, which is being unleashed against Americans. That's going to be almost $200 billion. It is insane. And also that we can give billionaires tax cuts. We're going to pay for it by taking away food and Medicare, Medicaid, the people who need it most. Now, it is July 4th, and
some former NBA players spent time.
Like she was saying, some former NBA players showed up to give people food in Detroit on this July 4th. Here's a pick-me-up freedom story.
Some former NBA players spent time over in Cass Park this afternoon with the goal to feed over 300 veterans and homeless families. Derek Coleman, Terrence Wheeler, and Mike Jones put it all together. Tim Hardaway also donated some clothes to be passed out to those in need. Organizers say they came in with the mindset of less judgment, more help.
The need is great, and we know that poverty has no zip code, that people from all walks of life need help. Any day it could be any of us. The face of poverty is no longer a bum on the street, it's the working poor. Those who make too much money to get help, not enough to survive.
Poverty has no zip code. How true. The event was made possible by dozens of volunteers. Organizers say they expect to be back again next year.
There you go. A little July 4th goodness in there for you people.
On this vote, the yay.
You're going to go right back to talking about the terrible things happening in America. But I just felt like while we were talking about SNAP being gutted, we would see the generosity of at least some people. Jesus Christ.
On this vote, the yeas are 218, the nays are 214. The motion is adopted.
And we're sort of celebrating like the biggest bill of its kind ever signed. And it's going to make this country into a rocket ship. It's going to be really great. In every aspect of our country, we're doing well, despite the fact that we inherited millions of people that shouldn't have been here. And I think we have crime stats that are coming out that are showing the lowest numbers we've had in many years.
The very best.
And that also despite the fact that a lot of people are here that shouldn't have been let into our country. So they're going to be very proud tomorrow. So we're signing at about 5 o'clock. And at about 5 o'clock, we're going to have B-2s and F-22s and F-35s flying right over the White House. And the Speaker and I and John Thune, we're all there together with most Republican senators and congressmen and women. And it's going to be a great day. So we'll be signing.
It's going to be a great day, everybody. Get ready. Going to sign it. Everyone's going to love it. Won't be any cuts to Medicaid, even though there definitely will. Even France 24 is a bit alarmed by the strange cognitive dissonance among the MAGA crowd. But that's what you get when you have the liar-in-chief dictating your every thought.
Well, for some insight, I'm joined on set by Ellen Kuntz, a professor at French Business School INSEC and the author of the book Portrait of Veep, The Incredible Story of Kamala Harris. Thank you so much for coming in this morning.
Happy to be here. Thank you.
Now, the thing I have struggled to understand with this bill is that so many Republicans seemed really hesitant to pass it. A lot of them even mentioned all of the things about it that they thought were a bad idea. Why did they still vote for it? I mean, what made those Republicans fall in line?
Well, unfortunately, many of them are up for re-election. So they fear for their own seats. I also believe that they fear the wrath of Donald Trump, and they don't want to be called out publicly. Some of them, like Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, were able to obtain things for their own state. So they were able to get some write-ins to the law to get a little extra something for their own state. But I have to say, as an American, one thing I've always really regretted about American culture is this idea that there is kind of a taste for always wanting to punish the poor. And there's a lot of disdain for people who are in need. So I think that this bill reflects that unfortunate attitude. And it also underlines something that's really just leads to a lot of cognitive dissonance, which is apparently the Republicans were supposed to be the ones interested in fiscal conservatism.
Yeah, I mean, it made them, it's interesting that they, this bill kind of flies in the face of one of their core principles.
Yes.
Is that kind of a reflection then of Trump's grip on the Republican Party and the way that he's transformed it?
Well, I think the problem is maybe collectively we've lost sight of what taxes are for and why there are taxes. Today's July 4th. It's supposed to be the celebration of Independence Day. And I know that President Trump is using that to, he'll be signing in the bill this afternoon. But it's really a shame. And the other thing that it reveals also is how his supporters, many of the MAGA, who are in poorer states or southern states or states that have higher social needs, were very much in favor of this bill that's going to slash their own benefits. So,
yep, people voting for and supporting ideas that are against their own interests. Shocking that the leopard eating faces party is continuing to eat faces. Now, earlier today, Donald Trump signed into law the big billionaire budget bill.
It's 11 minutes after the hour. Welcome back into WHS 11 News at noon. Today, President Trump will sign his massive tax cut and spending bill during a 4th of July ceremony at the White House. Getting the bill through Congress was a major victory for the president, who faced pushback from several members of his own party. ABC's Christian Cordero has the details from Washington.
It's considered President Trump's biggest legislative victory of his second term.
And
Is it a
tonight,
victory?
here I am. Okay?
Great victory.
Promises count.
Thank you,
And
WHL
today, on the 4th of
11.
July, and with the stroke of a pen, the president plans to put his agenda into action.
There could be no better birthday present for America than the phenomenal victory we achieved just
The very best victory America's ever seen. You're welcome, America. So very great. So good and so great.
hours ago when
All right, this was the live stream from 3 hours ago. Global news.
Illegal. Illegal.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States and First Lady Melania Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States and First Lady Melania Trump.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Awful. Weak.
What's happening right now? Why are they just standing there awkwardly? Melania doesn't know whether or not to smile, just sort of... I guess I look up. I guess I look up. Everybody be based. Look back straight. Oh, look at that. That's great. You see that one, Melania? Yeah, okay. Smile.
Ladies and gentlemen, Master Gunnery Sergeant Kevin Benier, accompanied by the President's own United States Marine Band, will now honor America with the singing of our national anthem, followed by a flyover consisting of a B-2 Spirit bomber from Whiteman Air Force Base, escorted by 2 F-35.
What? How much is this costing us? We're flying a B-2 bomber over the White House? With 2 F-35s? This all seems very unnecessary.
Fighters in honor of all our military personnel who participated in Operation Midnight Hammer and who are currently serving both home and abroad, protecting our nation's freedom.
This is ridiculous!
Oh my god. Oh, and he salutes again. Why does he always do this? Why does he always salute? He looks at Melania. He's like, why aren't you saluting? It's like, because I don't think you're supposed to salute. You're supposed to put your hand on your heart. This guy does not know what to do. Every time he hears the goddamn pledge, the national anthem, he just salutes. I don't understand. Why does he do? No one else does this. Melania doesn't even. She's not even gonna put her hand over. Oh, there we go. See, Melania knows how to do it. Alright, we're gonna keep standing here very awkwardly, doing nothing, saying nothing. It's gonna really throw them off. They're not gonna know what to do. Not gonna know. Why aren't you saying anything? Okay, that's fine. That's probably based. He's probably based if you say nothing. What are they doing? Seriously, what are they doing? They're just standing there. It is so awkward. It's the most awkward thing I've ever seen. Why? What is this like something? Is there something in the prenup, the postnup? Oh, there we go. All right. That was 3 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President
20 seconds.
of the United States and First Lady Melania Trump.
Finally.
Well, thank you very much. And that is some sight, especially after what happened just a week ago when you look at that big, beautiful plane and the other.
I realized, but they were standing there, they were watching the flyby of the planes. But we didn't get a picture of that, so they just looked like they were they were still standing there awkwardly, but at least now we know what the fuck was going on.
Something. It was an incredible mission, and I think I can say very proudly, and I don't have to quote the polls, that our country is more proud right now than it's been
very
in
proud.
Many, many years.
Are they?
We have pride, we have dignity, we have...
The pride polls? Wait, are we sure that Donald Trump isn't checking like Pride Month? Pride, I'm not sure that where is he getting these pride polls? I'd like to see them. The Pride-o-meter in the United States.
Something that's happened miraculously so fast. You know that our military now is the most sought after job there's ever been.
Most sought after.
Serving in our military. 1 year ago, People didn't want to join our military. They didn't want to join our police or firefighters. They didn't want to join anything having to do with our country. And now, as you probably know, the enlistment is at an all-time record. We're packed. We're full.
We have too many soldiers now. It's crazy.
I just think that's so important because that was so sad 1 year ago when I heard those statistics.
1 year ago, we had no military, and now we have too much military. Like I said, too much winning. Too much winning.
We had a different president, but nobody wanted to join, and now we're at a record. And I will say that I just left NATO, where we had a tremendous experience. They've agreed to put up over $1 trillion a year. They went from less than 2% to 5%, and nobody thought that was possible.
No one thought it was possible for us to be so great. And now, look at the greatness. More greatness than anyone's ever seen, some say, in history. And now the signing. Holy fuck, that was loud. It sounded like a fucking bomb. Anybody hear that over the microphone? That was wild. Great to see you, Kirsty. Did you kill any puppies? Yeah, great job. This is one of the worst grouping of people I've ever seen. There we go. The president signing the worst bill in the 21st century into law. The gaggle of his closest sycophants and supporters. Dooming America to less health care, less food, less access to a whole host of things. Multiple agencies being defunded throughout this, but don't worry, we're taking all that money, giving it to ICE, giving it to the military, and giving it to billionaires.
Follow the rich white man.
And we need money to keep Guantanamo running right now because we've been sending, turns out we've been sending the ICE detainees there. Have you heard?
The United States is holding migrant detainees from Asia, Africa, Europe, and the Caribbean at immigration facilities on the Guantanamo Bay Naval Base.
Illegal.
This is according to internal U.S. government records obtained by CBS News. Guantanamo Bay, which is located on Cuban land, also houses terrorism suspects, though they are away from immigration detainees. CBS News immigration and politics reporter Camilo Montoya Galvez joins us now with his exclusive reporting. Thank you for being here. How are U.S. officials describing the detainees that are held there?
Well, after President Trump ordered his administration to convert the military facilities at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, into a massive immigration detention center, his administration has mainly used that base to predominantly house migrants from Spanish-speaking countries in Latin America, such as Nicaragua and Venezuela, before they are deported to their countries of origin. But now that population has been expanded dramatically in terms of nationalities, according to the internal documents that we obtained at CBS News. Among the detainees are now migrants from Africa, Asia, Europe, and the Caribbean, including from countries like China,
China! Now, we're not supposed to technically be able to take people off of American soil and bring them to Guantanamo. People who are in the middle of court proceedings on the continental United States. Guantanamo Bay, or at least Guantanamo, the island, is not, that's not ours. That belongs to Cuba. We are on a indefinite lease. That's how we even have facilities there in the first place. But in no way is this supposed to be allowed. But don't worry, Trump administration is not going to pay attention to the law. Act first, and, you know, maybe answer for those actions later.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. We go now to Los Angeles, where armed, masked federal agents have spent the last month carrying out arrests across the city. Families, immigrant advocates say they're struggling to find their loved ones when they are disappeared. In one case, the family of a community activist and mother, Yuriana Uliana, they call her Yuli Pelez Calderon, said she was taken at gunpoint on June 25th by two men in unmarked cars who pulled over as she went to work at night, which is uncommon. She used a borrowed phone to call her family to say she was taken to a warehouse where women are held alongside men. She compared the men who took her to bounty hunters and has not had proper food or access to her medication. This is Stefano Medina, managing attorney with the LA office of California Center for Movement Legal Services.
So DHS is out now saying that this is a hoax and that this is all made up, and because they don't have any record of Julie in their system, which I don't doubt. She's not in their system. But Julie, in that phone call that she made to her family from a borrowed phone, told us that she was taken directly from where she was picked up in South Central Los Angeles to San Ysidro, where she was presented with to an ICE official.
This should be terrifying to absolutely everyone. This can happen to this woman. Be literally disappeared within the system, be detained, taken away from her family or friends, off the fucking streets, away from all the places she's supposed to be. And then for her lawyer to not be able to find her because she's not in the system because of incompetence within ICE. And who knows where she is? Maybe she's in a different country. Maybe she's in Guantanamo Bay. Maybe she's at Alligator Alcatraz. Maybe she's dead. That's the situation. That is what we're living through right now. Where this is a threat against everyone's freedom and independence, liberty.
A voluntary self-deportation agreement.
Medina says Yuli's family filed a missing persons report with the LA Police Department as they continued their search for her. Meanwhile, the family of Andrea Velez, a U.S. citizen, described her arrest by ICE last month as a kidnapping. Andrea had just been dropped off at work by her mom and her sister when the pair witnessed masked federal agents grabbing her and taking Andrea in an unmarked car during an immigration raid. One video shows a masked agent lifting Andrea off the ground and carrying her away. Andrea's sister, Estrella Rosas, spoke with CBS News Los Angeles.
They didn't have
a vest that said ICE or anything. Their cars didn't have license plates. Just because of the color of our skin, they think that we're criminals. My sister was there, so they she looks Hispanic, so let's take her too.
It is disgusting.
Ultimately, Andrea Velez was released, but was charged.
The incredible amount of racism and profiling that is going on here is just so. It is just so beyond the pale. I just cannot believe it.
With assaulting a federal officer during her arrest. She spoke at a news conference last week.
They didn't identify themselves. I can't go through it, but yeah, I was just going to work. It was just a day of work, and everything happened so fast. So yeah, and they didn't identify themselves, so I was kind of scared.
For more, we're joined in Los Angeles by Dominique Boubion. She is an attorney helping to represent Andrea Velez. This is just such an astounding story. Dominique, can you explain what happened as we watch her being carried with her arms under her chest as she walking forward? Where was she taken? Where was she held? How did you find out when she was disappeared and her family panicked?
Yes, of course. So we were contacted by the family later that day in the afternoon because they had seen, the mother had seen her daughter being taken by ICE agents but didn't know they were ICE, had no idea who they were. And so they were terrified and looking for help just to locate her. And the video that you mentioned where she's being lifted and carried up, that's actually when she went to the police officers at LAPD asking for help, telling them these men are taking me. So I'll back up and explain what happened.
If you can explain that point. We're watching her being carried. Who is carrying her? And I do see police. I see the police cars, the LAPD. Who is carrying her?
So that is an ICE agent. We now know is an ICE agent. And she was being carried away from the LAPD officers that she went over to for help because she didn't know who the men were or where she was being taken. She had no idea. That morning, just minutes before, her mother had dropped her off at work on 9th and Main, downtown LA. And as she exited the vehicle, she walked 3-4 steps onto the sidewalk, and suddenly there was a swarm of vehicles surrounding her. So as she's kind of getting her bearings, what's going on, she sees vendors over to her right, and she assumes, okay, this must be, maybe it's a raid, I don't know. She sees men approaching them, but she looks to her left and she sees an ICE agent about 10 feet away running full speed at her and becomes terrified. She's 4'11". This is a man who, in her estimation, is over 6 feet. He's masked and he does not stop. So she gets scared, and her reaction is to hover and block herself to protect herself, and she's thrown to the ground. The ICE agent continues on.
Disgusting. It's disgusting. But Donald Trump now has a completely unaccountable, federal, unidentified, secret police force. That's the freedom that we get. Freedom to run terrified from masked, unaccountable agents of the federal government. America. Fuck yeah! Here's another disturbing story out of Los Angeles. This one coming out of KTLA 5 from 18 hours ago.
Stop! What are you guys doing? Stop!
This video was shot around 8 o'clock Thursday morning near Royal Avenue and Carson Street in Simi Valley. You can see an SUV pulled over and 3 other vehicles around it. Several men with their faces covered are trying to detain a man and woman.
They were so quick, they just literally left and broke the windows, and you can still see that his sandal is there, and it was pretty traumatic. And obviously it's going on here, it's going on everywhere, and it's just the law, I guess.
The witness recording only wanted to give her first name. Brianna tells KTLA she pulled over once she realized what was happening. She was emotional talking about what she saw, explaining that the people in the vehicle looked to be in their 30s and seemed to only speak Spanish.
They kept looking at me like asking for help. All I could do is record, and They just were desperate to get out of the situation they were at. Their faces were just traumatized. They were scared. They were, I don't know how to explain it. They were afraid. They were scared for their life. There's coming people with masks. Like, who are they? Where are they taking them?
Brianna says at one point the man on the ground.
Yep. Completely unaccountable task force led by the federal government, snatching people off the streets every single day in this country. That's the kind of freedom that we now have thanks to this Trump administration. Even journalists getting picked up by ICE.
This guy, Mario Guevara, is a Spanish language journalist who is based in Atlanta. And he covers immigration raids fairly regularly. And he was covering the No Kings protests down in Georgia. He was born in El Salvador, but he's been in the United States for over 2 decades. And he was arrested during protests in an Atlanta suburb over the weekend. By all accounts, he's still in ICE detention right now. This is the administration that talks about free speech, but he ended up recording his arrest and live streaming it. Again, still in ICE detention, a journalist. This is the body camera footage of him getting arrested at this protest. Hey, sir. Can you step on the sidewalk? You're on the sidewalk. So this is, you're seeing body camera footage here.
Officer, I'm a member of the media, officer.
I'm a member of the media. He has a press jacket on.
Let me finish.
For people listening, they're cuffing him. Can you take my phone, please? It's for my work. Don't leave it there, please. Thank you, officer. He's thanking him. Can you put it in my bag?
Are we just the West Bank now?
Basically.
You were warned multiple times not to get in the road.
He was not warned multiple times. Didn't even say it one time. The guy took one step back and got tackled.
This is ridiculous.
Yep. These guys are being constrained by absolutely fucking nothing. That is what we're living under. We're living under, once again, an authoritarian rule. An authoritarian government that has a unaccountable, now $200 billion in funding will be going to this completely unaccountable, unidentifiable group of masked thugs running all over the goddamn streets, picking up whomever they want, and in some cases not giving people due process, and arresting journalists, arresting American citizens, both of which they have no right to do. They're not actual law enforcement. Now, while we're talking immigration, we should go south down to Florida. Talk about Alligator Alcatraz, where Donald Trump visited earlier this week.
I am Adriana Gomez-Sicon with the Associated Press. I'm standing here in the heart of the Everglades in a place called Okeechobee, Florida. We have crowds of protesters behind me because President Donald Trump is visiting today this remote airstrip. We're Florida officials have built a detention center for migrants. They're calling it Alligator Alcatraz. This is an area that has alligators, pythons. We've seen some of them swimming in the canal alongside the highway. Protesters are here to denounce what they say is inhumane way to scare migrants from coming into the country. Of course, federal officials are also seeing it as an opportunity to convince or persuade migrants to self-deport. We have some Trump supporters in the area as well, and there's also, it's very hot and humid today.
Here we go. Group of people, and I think there's still a group of people outside of Alligator Alcatraz. Last time I saw, there was a live stream coming out of Status Coup News of people still there protesting this archaic medieval form of detainment, which the Trump administration seems so jazzed about. Why do Trump and Republicans want to screw over their voters so severely? I don't know, Randy. I don't know. I wish I had a good answer. There is just out of malice and hate for the poor. You know, even for their own voters. As well as their desire to keep those billionaire tax cuts going, I guess. Just want to punish people for not being millionaires and billionaires. I mean, that has been the Republican project for a while. I mean, the Republican nominated the Supreme Court made being poor illegal last year in the Grants Pass decision. All right, let's go to CBS Miami. By the way, if anybody's seen any of these before, it's because there's a few in here that are from earlier this week, because it's the week-ending report, of course. We're going to try and hit up a couple of things just to remind ourselves of what kind of week we've been having here.
Well, tonight, Florida's new immigration detention center in the Everglades is earning praise from President Trump. A White House post on X shows Trump next to 3 alligators wearing ice hats. Below them it reads, "Alligator Alcatraz, make America safe again." And this video shows bunk beds set up in cages inside of the facility. Critics still hope to keep detained migrants from being housed there. All this in the wake of the president's visit to the facility this morning. CBS News Miami's Larry Seward is live there tonight. And Larry, how soon could we see the first group of detainees actually show up there?
Jim, Governor Ron DeSantis expects that first flight of migrants to land here at that facility behind me across the street sometime tomorrow. He did not give a specific time, but an aviation expert that we talked with today says what happened here today proves that planes will have no trouble getting people in or out.
On that Everglades runway with his presidential plane and helicopter, President Donald Trump cheered Florida's new 5,000-bed immigration detention center.
What should alarm everyone about this particular one, aside from the sort of obvious, sort of, like I said, medieval-esque cruelty of this alligator moat, is the fact that there's going to be a massive runway for planes to show up and leave. What this means is that, considering it's in the middle of the Everglades, a place that has been used for all sorts of secretive activity, what it will mean is that planes could show up in the middle of the night. People get loaded onto those planes without anyone being the wiser. It's completely withdrawn from the rest of society in the middle of the Everglades. There's no one around. You know, they can just basically be, you know, silently, clandestinely removing people even faster than they have been already, avoiding the pesky due process supposed to be afforded to these individuals.
Immigration detention center, a controversial project with built-in convenience for flying detainees in and out.
The airfield itself can handle all of that. They can handle it in bad weather. And also you have some infrastructure that's out there in terms of the traditional things.
Willard Shepard is an aviation attorney and former Air Force fighter pilot with experience landing here during training. He says the runway is longer than some at Miami International Airport and able to hold any military cargo or charter commercial.
Can everybody hear the freaking fireworks right now? It is wild. The space fireworks celebrations out here. Pretty intense.
Play.
Now, Florida lawmakers attempted to observe what was going on at Alligator Alcatraz and were denied entry by ICE agents.
Illegal.
Even though it's in their state, ICE continues to pretend like state lawmakers have no authority over the land.
ICE detention facility known
states.
and dubbed as Alligator Alcatraz is open, reportedly housing detainees. CBS News Miami reports that some Florida lawmakers wanted to have a look inside but were stopped cold at the gates. Watch.
Democratic lawmakers attempted to get into the facility and they were denied entry. They were told it's because of safety concerns.
Safety?
The state Democratic lawmakers showed up to the state-run Alligator Alcatraz.
What does that even mean? Safety from what? The alligators? From the people in cages?
The state Democratic lawmakers showed up to the state-run Alligator Alcatraz immigration facility on Thursday demanding to get in. They are concerned about the conditions for the migrants and wanted to see it for themselves. Our Chopper 4 captured more tents being set up Thursday afternoon as the lawmakers tried to get in.
I just recently got bit as we came walking out here and my lips are swelling. I know that that money is not going to ensure that these people all have mosquito spray or that they're covered and that they are well taken care of. And I'm concerned about that.
When we talk about it being inhumane, that there are questions that need to be answered. There are questions that, one, we want on the record who's responsible for this. We want on the record, are the toilets working? We want on the record how people are sleeping.
And while Florida Democrats are sounding the alarm, Republicans are moving forward with the plan. Florida Republican Senator Joe Gruters from Tampa spoke with CBS News Miami for Facing South Florida and was asked about other concerns like hurricane
Yeah, well,
season.
These tents could withstand a strong Category 2 hurricane, so they could...
These tents can withstand it. These must be... what are these tents made out of exactly? That is bullshit. That is bullshit. If a Category 2 hurricane comes through this place, people are fucked. People are completely fucked. Category 2 hurricane, my dick. We saw evidence that the place was already flooding on the opening day when Donald Trump showed up. In the middle of completely normal weather. No rain, it rains a shit ton, by the way, in the Everglades on a normal day. Let alone a Category 2 hurricane. That place is going to be underwater. Filled with alligators. It'll be underwater and filled with alligators. That's what it'll be. All right. All right. Let's do a couple more quick stories here. Kristi Noem has been accused earlier this week in a ProPublica article that she has been misappropriating funds and may have used that money to buy herself a sweet, sweet Rolex watch.
Sir, you spent a lot of time with Secretary Noem today, obviously. Did you discuss with her at all this report about an $80,000 dark money payment she received in 23 and appears to have been kept off her federal disclosure forms this spring?
Illegal.
You're telling me this for the
First time I'm hearing about
She's
it.
done an amazing job.
She's done an amazing job. She deserves a little illegal money, okay? I don't know why you're even asking me about Christie and her money. I just like, it's her money. Let her do with it whatever she wants. It's exactly like what I do with my illegal operations as president. But yeah, there's no being accused of misappropriating campaign funds and instead using them to buy a little bling bling for her wrists.
Illegal.
Now, ICE agents are, of course, respecting the rule of law.
Give me a joke.
I have a great example of that here in Los Angeles. This video appears to show ICE agents illegally urinating on school grounds in Los Angeles.
Illegal.
That is disgusting. The footage was released by El Rancho Unified School Board, who said it showed agents entering the campus on June 17th, parking their vehicles, and urinating on the grounds of Ruben Salazar High School near storage containers. The incident is being investigated. Oh, thank God. DHS is investigating itself. Oh. That brings me much solace. Oh, in a time when I really needed it, too. DHS, they're going to do a self-investigate. Those always go good. Those always go real good. By the way, if you were caught peeing on school grounds, you'd probably be a sex offender by now. I wonder what will happen with these guys.
Illegal.
All right, one last, actually, no, we're going to take a quick break. Going to take a quick break. Because we are at 2 hours in already, people. We still got a goal going, by the way. We have 1.5 of 5 super chats, super stickers, or some combination thereof with memberships. We also accept the Cash Apps and the PayPals for the goal, too. That's right. All possible options for you to help contribute to today's galactic goal. All right, we'll be right back after these brief space messages. All right. I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too, so you get the latest notifications, ensuring that you don't miss a single episode of this spacecast. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, and memberships. Cash App and PayPal if you'd prefer all of your money go directly to funding this stream. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron. Only $3 a month gets you access to a bunch of sweet, sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. That's right, $3 a month. Get an avatar, a shout out, and much, much more. Anyway, chat, that's enough for me. Enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. And I will be right back. All right. I think everybody knows what that sound means. That's right. The Morse code beeping sound in your ears meant that it's time for you, Space Fams, to get back to your seats. Otherwise, you're going to miss the second half of the stream, which is going to be beginning
immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner. We left off talking immigration. I figured we'd get the second half started off with our last story talking about immigration vicariously through the militarization of the US-Mexico border, which is apparently going to be expanded in coming weeks and months. Here's the Associated Press from 18 hours ago. Hey, this is not the Associated Press from 18 hours ago. What the fuck are we doing? There we go. You are killing me right now, dude. This is rude. This is incredibly rude. And small screen it and oh, okay, all right. At least it's on the right video. For the love of God.
I'm near the southern U.S.
Please shut up,
with
sir.
Mexico.
Please shut up. Thank you. Thank you. No more talking from you until I'm ready. Screwed me. Take two.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Here we go. We can do this. With our powers combined.
I'm near the southern U.S. border with Mexico, where the military and armored surveillance vehicles have been deployed.
I want to make it extremely clear. Anyone who enters the United States illegally will be removed.
Jesus Christ.
Individuals will face criminal prosecution under the United States immigration law. This applies to everybody. You cross illegally, you will be apprehended, and you will be flown back far from the United States international border.
It's a strategy that authorities say could be replicated far and wide as President Trump tries to repel what he calls an invasion of migrants and provide 100% operational control of the U.S. border. The military zone here extends through ranches and farms.
My great-grandfather came here in 1918, started as a cattle operation. My family started farming in the 1950s. At one point, there was Border Patrol estimates that were probably in the neighborhood of 700 within our immediate area here, which is about 5 miles of span along the border. But the incursions and the people coming across are very few and far between now versus in the past.
I think since the border wall that there's a lot of folks who think that it's a necessary thing because of the influx of migrants that are coming into our.
There is no influx. It's a lie. It's a lie. Write that down.
Country. Personally, I've never seen that. We've always had individuals that came in to work in the fields, on ranches. That's been happening historically for a very long time.
Yep. In fact, the U.S. agricultural system depends upon immigrant labor. All those big business guys. Those big farms. All those big farms that, bring you your food. That you eventually put in your mouth and eat. Picked and processed by immigrant labor. Vast scale. But there is no mass invasion, incursion. In fact, numbers were down in the last year of Joe Biden's presidency, and they are still down. All right. Well, while we're talking about people being arrested for crimes,
Illegal.
let's talk about some actual criminals who did crimes and then continued to do more crimes after being pardoned
Immediately, if not sooner.
by one Donald Trump.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
A Tennessee man who was pardoned by President Trump has been sentenced to life in prison for plotting to attack FBI agents and attempting to incite a civil war.
Illegal.
Edward Kelly was the fourth rioter to enter the Capitol on January 6th. He faced a separate investigation for targeting federal agents who were looking into his role in the Capitol attack. Now Kelly is set to spend the rest of his life behind bars. For more, let's bring in CBS News Justice correspondent Scott MacFarlane. Scott, what more can you tell us about what happened in this case?
Yeah. I think we should start taking bets on whether or not Donald Trump is going to pardon this guy, too.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Joling, our CBS News review of this case shows that according to the Department of Justice, it was during the investigation of Edward Kelly's role in January 6th that he began targeting the FBI agents and the FBI overall that were part of the investigation into him. This began in 2022, according to the U.S. Department of Justice. That there was some type of plotting, amassing of resources, if not a plan and a way to execute the plan to target federal agents. They call it conspiracy for murder. So Edward Kelly,
Illegal.
was pardoned on January 20th for his role in the U.S. Capitol insurrection, now faces a life prison term for what he did while under investigation for the U.S. Capitol insurrection. There has been, as this week ends, no pardon for Edward Kelly in this separate case, which is being prosecuted in the Eastern District of Tennessee.
How many other people who were pardoned by the president have since faced new criminal investigations, Scott?
Oh, there have been some, including one who was arrested just days later on a gun charge, and another, a Texas man who was actually freed from prison because of the pardon, not just having his slate clear, but was actually released from the prison gates, who was later charged with child solicitation. That's what's
Illegal.
happened so far. But one of the warnings that...
Wow. So while we arrest, detain, and deport immigrant families, pregnant moms, kids with cancer, grandmas, and people working on farms across the United States, a sizable number of people who were pardoned by Donald Trump on the first day of his presidency for committing attempting to overthrow the government for him, have now continued to commit more crimes on top of those previous crimes. Whether or not they'll all be pardoned once again by Donald Trump, I think we should start taking bets on that. All right, I don't think we can legally do that, but I do feel free to throw ones and twos in chat. If you think that Donald Trump is going to pardon these guys again, I think he might. I don't know. I could be wrong. Like the J6ers, if enough people truth on Truth Social about this, I'll bet you they get pardons. Just gotta truth it out. They'll definitely get pardoned. What I found fascinating was the last one. We were told that, we were gonna save the kids or something like that. There was something about saving children that Donald Trump and his supporters kept talking about, and yet one of the Jan 6ers who got pardoned after getting pardoned started soliciting minors.
Illegal.
That's weird.
Don't be creepy.
That's weird. Okay. We can't forget what day it is. It's July 4th. It's Independence Day. The Live Now stream from Fox News in Fort Worth, Texas. Look at these weak-ass fireworks.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
The footage is terrible. That's better. That one's slightly better. This is New York City. Yeah, well. New York is going to do it better than Houston. Or Fort Worth, whatever it was. No, Fort where? There you go, people. Little July 4th glory. Enjoy that. Enjoy it. Drink it in. Can you feel the freedom, people? The promise of democracy. Eagles screeching. The greatest city that ever lived. New York. New York. By the way, we still got a goal going over there in chat. I'm gonna try and do 2 of them, but if we don't complete the first one, I mean, we're still, yeah, we're gonna have a problem. We're gonna have a problem. I am still planning on doing a content-based. This is still technically part of a content-based goal. I just put freedom in because it seems more July 4th-ish. But freedom on the goal there really was just in place of all the content. It's still implied. Still implied. We're doing a 2-parter, hopefully, so we can get more goddamn confetti around here on July 4th. Because we deserve it. We deserve the celebrations. I do think. Now, Donald Trump let out some plans that he's got, apparently, of doing in the House and Senate. Plans to redo the census and redistrict everything. There's no way for corruption to happen here.
Forcing the U.S. Census Bureau to redo the census to actually get an account of how many Americans prove for citizenship are in our area, in our country, redistricting some of the House districts. Your thoughts on that? Well, I'll speak for both of us. You didn't like this. I know all about it. We want to bring our elections back. The elections
bring them back.
Millions and millions of votes.
We want to bring our elections back. Now, what's strange to me about this claim that Donald Trump, that we want to bring our elections back? Donald Trump won this election, right? So are they disputing his victory by doing this? In my estimation, it seems like they are. Like, that broken election system that got me elected. If it was better, maybe not. It's very strange. I'm fairly certain this is just going to be used to gerrymander further the districts that already exist. And whether or not Democrats will do anything to stop that will be seen. It'll have to be, there'll be multiple fights in the courts, from my understanding of that sort of thing.
It really had to do with their COVID period. The Democrats are very good at cheating. And that's why I said too big to do. They tried this one too. But after about 9:02, they gave up too big to rig. Ron would love it. I would love it. Christy would love it.
Christy would love it.
They have to bring it back.
Everybody would love it if we would just bring back our elections. We're going to redistrict everything. New census. New census. Ugh, it gives me shudders thinking about the Trump administration doing a census. All right. Now, one thing that's been in the news this week, in the wake of the historic victory of Zoran Mamdani, the media has been in just a flurry of sort of terrible takes and people trying to understand how a democratic socialist could have won a democratic primary against a big name accused harasser like Andrew Cuomo. But the polls are telling people all sorts of stuff. But let's take a look at Kornacki's biggest takeaways from the ranked choice Democratic mayoral primary. All right, Kornacki.
A moment like this is made for Steve Kornacki, and he's joining me now, our national political correspondent. And Steve, what are the big takeaways now that you've crunched all the numbers and we get a sense of that ranked order that voters were able to express their opinions?
Yeah, I mean, Kelly, an interesting and unusual primary in a couple ways. First of all, the methodology, like you say, using the ranked choice system. Not many places do that. Let's just show you first how that played out. These were the preliminary results. We had these last week. Remember, this is just the first choice votes for everybody that came in last week. More than 10 candidates in this race. And under ranked choice, they start eliminating the candidates, the low-performing candidates, and they look at the ballots and who were the second choices of those voters, and they reallocate everything. So that's what happened, and it went from 43 for Mamdani, 36 for Cuomo. You saw a distant third was Bradlander with 11%. When everything got reallocated.
One thing I love about this video is that MSNBC really wants to focus on the ranked choice aspect of this, even though Zoran won hands down in the hands down in the first count before any ranked choice ever happened.
It ends up looking like this.
It was a 7-point spread before, and then
Lander with 11%. When everything got reallocated, it ends up looking like this, that 12.5644% margin for Mamdani over Cuomo. Now, what's interesting is, besides the system itself, what went into that 56%? Because when we talk about elections, it's almost like a cliche. What's one of the things we always say? Well, older people tend to vote more than younger people. There's going to be higher turnout with senior citizens, and it's going to be a struggle for these campaigns to get young people out. Not really what happened here. Let me show you this. One way of breaking down the results. We looked at all of the neighborhoods in New York City, and we looked at the median age in New York City, and we basically classified the neighborhoods. Is its median age older than New York City's average, or is it younger? And look at the difference you see here. In the older neighborhoods, we knew that Cuomo was doing better with older voters, and a lot of folks thought that's why he had the advantage over Mamdani, because traditionally that's how you win elections. Well, Cuomo won those older neighborhoods by 7 points. Now, the turnout level in those older neighborhoods compared to the last mayor's race in 2021, it was basically flat. It was up 1%. Now look at the other side of it. The younger neighborhoods, we knew that's where Mamdani was drawing more of his support. He wins there by almost 20 points, 18-point margin over Cuomo in the younger neighborhoods. But look at the turnout in those places compared to the last mayor's race,
up 14%. That's right, Mamdani turned out younger voters, and in a sizable way, something that some Democrats didn't think was possible. But the reason why younger voters don't come out to vote is because oftentimes, these incumbents have nothing to say to them. But Zoran spoke to younger people. He spoke to a broad range of people, really. I mean, that's how he won. It wasn't just younger people. It was the coalition that he built across demographics, at least in my estimation of things. I got more on the election with Zoran, but I figured I'd take a quick, what do you want to call it, tangent humanist report breaking down some of the Democratic candidates that are looking to pull off major upsets just like Zoran Mamdani. Mike the Gredo.
So after interviewing probably hundreds of progressive congressional candidates over the 10 years that I've now been doing this show, just a small handful actually went on to win their Democratic Party primaries, and an even smaller number actually made it to Congress. So naturally, over time, I got extremely demoralized and felt like it was wrong of me to keep asking my viewers to give their hard-earned money to congressional candidates that had a very small chance of success. Furthermore, it felt irresponsible to get people's hopes up about change that would never come to fruition, because after a while, defeat upon defeat upon defeat, it takes its toll, and inevitably it fosters cynicism. It did in me. So I stopped interviewing congressional candidates because, quite frankly, it felt pointless and arguably counterproductive. With that being said, Zoran Mamdani proved that there is finally an appetite for change among the Democratic Party's base. Now, whether or not other candidates can replicate what he did remains to be seen, but if it can be done, I think there are candidates in this cycle that can do it. And I want to talk about them because I think they have a good chance of getting it done. It's a small chance. Nonetheless, it's a chance. And it's important to talk about them now because I do believe we finally have a window of opportunity thanks to the dissatisfaction that people have with the Democratic Party establishment. So without further ado, here's some candidates that I am cautiously optimistic about. The first is Donovan McKinney. He currently serves as a state representative in Michigan's legislature, and he is currently competing in a Democratic Party primary against Sri Thanadar, a millionaire and progressive turncoat who renounced his DSA membership. And as AIPAC Tracker explains, when Sri Thanadar was a state representative in Michigan, he co-sponsored a resolution calling on Congress to halt military aid to Israel, referring to it as an apartheid state. The following year, when he ran for Congress, he faced opposition from AIPAC for supporting this resolution, so he started pushing more pro-Israel stances. By 2023, he was traveling to Israel on an AIPAC-sponsored trip, and in 2024, he is an AIPAC-endorsed candidate. So Sri Thanadar is a complete sellout. And he's arguably Detroit's John Fetterman, and Donovan McKinney has a unique opportunity here to oust him since he's officially out of step with the Democratic Party's base on a major issue, which is the genocide in Gaza. And to show you how out of step he is, Harry Anten of CNN just released a really interesting video.
Hey, hold on. We can't go through this whole thing from Mike. Can't do it.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
But Donovan McKinney, if you are in, what was it, Tennessee? I forget where he's from now. Shit. Michigan, sorry, Michigan. In Michigan. If you're in Michigan, vote for him. But there are other people out there. Are you familiar with Kat Abu-Ghazaleh?
Do have one more candidate that I want to talk about, and I saved the best for last. This is journalist turned congressional candidate Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, who is running in the 9th District of Illinois, and she is by far and away the best candidate this cycle, hands down. Nobody's policy platform is as robust. Nobody is as better at social media. Nobody is as unapologetic as her. And I would literally give my left nut to see her get elected to Congress. I would actually do that for this country that I hate, by the way. I would do that because that's how invested I am in this campaign. And she is such a good candidate because she understands negative partisanship and she uses it to her advantage. For example, she went viral on right-wing Twitter for flipping off bigots. And after getting dragged through the mud on Twitter, she put out one of the best responses I've ever seen from a candidate.
Yes, I did flip off some bigots for telling children they'd go to hell. And no, I'm not going to apologize. My name is Kat Abu-Ghazaleh. I'm running for Congress in the 9th District of Illinois, and as usual, the right is mad at me. That's because I gave the finger to a woman who was terrorizing kids. I think in their eyes, this qualifies as assault. A few weeks ago, I was at a local library to support families going to a drag queen story hour event. Hundreds of other people showed up to protect them from harassment. And when I say harassment, I mean harassment. Conservatives showed up and stood at the door to tell children and their families that they were going to hell and yelled about how God doesn't recognize their basic dignity. They were screaming at kids for wanting to hear a story. So when a woman started filming people, including children, calling them pedophiles and predators, I flipped her off and told her she should be ashamed of herself. And I'd do it again. I can't believe this is controversial now, but antagonizing 4-year-olds doesn't deserve to be met with respect. Just 10 years ago, we were all horrified by the actions of the Westboro Baptist Church. But as Trump and his cronies have normalized far-right extremism, it seems like many leaders, including Democrats, feel as if they have to justify blatant hate as a legitimate political opinion, as if decorum is more important than people's rights. It is not. And the same people who are mad at me for being uncouth are the same ones who have called for me to be jailed, who have said I am trying to make Chicago Palestine, and who write weirdly horny op-eds about me, even though I'm supposedly a social contagion. One of those accounts is a Republican running for Congress, not even in my district. But that didn't stop her from writing an entire op-ed calling me a radical Palestinian ideologue in influencer clothing. She was mad that apparently I won't listen to moderates and independents unless they fall in line with my dogma. That dogma being, once again, basic human rights.
I mean, how?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Kat Abel-Ghazaleh is running to be the representative from Illinois' 9th district, I believe. So if you're in Illinois, give her your vote. She's got a great platform. And we've looked at some of the things she's had to say over the past, but I figured we would talk about that while we're talking about the future of the Democratic Party. Speaking of the Democratic Party, let's go here to CNN, talk about some of the polling on some of the different issues, specifically Palestine. Before I do that, though, I just want to say thank you to Becky D for becoming a galactic individual. That counts towards the goal. That gets us to 2 of 5. That's right, count it. 1, 2. 2 of 5. 3 away now, because we were at 1.5 before that. Very nice. Getting closer to completing the goal.
This morning, Zohran Mamdani is officially the Democratic nominee for New York City mayor, and he's now facing new attacks from President Trump. The president is now threatening to arrest Mamdani if he blocks immigration arrests in New York City, something that Mamdani has promised to do. But there is a lot more and a lot more questions about, as he is now continuing to campaign, that Mamdani is also facing continued and serious questions about his stance on Israel.
Serious questions.
Is joining me now and is running the numbers.
I love the way the CNN is trying really hard. Like, they've seen the numbers. They've seen the numbers we're about to look at, and they are trying their asses off to both somehow navigate those numbers and at the same time still claim that all accusations of anti-Semitism against Zohran are completely founded and not at all spurious. It's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
Get ready for the numbers, folks.
On this, taking this and looking also more broadly, because it speaks to the broader views in Democratic politics specifically, also speak to what's going on with Mamdani and this race for mayor in New York City.
Yeah, absolutely true. I mean, look, Andrew Cuomo during the primary attacked Mamdani as being insufficiently pro-Israel. I'm not quite sure the former governor understood how much the politics have changed around this issue among Democrats. What are we talking about here? All right, who Democrats sympathize more with, Israelis or Palestinians? In 2017, the Democratic Party was a pro-Israeli party. Look at this. They sympathized with the Israelis by 13 points, more with the Israelis than the Palestinians. But look at this sea change. Now Democrats sympathize more with the Palestinians by 43 points. Oh, my God, that is a change in the margin of 56 points over the course of just 8 years. So all of a sudden, it's the pro-Palestinian position that actually reigns supreme in Democratic politics, not the Israeli position. And that is part of the reason why Mamdani was able to do so well in this primary, because those attacks over Israel, simply put, did not ring true for Democrats. They're now on the side of the Palestinians, not the Israelis.
I mean, this is a much bigger
Not
issue,
do it.
specifically
Wouldn't be
with
prudent
Mamdani.
at this
an
juncture.
outspoken critic of Israel. He's facing continued criticism, though, for not being outspoken enough against anti-Semitism. That is for sure.
Listen to them. Listen to CNN. They're seething. They are seething over this. Like, we have spent millions and millions and millions of dollars of our budget trying to accuse anybody who criticizes Israel as being anti-Semitic. And now a guy just got elected mayor of New York City who's criticized Israel. They don't know what to do. They are beside themselves over this shit.
Much bigger issue, specifically with Mamdani, though. I mean, an outspoken critic of Israel. He's facing continued criticism, though, for not being outspoken enough against anti-Semitism, that is for sure. But on this, talk about Democrats and how broadly how this really is shifting.
Yeah, so, you see this among Democrats overall, right? But we know that Mamdani's base was younger voters within the Democratic Party. And so I want to break it down
with younger Democrats.
Correct. So take a look here. Who age 18 to 49 Democrats sympathize more with, the Israelis or the Palestinians? Again, in 2017, younger Democrats sympathize more with the Israelis by 14 points. Look at this shift now. Palestinians, they sympathize more with the Palestinians by 57 points. That is an over 70-point shift in the margin in just a matter of 8 years. So the bottom line is, Mamdani's base within the Democratic Party and the base of the Democratic Party of younger voters, younger Democrats, have changed tremendously on this issue in 8 years' time. I rarely ever see shifts like this, Kate, in which you see one side of the equation leading by 14 points 8 years ago, and then all of a sudden the other side of the equation leading by 57 points. The bottom line is the politics around the Israelis and the Palestinians have shifted tremendously among Democrats, and they've shifted specifically tremendously among Democrats who are under the age of 50, younger.
Yeah, it's almost like somebody committed a genocide or something. I mean, that is a ground-breaking shift in sentiment among Democratic voters. It's almost as if it might have had some sort of bearing on the 2024 election. And somebody should have maybe figured this out 10 months ago, 12, 16, 18, I don't know how many months ago. Should have figured that out.
Host of the Big Deal podcast, Errol Lewis. I want to take a tangent to that discussion right there. I still want to talk about Zohran Mamdani, the Democratic nominee to be mayor of New York City, but I want to focus on a little bit of an exchange he has had with President Trump, because President Trump yesterday was asked what would happen if Mamdani stood in the way of ICE arresting undocumented immigrants or apprehending undocumented immigrants in New York City. I want you to hear what the president said and threatened, and then I want you to hear the response from the Democratic nominee for mayor.
We'll have to arrest him. A lot of people are saying he's here illegally. He's, we're going to look at everything.
What we're seeing in President Trump's rhetoric is an attempt to focus on who I am, where I'm from, what I look like, how I sound, as opposed to what I'm actually fighting for. Because to do so would be to display the stark contrast in our sincerity in actually delivering for the very working people who've been left behind by our politics.
It just so happens that that interview that you saw with Zohran Mamdani was conducted by Errol Lewis, part of an extensive discussion last night. So, Errol, what do you make of the back and forth here and how each of those two gentlemen are positioning themselves?
Well, John, good morning. As is often the case, what we have is a Republican who wants to beat up on a Democrat and sort of demonize him and use it to rally the Republican base and raise money and do all kinds of things. And frankly, Zohran Mamdani can kind of do the same thing in the opposite direction. Donald Trump is very unpopular in New York City. He lost New York City twice when he ran for president, even though this is his hometown. And Zohran Mamdani is aware of that. And it never hurts a Democrat to bash Donald Trump. And so I think we're going to see a lot of that going back and forth as each tries to exploit the political vulnerabilities of their adversary.
That's really how you're breaking it down. What are the political what? I'm sorry, he's suggesting that one of Zohran Mamdani's political vulnerabilities is being a brown guy from an immigrant family. Is that basically, that's what we're calling a vulnerability now? We can't actually come after the substance of the policies. We're just gonna be like, this guy has political liabilities, he's brown, and he says nasty things about Israel. And it's basically what we're getting from places like CNN now. Let's talk about Bill Ackman. It's been a real piece of shit for quite a long time, and is continuing that streak
Now, speaking of, like we were saying, Bill Ackman's long tweets, the guy who also defended his wife's plagiarism and in turn accidentally sort of, I don't know if unveiled is the right word, but cemented in everyone's brain that she has connections to Jeffrey Epstein. This guy, so he
supported Trump in 2024. Sorry, just to add that too.
Big Trump supporter in 2024, big money donor to Trump and Cuomo. So Bill Ackman yesterday posts in the middle of the afternoon, like, when you guys are doing this show yesterday, I have a great idea on NYC. I will share it as soon as I can. I was a bit depressed when I woke up this morning, but I am now optimistic. And then a couple of minutes later, he posts, we are looking into legal issues. And everyone's like, what? Is he gonna try to overturn the election? Like this fair election that just happened? Right. And then so Bill Ackman comes again a couple hours later. Legal issues concerning the potential for another candidate to run now. Now, this is obviously they want, people should know that this isn't over. Mamdani goes to the general, and he's not going to be facing just one other guy in the general. There is actually a whole slate of candidates waiting for him in the general. Andrew Cuomo is technically on the ballot because he registered under a third party that he made up specifically to be in the general election ballot in case he lost. But he wasn't expecting to lose this badly, so now he's actually trying to decide whether it's even worth running. And then you have Eric Adams, who is our current mayor, the incumbent in New York City, who didn't run on the Democratic Party line, which he won on in 2021 to become mayor because he knew he would lose in the primary because he's now beholden to Trump, so he could get those charges of corruption and bribery from Turkey dropped. So he's running on an independent line as well as the incumbent. And then there's the Republican candidate, the actual official Republican candidate, not to be confused with Cuomo and Eric Adams, Curtis Sliwa, who is the Guardian Angels guy, who is the red hat beret wearing guy or whatever,
with like 20 cats, right?
Yeah, he lives in a studio very apartment with 20 cats, which is honestly the most likable thing about him.
That's a fair point.
The Guardian Angels are
someone
known
with 2 cats. That's too many cats.
Yeah, I guess. But apparently he helps them or whatever. But the guy goes around though, and this is what the Guardian Angels have done for decades, literally going around like as vigilantes, policing the streets without any authority. And they most notably on Fox News Air, we played it on this show I think a year ago, saw someone who they thought was an undocumented immigrant commit what they thought was a crime, and they literally just attacked him on air. So that's the type of stuff that you'd get, I guess, if the safe
work for ICE.
Right. The law and order Republicans, of course, choosing their their Republican mayoral candidate as the literal vigilante. And interesting. And then
Yep. A lot of forces out there working against what the people want. Let's go. Oh my God, I forgot about Bill Ackman. Had a lot more to say though. He got really deep in on this thing.
Reported defunding the police, whose solution to lowering food prices is city-owned supermarkets, who doesn't understand that freezing rents will only reduce the supply of housing, who has no an organization, let alone a city with a $100 billion budget. And
how does freezing rents lower because people don't get thrown out on the streets because they can't afford to pay their already subsidized housing costs? Is that that's how we get more housing. We don't take it away from people like Bill Ackman. No, billionaire real estate investors. No, we don't. We let them have, dozens of properties in the city. That's fine, even if they're empty or they're being used for Airbnb. That's more important than having subsidized housing for the poor.
$1 trillion economy, and who believes chants for globalizing the Intifada are acceptable wins the Democratic Party.
Jesus Christ.
And then he goes, after speaking to those who supported Mamdani, I would love to know who the hell he spoke to, which, by the way, it actually might be his own daughter, because one of the reasons this guy got politically active is his daughter went away to college and became a Marxist.
And then, I think had some questions about Israel, too.
Yes. He says, I believe that he won the primary largely not due to his policies. Yeah, right. But that's something we've seen from everyone.
This is cope.
From the
Seriously,
abundance guys to there was a.
It is cope from a billionaire hedge fund manager His billionaire hedge fund manager cope. It wasn't his policy. He's just more likable than Andrew Cuomo. That's all it is. It wasn't his grassroots campaign. It was Andrew Cuomo is just too shitty. We're gonna stay on Zoran.
Zohran Mamdani. Zohran Mamdani.
It is easier for him to fan the flames of division than to acknowledge the ways in which he has betrayed those working class Americans, not just in this city, but across this country, and the ways in which he continues to betray them.
Zohran Mamdani, who is set to become the next mayor of New York City, has been absolutely killing it. So in this video, I want to get to how he reacted to Donald Trump's threats towards him, including the real lesson there for Democrats. How he frames the conversation, I think, is so important. I'm also going to get to a clip from another video that he released discussing how he won his race. And again, a lesson there for other lawmakers and other candidates. But let me start here with what is really frightening Republicans and also some Democrats about Zohran Mamdani. It isn't necessarily his race, his ethnicity, though they are using that often as a tool to fearmonger. But it's really about how he is deciding to focus on helping the average person.
Do you like capitalism?
No, I have many critiques of capitalism. And I think ultimately the definition for me of why I call myself a democratic socialist is the words of Dr. King.
Look at Erin's face. She's so perplexed by somebody actually answering, no, I don't like capitalism. She's so confused.
Capitalism?
No, I have many critiques of capitalism. And I think ultimately the definition for me of why I call myself a democratic socialist is the words of Dr. King decades ago. He said, call it democracy or call it democratic socialism. There must be a better distribution of wealth for all of God's children in this country. And that's what I'm focused on is dignity and taking on income inequality. And for too long, politicians have pretended that we're spectators to that crisis of affordability. We're actually actors, and we have the choice to exacerbate it, like Mayor Adams has done, or to respond to it and resolve it.
Do you think that billionaires have a right to exist?
I don't think that we should have billionaires because, frankly, it is so much money in a moment of such inequality. And ultimately, what we need more of is equality across our city and across our state and across our country. And I look forward to work with everyone, including billionaires, to make a city that is fairer for all of them.
Zohran Mamdani is critical of capitalism and a system that generates billionaires. That is why the ruling class is so afraid of him. This gets to that hilarious question there at the end. Do billionaires have a right to exist? Which is a question often posed to people like Zohran, Bernie Sanders, AOC. Yet you never hear the other question. Does homelessness have a right to exist? Why isn't that question posed to people that are upholding the current system?
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Because wealth inequality and homelessness are interlinked. There's a direct correlation between money being concentrated at the top and people at the bottom having nothing.
Absolutely. And Zoran's been out there answering questions with much aplomb. A very deft tongue Mr. Mamdani seems to have, just constantly weaving through like a freaking ninja, just obliterating these questions without making really any, not making any fast moves. It's almost like he's too fast to catch. He's obliterated multiple mainstream narratives posed to him in the wake of his win. He's probably gone on like half a dozen different big major like news shows, and we've seen most of them. They all look, he killed it in each one. Killing it. Now let's talk more about Democrats and how they've been responding to Donald Trump. The roundtable discussion at Zateo.
There is daily fear coursing through this city.
If it was happening in another country, we would not hesitate for a single second to call it autocracy, authoritarianism, or a dictatorship.
We're living in times of kidnappings and gulags.
I mean, even our National Guard was federalized.
And the media has to meet the moment.
It feels like very few Democrats are stepping up to voice what this city is feeling.
I feel like for so long we have been the Dick Durbin party of impotence.
The question is, what are you going to do?
Hello again. Those were some of our friends, and one of our great, we have over a dozen Zeteo contributors, people like Naomi Klein, Greta Thunberg. You saw them there. I'm very blessed that they came on board to support me when I started this media company. I didn't really know what I was doing, but here we are over a year later. I didn't say before, because I'm so modest, but I'm going to do a bit of bragging now. We have over 400,000 subscribers globally. We have over 800,000 subscribers on YouTube. We've won awards, and forget the awards. You know how we're a real media company? We have merch. Right, so buy your merch. There's a discount on merch tonight. So get your merch for 10% off. And I should recognize, I don't know where he is in the audience, but Viet.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna move ahead.
How bad is it in LA right now?
Look, I think there is an incredible amount of fear right now. Incredible amount of fear. A staff member of mine saw someone being taken at a subway stop on their way to work yesterday. And it was horrifying. There, in this county, 1 million people are undocumented, which means there are probably a quarter of the families here are mixed status, which means that at every moment, I feel like there is fear for so many families here that this could happen to them. And the way in which it's happening is absolutely unprecedented. I mean, they're showing up at workplaces. They're showing up on street corners. They're showing up taking street vendors who are selling outside of a Home Depot, which is what they did this morning on Sunset Boulevard. They showed up outside of an elder care facility in Santa Monica and took workers from there. I mean, this is, these are kidnappings. And hundreds of people have been detained. They haven't been offered access to a lawyer. They haven't been able to speak to their families. And people are horrified, and I think there is daily fear coursing through this city.
Brian, when Nitya describes what we're seeing, that's fascism. People turning up at grocery stores, street vendors, elementary schools. They tried to get access to 2 elementary schools in the LA area. You and I had many conversations last year during the election campaign, I remember, both on camera and off. There were a lot of people who thought, you and me and others like me, we were fear-mongering.
Being alarmist.
Alarmist. This is hyperbole. How much of the American public now do you think is waking up and taking this stuff seriously?
Liking this video? Then don't just watch. Hit like, share, and subscribe. And tap the bell so you never miss a video.
Yes, Space Fam, you should like and subscribe on this channel, as well as thinking about contributing, as we are almost, this goal is almost over. We have like less than 30 minutes on the thing. Oh, and know it. The sweet, sweet super sticker. Sour Hour engaged. That is beautiful. Thank you, Monop.
Aww.
So cute. That lime and that lemon are friends. A lemony lime friendship.
Look, I think if you took everything that Donald Trump was doing just in a vacuum, defying court orders, threatening to terminate the Constitution, disappearing people with no due process, threatening to suspend habeas corpus, if it was happening in another country, we wouldn't waste a single second. We would not hesitate for a single second to call it autocracy, authoritarianism, or a dictatorship. And yet it's happening here, and so we of course have to do that, play that game where we pretend that it's not what it is. But the reality is that I think people more and more are waking up to it. It's our job to make sure that they know that just because it's happening here and we've become accustomed to the fact that we have democracy here does not mean that democracy tomorrow is guaranteed.
If this was happening in another country, the US would invade to liberate the people of that country. Van, in LA, there was a case recently of a Hispanic guy who was pulled, a viral video. He was a US citizen. He's like, I'm a citizen. He's screaming on the video.
And they're picking him up and they're taking him. And the reason they're taking him is because he's a brown guy, right? That's the reality of where we are. Something else that the media has tiptoed around, and you know this, you do cable hits, you have these arguments. This is a white supremacist administration, right? This racism is running through all of these policies.
Yeah. I'm from way down south, Louisiana, right? South Louisiana. There you go, one person. And so my entire view of justice comes through the struggle of my present ancestors that I saw in front of me, and then the ones that were buried in my family cemetery and the stories that I heard. And when I see the things that they talked about, that they were so happy that they thought we were moving away from, be reintroduced into contemporary American culture, it's chilling. The belief that America has to exist through the lens of white male orthodoxy will be the thing that we either conquer in America, or it'll be the thing to shred the country. And we have an opportunity to make a decision now, and I've never been more afraid that we're gonna make the wrong decision.
It's chilling to hear you say that. I was gonna try and lighten the mood and say, do you have to practice doing that to hold that up there?
He's got jokes over here, but no, I mean, we are turning into we are amidst a fascist takeover of the government. An authoritarian ruler is now doing whatever the hell he wants with the power of his own private military and the actual military, the National Guard, the Marines being called to places like LA. I mean, we have too many examples now to pretend like it's anything but that. Icebreaker Gaming completing the first goal. Happy 4th of July, Space Fams. Happy 4th of July to you, Icebreaker. Thank you for contributing. Give you some confetti here. Enjoy this. There we go. A little confetti. Great job, everyone. We did it. Completed the goal. Like I said, though, we're going for double confetti this July 4th, which is why I'm breaking them up into 2 different goals. But because of that, it means we're going to get some bonus content no matter what. Now that we've completed the first goal, starting the new goal, going to get an extra 3 hours added on to the timer. That's how I figure we'll do it. It made the most sense to do it this way, for the improved amount of confetti. That's what I was thinking. Okay. Let me restart this. Same size. 1. And my browser just froze. That's helpful.
How rude.
That is helpful. God damn it. You bastard. Is this working now? Yes, thank you. It won't even let me do it. Oh my god. This is ridiculous. Okay, reload the page. Nice to see ads. I know I get paid like a fraction of a penny every time that I watch one, but somehow it gives me great hope. Perhaps too much. Okay. There we go. And I got that working again. Make a new goal. 3-hour-long goal. 5 super chats. 3 hours. There we go, people. New goal started. Opportunity for more confetti in the near future. But thanks to the system which we have decided to use today, we're gonna get a little extra bonus content before completing the fullness of our goals. I feel like we deserve it on this here Freedom Day. Good old Freedom Day. I think there was more that I wanted to listen to from this. Yeah.
It's a tough time, especially for local politicians. On the national stage, Brian, you're someone who follows this very closely. You know a lot of these people personally. The question that everyone's asking, even though we all agree you shouldn't ask it, but people can't help it in our culture, is horse race question, right? Who's going to be the guy or the woman who goes up against the next Republican candidate? Pray to God there's another Republican candidate. It's not Donald Trump running for term 3, which he hasn't ruled out. Who is that person? To go back to what we talked about earlier, what does that person need to look like? What kind of leader does quote-unquote hashtag resistance need? Does the opposition need? Who does that person need to be? Because my view, I think that person doesn't just have to be a fighter, they have to be able to communicate, right? To get through. Harris, the whole question was, why didn't Kamala Harris go on Joe Rogan? My thing was, if she'd gone on Joe Rogan, it would have been a disaster regardless, because she wasn't a great communicator. We saw that in the few interviews she did. So what does that person need to look like? I often think like the next Democratic presidential candidate needs to be someone who can do a bit of bullshitting. Right? I think the Democrats need someone who can match the GOP a bit of bullshitting, because we've had, the Republicans are like, we're going to invade Greenland, and the Democrats are like, we're going to give you childcare, and here's our 16,000-page policy proposal. And it's not the same thing, right? So you need someone who's going to go up and say, yeah, we're going to raise the minimum wage, it's going to be amazing.
I think something that has plagued the Democrats is we are so careful to make sure that our message is safe, unoffensive, perfectly crafted, poll tested, and don't do too many interviews, because if God forbid...
Becky D getting us started immediately after the end of the first goal.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Breaking that ice. Happy 4th. I didn't feel like celebrating until I got here. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here, Becky D. I'm glad we can all celebrate the 4th together, or at least watch in horror as a community. It feels productive, slightly. It feels good. Feels good to laugh.
Is wrong, then that's going to envelop all of the coverage. And so, a la Kamala Harris, you do just a couple of interviews, and then if you do say something wrong, because there's been so few, and because you're so precious with those interviews, then that becomes a big scandal. And so instead of doing what Donald Trump has done so well over the years, which is just bombarding us with bullshit to the point where even if he says something batshit crazy yesterday, by tomorrow everybody's forgotten it because he said something else batshit crazy, the Democrats will make sure that we're just so safe and okay, if I've made a mistake, then I have to retreat back into my cocoon for 5 days, not recognizing that, okay, if you've given us nothing new, we're going to keep talking about that thing that you've done. When Kamala Harris was asked what she would do different from Joe Biden and said nothing, and then didn't do another interview for a week, didn't show up for another week, what else are we going to talk about? Because she's done nothing to get our attention. So, going back to your question.
Someone who can command attention.
Someone who can command attention, someone who's willing to, and someone who understands the media environment that we're living in. I think there are a few people who've shown, there's some weird names I'm going to throw out, but there are some people who understand the media environment and how to play in this media environment. I don't know I legitimately don't know a single policy position of Stephen A. Smith, but I know that he knows how to command the media environment. I don't know what that guy stands for. I don't know if he's...
I don't know why Brian Tyler Coleman is bringing up fucking Stephen A. Smith. That is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
Stephen A. Smith's politics are so garbage. He's like this sort of centrist amalgamation of things that he heard like a second hand from people. Like I am so sick of people giving Stephen A. Smith any sort of credence. Honestly, I'm not the biggest BTC fan either.
All over the palm of his hand. And then he went, Stephen A. Smith.
Throat clearing, I don't know anything about his politics.
They're terrible.
I do think that watching the ways in which Pete Buttigieg has been able to go on right-wing platforms has been impressive.
I'm honestly
and the ways in which he's been able to go on
I'm kind of
Fox
bothered
News has been impressive.
by Brian here, right? Like he just said, I don't even know anything about his politics. Dude, your job is to know things about people's politics. Like it's your job. And Stephen A. Smith has made himself, you know, to at least to some degree. There's no way he hasn't heard a single thing that Stephen said. And I think it's ridiculous. It's kind of ridiculous that he even brings him up. He's like, I don't know anything about Stephen A.'s politics, but he's saying things.
I think we need people who are not afraid to go into spaces that Democrats are generally afraid of. We lost the popular vote, we lost the electoral vote, and so we don't have the luxury of being able to stay in the protective warmth of our cocoon. We can't just go on MSNBC and expect to win the next election. Inherently, we have to go to places that we're not comfortable with, reach out to those people, and make the case to bring them back in. And so it has to be, I don't really know any names at this point of who it's going to be, and frankly, if
oh my
we had
God,
asked
you're saying
prior
nothing.
to the 2000...
You're saying nothing. Like, he's a very frustrating guy. People in chat are claiming he's a corporate dem shill. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of one of my problems with him, is that he gives off that vibe. And he does not, like, he has, I looked at one point, because I'm not like a big Brian Tyler Cohen fan, but like at one point I tried to find him talking about Palestine, and I couldn't find a single video. How that guy, being what he does, doing what he does, could not have put out like dozens of videos about Palestine at this point is disgusting. Considering how big of an audience he has, like how he is endlessly frustrating to me. You know.
By the week, Nitya said Gavin Newsom was hated by the base for.
You know, who would it be? I think the last name most people would say is Barack Obama, as Hillary Clinton was being anointed.
I mean, it changes by the week. As Nitya said, Gavin Newsom was hated by the base for yucking it up with Steve Bannon. Then he's suddenly loved because he's quote tweeting Trump. Cory Booker was loved for standing up for 20 hours. Then he was like voting for Jared Kushner's dad to be ambassador to France and voting for weapons to Israel. Then he was hated.
Yeah.
So
things move way too quickly.
We're going to go to the audience,
cycle.
but I got to bring you in. You're not a Stephen A. Smith fan.
I'm a big fan of him
on sports TV
talking about RAM screens and all of that stuff like that for the NBA, but I don't think I need him running the country.
Okay, no more celebrity presidents.
Exactly, man.
If you've got questions about anything we've talked about or more, please head out. We've got 2 microphones here at the front. We've got 2 microphones at the back. If you want to ask our panel about what's going on, yes.
Oh, I forgot the audio is really bad for this last part of this. Anyways, just figured we'd watch a little bit of that today on July 4th, talk more about Democrats. Because we do need to come up with a plan for the future here, and Democrats are so weak and sort of calcified, sort of stuck in place right now. We need new blood, or we need a new party, like honestly. And the fact is we don't have any good options on third-party candidates right now. So making it work within that framework, getting out new voices, people who are actually concerned with the, you know, plight of regular people and not with their billionaire corporate donors who don't feel beholden to the way that this system is currently functioning, and in fact have ideas for changing it. I like Stephen A. Smith on General Hospital. Yeah, I mean, Stephen A. Smith's sports takes are fine, okay? And if I need some sports takes, I'll go to Stephen A. But for takes on politics, let alone actual candidacy in politics, I will pass. I don't need it. I don't need that. Write that down. All right, let's go back to talking Zoran. With the majority report, Sam Cedar, Ryan Grimm, earlier in the week discussing the victory of one Zoran Mamdani.
Sam Cedar on the Majority Report. It is a pleasure to welcome back to the program Ryan Grimm, the founder and co-founder of the site Drop Site, which you can find on Substack. We'll put a link to that, and also the co-host of Counterpoints on the Breaking Point.
For this exact reason, we are actually like phasing out the name Counterpoints because it's just so confusing.
Huge, tiny
Counterpoints on the Breaking Points channel, so it's just all going to be Breaking Points now. So we'll just have 4 co-hosts of Breaking Points, but like 2 a day.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
We will win.
we just broke some news, did we?
You did. There you go.
Okay, there we go. Emma Vigeland on her honeymoon. Come on! It's already been 4 days. I don't know what she's doing, but there's a couple stories I want to talk about. But let's obviously start with the big one. You literally wrote the book.
Chat coming after Anna Paquin? Who is Anna Penguin? Who the hell is Anna Penguin?
About winning a campaign when they have money, but we have people. The name of your book, I'm not sure if you recall, the first one was They Have Money, We Have People.
Yeah, there you go. And underpinning that is that you also do need a little bit of money, not just people. And New York City's matching funds, I don't know if it necessarily made this possible because, as you know, Mamdani was turning money away, but without the match getting him into the kind of credibility, viability range, maybe he doesn't get that amount of small dollars because people don't want to just give to anybody who is going to get 3%.
Absolutely. And you can't manage 50,000 volunteers unless you have some paid staff.
Exactly. And you can't organize that number of volunteers without some paid staff and some people. They might show up once and then it's a disastrous experience. Nobody's got a clipboard for you. They don't tell you what to do. It's hot out. And you're like, well, I tried.
Yeah.
But so to make it a fulfilling and enriching and useful experience for these volunteers, you have to have it well structured and organized to get them to not just come back, but then to recruit their friends. So yeah, you do need money too. And which he had.
All right, so let's, track this for us. I know that you interviewed Mamdani like 7 months, it's maybe around January, I think.
I think it was, we just looked, it was November the first time.
November, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Give me your sense of how this tracked over the campaign. I mean, we interviewed him in January, and I noticed about a month or two ago that the title was still is he going to beat Adams? And we're like, oh, we should change that. Now, of course, it's back in play because Adams had dropped out. But what happened here? I mean, what do you attribute this to?
That's interesting.
Anna Pangolin. Wow. She's an endangered species, apparently.
But he had to get past the threshold of support.
You, chat, you are incorrigible. Okay.
Which means he had to start raising enough money that he could start getting his name out there, and and he did that very early. And thanks to these matching funds, up to $250, it's matched 6 times or something. So he had, by early January, a significant amount of money to start spending on, social media ads and to put together a team that could then produce these really well done, social videos that were getting out there. And he hit the podcast circuit, pretty hard. So there, you can reach kind of a threshold amount of of people who were like very plugged, because they're very plugged into politics. Like,
right.
In fact, outside of the campaign headquarters on Tuesday night, I met a woman who was going to an exercise class. She was wearing a Zoran shirt, and she said, "Hey, I love Breaking Points, and I love the Majority Report." Like
She said both?
Yes, she watched the Majority Report
in that order.
Okay. Well, Breaking Points is in the morning. Majority Report's in the afternoon.
Okay, that's right.
Okay, is it chronological order?
And she said, like, you know, she was constantly wanted to watch these programs to get updates on Zoran, and like, but she'd been watching it for a long time. So that's the kind of person that's going to then volunteer for the campaign. So because of this independent media pipeline, you can actually reach them. And then at some point, I think the public woke up to the fact that Andrew Cuomo was seriously trying to have another act as mayor of New York City, so then needed to start paying attention to this election and to see who the viable opponents were. And by the time people were paying attention, Mamdani was viable and had a message that resonated with people, which is that the city's unaffordable. Like, you have to make several $1 million a year. You tell me, in New York City for that not to resonate with you.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, I mean the city is incredibly expensive, and it does resonate across a very wide spectrum of what people would be surprised, I think, if you live in other, in smaller cities, just like how wide that resonates. I mean, I had people the day after the election approach me about childcare, and they're like, we're spending $40,000 a year on childcare. Come on! And now look, there's obviously cheaper childcare, but I don't know that you could get it cheaper than like $15,000. I mean, I was in a co-op 12 years ago for nursery school, and that was 12 years ago. It was around that.
Yep. Zoran Mamdani successfully and effectively messaged to working class people in the city a message that really resonated with a large swath of the population. Got himself Democratic nomination for this mayoral race, and I don't see how he's going to lose against Eric Adams and Curtis Sliwa. In fact, Curtis Sliwa, Eric Adams, Andrew Cuomo, if they're all on the ballot together against Zoran, they're going to sap each other's votes, and they are going to lose handily. That is what I think. I mean, Curtis Sliwa, I don't think last time he ran, I think he got like 10% of the vote or something like that. Like, I just don't see how that's going to play for them. By the way, just want to remind everybody, we're still working on the chat goal to ensure we get all of the sweet content tonight. Bonus content automatically, since we're doing 2 back-to-back goals rather than 1 3-hour goal, which means, like, I guess we're getting like 6 hours instead of like the normal 4 before the countdown starts. Still, though, just want to remind everybody of all that. We are also taking Cash Apps and PayPals in lieu of YouTube Super Chats, Super Stickers, and memberships. All these things, they count towards the goal. So do not fret if one of those ways doesn't work for you. We got other ways. All right. Let's go to Pennsylvania, where they celebrated the 30th annual July 4th parade in Thornbury Township. I don't know where that is.
Red, white, and blue fill the streets of Thornbury Township as the community celebrates its 30th annual 4th of July parade. From fire trucks to colonial costumes and even a few goats, today's celebration had something for everyone. Delco reporter Madeline Wright is in the heart of the festivities.
The sound of sirens signaled the start of the Thornbury Township 4th of July parade, and the crowd came alive. The kids couldn't hold back their excitement.
I love 4th of July parades and I love going to them. And I love when the trucks give out candy.
It was a lively celebration of freedom and community that's been going strong for 3 decades. Drone Watch 3 captured a vibrant procession making its way down Glen Mills Road, with hundreds of people taking part.
There we go. People in Pennsylvania also celebrating freedom, or the illusion of freedom, at least. All right, let's quickly talk economics, fiscal policy. Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell made comments earlier about the Federal Reserve's decision to keep interest rates on hold earlier this week. What in the shit is happening here?
Chair, would the Fed have cut more by now if it weren't for the tariffs?
So I do think that, I think that's right. In effect, we went on hold when we saw the size of the tariffs and essentially all inflation forecasts for the United States went up materially as a consequence of the tariffs. So we didn't overreact. In fact, we didn't react at all. We're simply taking some time.
There we go. Jerome Powell saying it like it is. Federal Reserve put lending rates on pause due to one thing and one thing only: Donald Trump's erratic trade policy.
Illegal.
Now, U.S. private payrolls, ADP employment fell for the first time in years, posting a contraction on, I think it was Wednesday of this week.
U.S. private payrolls fell for the first time in more than 2 years in June as economic uncertainty hampered hiring. The ADP National Employment Report, released Wednesday, showed private payrolls dropped by 33,000 jobs last month. Economists polled by Reuters had forecast a gain of 95,000 jobs. The ADP report marked the first drop in private payrolls since March 2023, signaling an ebb in job growth as businesses grapple with the potential inflationary effects of President Donald Trump's trade policy. But the labor market remains anchored by relatively minimal layoffs, according to a separate report from Outplacement.
So yeah, a contraction in the numbers on employment in the United States. And this is one of the signals that the Federal Reserve is watching and would probably have tipped them into changing their interest rate policy if there were not the added concerns over inflation that have been imposed by the Trump administration completely of their own volition, their own choosing. And with the weekend now here, just want to remind everybody that within 5 days from now, on Wednesday of next week, Re-Liberation Day is coming back. I've been saying it over and over again. I don't know if anybody's been listening to me, but I've been saying it a lot. And if you didn't believe me, here's the story. CNN, 7 hours ago.
We're going to start sending letters out to various countries starting tomorrow. We'll probably have 10 or 12 go out tomorrow. And over the next few days, I think by the 9th, they'll be fully covered. And they'll range in value from maybe 60 or 70% tariffs to 10 and 20% tariffs. But they're going to be starting to go out sometime tomorrow. We've done the final form, and it's basically going to explain what the countries are going to be paying in tariffs. And it's Very important. It's a lot of money for the country, but we're giving them a bargain. Because if I went by the true deficits or by other ways of measuring, it could be a lot more. We don't want to. I don't want to stretch it too much. We want to keep it pretty reasonable.
There we go. There's Donald Trump saying by Wednesday of next week, they're going to start sending out letters this weekend to I don't know why they would do it by letter. I mean, I think it would be easier to just call, but I guess we're going to be sending out the handwritten letters to every country on the planet, notifying them of what their new tariff rate will be paid on, like what it is U.S. consumers and businesses are going to have to pay to import goods from their country into the United States. As high as 70% in some cases, according to Trump, and as low as 10 or 20. Re-Liberation Day, people. Or Liberation Day 2.0, whatever you want to call it. You call it whatever you want. But it's next Wednesday. It's coming. And it's coming soon.
Immediately, if not sooner.
How good and great for everybody. Let's go to here. Reuters. Earlier on Friday. The business look ahead. Yes, we must know what's happening in the world of business and finance.
From Trump's deadline for trade deals to Wall Street's comeback, these are the stories to watch in business and finance in the coming week. Investors are on edge to see if the U.S. forges any agreements with trading partners who are looking to avoid higher levies ahead of President Trump's July 9th deadline. Trump paused many of the U.S.'s harshest tariffs after his April 2nd Liberation Day announcement roiled global markets. Some investors have speculated about more delays, though Trump has said he's not extending the deadline. Japan's in a sticky spot ahead of that tariff deadline. Trump suggested he could impose higher tariffs on imports than previously announced. No deals have emerged after multiple rounds of talks between the two countries, with cars and rice being sticking points. With autos being Japan's biggest employer and export to the US, Tokyo may feel it has no choice but to fight for a better deal. European markets were looking set to dominate this year, but Wall Street is catching up fast. The stocks.
There we go, people. That's your business look ahead. The look ahead is rocky. Nobody knows what's going to happen. Markets are at all-time highs. And Donald Trump seems incredibly impatient with these tariffs, saying there's no reason to wait. We're going to be sending letters out immediately. And that was from yesterday. So you would assume, I guess, over the weekend now, he's been handing out these letters to foreign countries saying, this is your new tariff rate. Enjoy that. By the way, I just saw somebody donate on PayPal, which is enough to get us two more sweet, at least in terms of dollar amount, counts to about 2 on our goals. So that gets us to 1, 2, 3. 3 of 5 already. Just 2 more needed. Just 2 more. $10. We still got plenty of stuff to talk about here today. I know that much. And we didn't do a Earth half last stream. So we've got a bunch of stuff extra hanging over from Wednesday's stream. Hold on, I gotta refresh my list. Okay, let's see here. I think it's time for us to transition over to talking environmental news, environmental issues, and things like that. But before we do anything about climate change, let's go back to celebrating July 4th. This was the live stream at Walt Disney World down in Florida of their July 4th fireworks extravaganza. whatever you want to call it. Oh God. One thing that I just thought of is that there's almost definitely going to be a bunch of like Disney music that's going to copyright the fuck out of the stream, isn't it? Wow, a lot of people down here in Disney World.
Crim. Oh, I've had that before. It's really good.
Sweet, sweet. I have no idea whose live stream this is.
9:15.
Cradled in tenderness. Are alike, then we are different. A rhapsody of rhythms that unites us and connects us through commonalities of the heart.
Yeah. In this administration, good luck with that. Okay, we literally cannot watch this. We literally cannot watch this. I'm sorry. They're gonna start playing like Frozen and all this other crap. We're just gonna get shut down. Get shut down
immediately, if not sooner.
I'm shutting it down, people. Not gonna do it. Not gonna do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Would not be prudent at this juncture. Sorry, folks. Sorry. I did not think that one through. It's on me. It's on me. Okay, why is this like this? Don't be like this. Yeah. Watch with no sound. I guess we could watch it with no sound. I suppose that would be fine. Also, I'm trying to fix something in the background, so I guess I'll do that. That's a good compromise. Here, I'll give you this. Trying to refresh this list over here, which is acting crazy right now. Is that getting the 4th of July spirit into you? Everyone, are you feeling more free? Can you feel the freedom? Okay, something is wrong. I gotta reopen this. Freedom. Okay. All right. That's enough of the Walt Disney World fireworks down in Florida. Probably not that many miles away from Alligator Alcatraz. I wonder if the illegally detained peoples of Alligator Alcatraz could see it. Probably not. Probably not. Hold on, I'm sorry. I am trying to open up my list. Something fucked up is happening with it. I have no idea. I have no idea what the problem is here. Very frustrating. Is everyone feeling free and independent? Independent of some sort of king handing down unfair taxes from on high? No, me either. That's why today I am declaring Galactic Independence Day. We don't have an actual written declaration of independence. We're putting a pin on that, but we'll get to that at some point. I don't understand. What is happening? This is very frustrating. Please hold. Okay. I think I've solved my technical issues over here. Let's get back to the stream. Let's talk about, on this day when we shove our faces full of a great deal of meats and things like that, let's talk about our relationship with the land and our agricultural practices and how those things have outsized impact on the environment, on the changing climate.
The United Nations says fossil fuels like coal, oil, and gas are by far the largest contributors to global climate change. But a new book is taking a look at another culprit, food. We Are Eating the Earth by Michael Grunwald argues that the land we use to grow our food is actually one of the biggest contributors to global climate change, and that we will need to expand agricultural production by about 50% if we want to feed the world's population by the year 2050. Michael joins us now. Thanks for being here.
Thanks so much for having me.
So what does it mean exactly, we are eating the earth?
Well, really, agriculture is eating the earth. Right now, 2 of every 5 acres of habitable land on this planet are either cropped or grazed, right? We are losing a soccer field worth of tropical forest every 6 seconds, and we're losing it to agriculture.
And why aren't the solutions that are currently in place enough to fix this?
Well, look, on energy, at least we kind of know what we need to do, right? We need to have an electrified global economy and clean electricity. And we're even starting to do it, despite what's happening in Washington right now. But food, we barely know what we're supposed to do, and we haven't made any progress. It's about 1/3 of the climate problem, but it's 3% of climate finance, and it's like 1% of climate conversations. That's really why I wrote the book.
How can we fix this growing food issue?
You know, I hate to say this on July 4th, but one of the big answers is we need to eat less beef. Beef is like 10 times worse than chicken or pork. It is the major source of deforestation. It's a huge part, it's a huge part of our water problems, whether it's pollution or water shortages. But we also need to waste less food because that wastes the farmland and the fertilizer and the water we use to grow the food that we waste. So far, government really hasn't done much about it. So unlike with energy, there's not a lot of progress to roll back. but we need to start researching these solutions.
Any other solutions that you include in the book that are worth mentioning?
Sure. Well, what gets people upset is that I talk about how we're going to need to make more food with less land. Right. We need to make more food per acre so that we can use fewer acres to make food. And sometimes that means the kind of, heavily intensive industrial agriculture that a lot of people don't like. But these, kind of nice, twee, organic, sort of kinder and gentler farms, if they make less food, they're going to use more land, and that means more deforestation. And if we're serious about decarbonizing the planet, we just can't keep cutting down trees. It's like trying to clean your house while you're smashing your vacuum cleaner to bits in the living room, right?
Well, I think the most important aspect of this discussion from this guy is the animal agricultural bit of this, and something that's not talked enough about. But the second largest producer of greenhouse gases is the animal agricultural industry after oil and gas. And of the animal agricultural industries, beef is the most destructive of them all, right? They are all secondary food sources, meaning that we take food that we could feed ourselves and we give to them to fatten them up, keep them alive, and then slaughter and eat them in the future, right? That is a huge problem, right? That we're doing to ourselves, right? But when it comes to beef, it is drastically worse in terms of how much food you have to feed them and how much greenhouse gases are produced by those cows versus a chicken versus a pig, right? The methane that is released by cows during their digestive processes are incredibly detrimental to our environment. And we could do a great deal by just drastically cutting back on our beef consumption. It wouldn't be it's not one solution solves everything, but it would be big. But of course, to get our whole society to do that is a lot. It's a lot to ask, but somehow we got to get that message out there. Can I back what up? That beef creates a ton of methane? Yeah. It's just like a ton of study. Wait, I'm not clear what that question is about. All right, let's talk solar. Let's talk solar energy, which is now under threat from the Trump administration and their big, beautiful bill. Oh, wait, before we do that, I'm so sorry. Let's go here. This is really not a human-caused climate change thing, but it is environmental in the sense that it's certainly geology related. Let's go to PBS Terra. Talk about the worst possible U.S. disaster. The Cascadia megaquake. Wow, that is loud.
The Cascadia megaquake will likely be the biggest disaster to ever hit the United States. But new research now shows that it could be way worse than we once thought.
There will be, likely very large fuel spills, which are generally accompanied by fires.
You may also create a toxic cloud.
A power outage for 6 to 12 months.
The last megaquake happened at 9 p.m. January 26, 1700. Scientists were able to pinpoint this exact moment in part because of Japanese record keeping detailing a mysterious orphan tsunami that hit coastal villages without warning. This was 325 years ago, but this is bad news because it means we're due for another one and we're not prepared. Scientists predict a dire scenario when the next one hits. Buildings will crumble, bridges and overpasses will collapse, critical infrastructure along our rivers and coasts will sink and spill. Oh, and a tsunami up to 100 feet tall will overwhelm our coastal towns and cities. But new research is providing a much more complete picture of what will happen after the shaking stops. And it might be even worse than the shaking itself.
I stayed up many nights when I was writing this report out of fear. So the whole thing is, an environmental and economic kind of catastrophe waiting to happen.
And stay tuned, because although this new research is scary, we're going to go through some ways to keep yourself safe when the big one hits. And it's not what you might think. In modern times, earthquakes are the most deadly natural hazard. They hit suddenly, without warning, and their death tolls can be staggering. Globally, the most deadly earthquakes have occurred in Asia. The US has been spared from those horrifying death tolls. The San Francisco earthquake of 1906 was the deadliest in the US, claiming 3,000 lives, mostly from the fire that followed. But the West Coast is due for a much bigger quake, the largest one the US as we know it has ever seen. And it has a unique quality that makes it especially deadly.
The Cascadia subduction zone is a fault that is offshore of the Pacific Northwest. It's about 700 miles long, and it's a place where two tectonic plates are colliding, and one, the Juan de Fuca plate, is diving beneath the North American plate. And right now, those two plates are locked against each other. They're accumulating strain and sort of gathering up energy to release in the next earthquake. But the unique thing about the subduction zone is that it's very seismically quiet.
The Cascadia subduction zone is a relatively recent discovery. Of course, native communities along the West Coast knew about it, but scientists didn't start piecing together the mystery until the 80s. And by that time, whole cities, towns, and infrastructure were built, all with no earthquake standards.
We have a lot of very old infrastructure, buildings that are 100 or more years old. They were built decades before plate tectonics was even known.
So we've built on low-lying areas that are very sensitive to tsunami inundation and land level change.
But while the subduction zone may be quiet on a year-to-year timescale, it's anything but inactive. There have been over 40 major earthquakes along the fault over the last 10,000 years. And in the last 7,000 years, around 10 of those quakes were big ones, over 8.5. Today, scientists estimate that we have a 1 in 3 chance of a quake hitting in the next 50 years and around a 15% chance of a really big one. And it could rival the 2011 disaster in Tohoku, Japan, one of the most expensive natural disasters in history. But there's one critical difference. They were prepared. We're not.
In the Pacific Northwest.
Yep. Well, the Japanese spent billions and billions and billions of dollars trying to prepare themselves for the next event. The United States has basically tried to ignore any possibility of future catastrophic natural disaster, especially in this Trump administration. They're accelerating all of that sort of look the other way sort of vibes, gutting FEMA, gutting the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric agencies, National Weather Service, Forest Service. And at least 2 of those agencies monitor earthquake activity. And that's just monitoring. We're not talking about actual preparedness. We're not talking about shoring up infrastructure, creating shelters or anything like that. Nope.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
No, we did not. Okay, why is this frozen again? You're glad PBS is still doing good work? Me too. And their budget's getting cut in this new budget that's coming down. So they're going to have to try and take more corporate dollars somewhere. Or maybe not corporate dollars, but they're going to need donations from somewhere to keep doing all this work. PBS Terra is one of my favorites. You go to Maya May all the time around here. Big fans of PBS Terra. They, like I said, they do good work on climate, environment related stories, as well as geological type of stuff. Sorry, I'm stalling. I'm trying to reload my list right now again. Ay. Struggling with the browser today. There we go. Where were we? Okay, perfect. Let's talk solar. As this budget that just passed the Congress and was signed into law by President Trump earlier on Friday is going to be taking away subsidies for private solar purchases for homes, which used to help subsidize people going green and reducing their carbon footprint. Now, there will be no government incentives starting in the near future. I think it's September of this year.
Some of the provisions being debated in the budget bill would end a host of tax credits for renewable energy, including one that allows homeowners to recoup 30% of the cost of a rooftop solar system. Solar businesses say losing that subsidy could deal a serious blow to the rooftop solar industry across the country. As part of our series Tipping Point, focused on environmental issues, we're taking a closer look at the potential impact of this bill with Dan Conant. He's the founder of Solar Holler. That's a solar installation company based in West Virginia. Dan, thanks for being here. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much for having me.
So as I said, you're based in West Virginia, traditionally coal country, yet you've built a successful solar business there. What's driving demand? Who are your clients and what kind of projects are you focused on?
We work with folks all over West Virginia, and whether you're a homeowner or a church or a school or a pepperoni roll bakery recently, really proud of that one. We really work with all kinds of folks, and we've been at it for the past 12 years, and it's been really amazing to see the growth of this industry in a place that people told me, frankly, like not to bother with because it's coal country. But what's been really interesting to see is how much folks want solar, and really the reason is that people have been hit hard by rising utility bills over the years. You know, AEP, the main utility in southern West Virginia, is raising rates 15 to 20% right now, on top of a 30% rate hike that they've had over the last couple of years. So that's been hitting families hard and businesses, and so really for the first time, people are trying to take control of how they make their power by investing in solar projects.
When you talk about the growth of the industry with this 30% federal tax credit sunsetting at the end of the year, what impact do you expect that to have on demand, and how is the industry preparing for that drop-off?
Yeah, across the country, we're seeing a lot of concern within the solar industry, not just about the reduction in the tax credit itself. The bigger concern has really been around the speed, and folks are calling it a cliff.
Yep, there's a cliff, an artificial cliff that's now been created by the government for people who want solar installed on their homes, as well as all of these solar businesses, which are now being faced with a real quandary, a real headwind against their business. Without this subsidy, while we subsidize oil and gas to the tune of billions of dollars, you're going to do the exact opposite with solar. Trump is coming after these solar companies, essentially. They're being hurt by this action. That was in West Virginia, for anybody who was wondering. Same deal on the other side of the country in Hawaii.
Solar companies here in Hawaii fear the president's cuts to renewable energy tax credits could be a big blow to business.
It would also set back the state's climate goals. Dylan Ancheta has the story.
You could soon be seeing more solar panel installers like these on rooftops. There's a surge in demand for solar after the Trump administration announced the 30% solar tax credit for homeowners could be on the chopping block.
Over the last just 2 to 3 weeks, they've gone up 200 to 300%. It's getting through the coconut wireless really quickly.
But solar companies call the spike a double-edged sword. Businesses are trying to keep up and tackle more projects before the incentive could sunset.
Yeah, this is sort of wild. Like, people are rushing to get solar from companies that once this rush is done, their business is done. Well, it's not completely done, but it's going to be greatly affected to the downside. It's pretty perverse. Put these people in a real shitty position, you know, because they also have to buy these solar panels ahead of time. They have to think about how, you know, the future, like how many installations are we going to get, and any of the ones that they don't get installed, they're going to wind up eating the costs of.
End of the year.
There's only so much we can take on and make sure that we're going to be able to keep commitments that we make to our customers. You know, we don't want to let anybody down when, you know, you're facing a real deadline.
If the bill passes, the rush in the market could dip after the next several months.
Yep, because by September, these subsidies will be gone. These tax credits will no longer exist. The sun is racist and it conspires against white people. Wow.
Illegal.
Wow, chat. I expect better of you. Wow. You don't want to look across the street and see a solar panel. It's an eyesore. Who are you, Donald Trump? Come on.
Come on!
What are you talking about? These things are glorious, okay? Solar panels are glorious. Do not hate on the solar panel. By the way, we are still 2 super chats and or super stickers or some combination of those Cash App, PayPal, or memberships on YouTube away from ensuring that we get all of the sweet, sweet Galactic content. But don't worry, we still got like 2 hours to complete that goal. Bonus content, since we started early on this here July 4th, I figured I would give you all just a little bit of extra content, you know, regardless of whether or not we complete both goals. What am I going to do? Oh, right. That's what I was leading up to. Break time. We need to take a quick Galactic intermission, but don't worry, we'll be right back after these brief space messages. All right, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too, so you can ensure that you don't miss a single episode of this Spacecast. Now, while you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network. Without the donations of space fans such as yourself, this little news network floating in low Earth orbit would cease to exist. Thankfully, we have a great number of ways for you to show your support and help produce the stream which your eyes and ears are currently enjoying. Things like YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, and memberships. Cash App and PayPal, if you prefer your money go directly to supporting the stream rather than letting YouTube get their dirty hands on it first. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go onto Patreon and become a Galactic patron. Only $3 a month gets you access to a cornucopia of unseen space benefits for the rest of the Milky Way galaxy. All right, chat, that's enough for me. Enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right. We're back. You know what that sound means, chat. Time for you to get back to your seats. Otherwise, you can miss the latest Galactic content. Whoa. All right. What's up with the all caps? Let's not use the caps. You're using the caps lock in too liberal of a manner right now. I'm going to need to tone it down. It is offensive to the eyes.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Okay. I'm hydrated. I'm ready to start the show. Once again, second break over, third half beginning.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, we ended talking solar in Hawaii, where the solar providers and builders are in a very strange moment where people are rushing to get solar on their homes while the tax credit is still available for the next 3 months. Where after that, they will be left in a lurch, many probably shutting down. I mean, the fact is we should have been doing way more than just subsidizing people's personal, private purchases of solar. That's been my estimation for a while now. People have heard me talk about how I think it needs to be done from a top-down way, and if, you know, electricity providers in an area are not doing enough, they need to be forced to do it. You know, so that people don't even have to make the choice. Not that it won't help if more people put solar on their roofs, which is why I think the subsidy should continue to exist, but that, you know, we need to do it from the source, right? To the grid. The grid needs to be hooked up to solar. It needs to be hooked up to wind and, you know, what other ways there are that are not oil or gas or coal. That's just me. But we're going to stay in Hawaii and talk about what is going to be people in Hawaii are going to be looking at next week, that being an increased elevated fire danger starting on Monday.
First at 4:30, the dry season is in full swing and the trade winds are expected to strengthen this weekend.
That means there will be an elevated chance of fires here in Hawaii, especially in leeward regions. Meteorologist Drew Davis tells us what to expect.
So hot right now.
Stronger trade winds during the summer unfortunately come along with elevated fire danger here in Hawaii. Weather models are hinting at the trade winds reaching gusty speeds during the beginning of next week, causing concern for rapidly spreading wildfires.
Generally with high pressure builds, we tend to get stronger winds. So the stronger the high pressure, generally the stronger the winds, and that's what kind of we're looking at towards as we go through this week into next week.
And let's take a look at drought conditions across the island chain. The eastern half of the state, just at a wide view, looks much drier compared to the western half. Zooming in closer to Hawaii Island, you'll notice the Kona coast of Hawaii Island actually seeing abnormally dry conditions, so they're not technically classified under drought. Over on Maui County, we've got severe drought over the leeward portions of Molokai and Maui. And moving over to the western half of the state, on Oahu, we've got abnormally dry conditions. The only area technically considered under drought right now is the leeward coast of Oahu.
There we go. Much of the state of Hawaii under threat from increased fire danger next week with dry and windy conditions moving in. Now, let's go here, just to break things up as we move from Hawaii to California. Let's see how SoCal cities were celebrating July 4th.
The iconic 4th of July Rose Bowl fireworks spectacular will now be a drone show spectacular. In fact, it's the first time in that event's history that fireworks will not be used, in part, of course, due to the wildfire.
Yeah, that makes sense. And it's just one in a growing list of venues and cities making the switch this year. Courtney Friel is live in Norwalk with more on the evolution of Independence Day celebrations here in Southern California. Hey, Court.
Hi, Rick and Cher. You know, people have a lot of different opinions about this. Fireworks, of course, have that nostalgia that we grew up with. And believe it or not, they tend to be less expensive. But drones are more quiet, safer, and environmentally friendly. Boom or buzz? That is the question. Fireworks or drones?
Fireworks.
Cities across the Southland deciding whether to launch fireworks or drones up into the sky this 4th of July. A surprising move that one of the West Coast's largest fireworks shows, America Fest at the Rose Bowl, has pivoted to drones this year, which you'll only be able to see from inside the stadium.
We've never done anything except fireworks on the 4th of July. Even during COVID, we did a virtual show. So this is a big deal.
And the more sensitive move after the Eaton fire.
Our community has been through so much in the last 6 months.
All right, there we go. SoCal looking to do a slightly less dangerous July 4th celebration with drones rather than fireworks. Not everybody's on board, but it is definitely better, in my opinion, in terms of safety for the environment. Gotta go with it. You have a neurological condition, a caps lock based neurological disorder? I've never heard of that. But okay. Now, somehow, in the last, I think we covered the beginning of this fire. I could have sworn. I would have to go back. I didn't have time to do it today. But I think we covered the story on Wednesday. And this fire was only like 1,000 acres on Wednesday. But there is a fire that is rapidly growing and spreading in central California. They are calling it the Madre Fire. The Mother Fire, if translated to English. That's right, the Mother Fire is just slapping the shit out of Central California right now. This was the oldest one that I have for you on this one.
Hi, I'm Chris Kuiper, and let's take a moment to talk about a significant fire which is burning across parts of Central California, the Madre Fire, which started Wednesday afternoon around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and 24 hours later has already burned 52,000 acres, so it is a significant fire, and it is burning quickly. Where is the Madre Fire? Well, we'll take a look here on a satellite product which is showing the heat detection from the fire as well. Here's Bakersfield, here's Santa Barbara, Los Angeles is down here, and here's Santa Maria, and here is the Madre Fire burning in between Bakersfield and Santa Maria at the latest moment here. You see a couple different heads with the fire here. This heat detection product showing both an active part of the fire on the western flank and a little bit on the eastern flank of the fire as well. Here, right on the northern part of the Santa Barbara County line, southern part of the San Luis Obispo County line as well. We'll take a map here, and you can see it a little bit more in depth if I get a little zoom in here on it. You can see the fire burning in that area. Here's Bakersfield over in this region over here, and there's Santa Maria, and there's there's the Madre fire burning. Again, latest check, over 52,000 acres burned. Now we take a look at a California alert time lapse of this fire here. And through the morning hours when the fire is a little bit quieter, you see the kind of the smoke hugging the ground there. And then we get towards the afternoon time and the plume is finally able to lift. And that's when you see the fire really starting to become aggressive for the second day in a row there. That's when you get the really good ventilation with the fire there. The warm air rises, that gets the old carbon dioxide, the smoke lifts it up and out of the fire. We're able to bring in nice fresh oxygen to the base of the fire, and that's when the fire really has a chance to get going and get accelerated and growing somewhat there, although not quite as aggressive this afternoon as it was there on Wednesday afternoon. That's certainly good to see. Another little time lapse here showing the fire through the course of Thursday afternoon. Again, growing significantly, although not quite as much as it was Wednesday, but that is still a pretty big fire burning across the area.
There we go. This fire really grew in no time. In like 48 hours, it went from less than that, like 36 hours. It went from 1,000 acres to 50,000 acres. And that was from Thursday, that video we just watched. And technically the fire started on Wednesday. This fire has grown beyond that and is really just sort of exploded. It's now the largest fire burning in California at this time.
We begin tonight with new information on the largest fire burning in California right now, the Madre fire near Santa Maria. So far, it has burned more than 52,000 acres with nearly 600 firefighters and multiple fixed-wing and rotary-wing aircraft contributing to the firefighting efforts. It's 10% contained. Highway 166 is closed. We visited the fire lines today as the battles intensifies against the blaze.
Tonight, evacuations continue as tens.
Not great. And California has not had a good start to the year, to say the least. I mean, the LA fires, most expensive fires in California history. And we're starting to already see very large fires popping up. And we just started July. We're just beginning to approach the really dry months now. And you know, come August, later this year, I think we're going to continue to see worse and worse fires. It's not good.
Thousands of acres of land burned 25 miles outside Santa Maria. I'm community reporter Carson Wells here where the Madre fire began just after 1 p.m. yesterday. Since the fire first broke out, we've seen it grow rapidly, which fire crews say is in large part due to the windy conditions. The largest fire burning in California right now grew by tens of thousands of acres on day 2 of the Madre fire. I spoke with Bert Fuyava, the public information officer assigned to the Madre fire, who tells me that the rapid spread of the fire has caused them to bring in more crews on Thursday.
Currently, we have double the number of personnel assigned to the fire. Yesterday, we have approximately 308. Compared to today, we have 594.
Fire crews have been working in shifts to get a handle on this fire, but there are a variety of factors working against them.
Having the steep slope and rugged terrain, our firefighters have a hard time doing suppression efforts.
On scene at the fire, there are still airstrike teams, hand crews, bulldozers, and multiple engines. Along with the rugged terrain, Fuyava tells me wind has been the leading cause of the fire's rapid spread. How has wind impacted you guys?
There we go. Yeah, the wind adding to the already difficult firefight in this mountainous region of Central California. Great deal of resources being mobilized to this fire, but it continues to burn and is, I believe, still burning as we speak right now. It was only a 10% containment, like they said at the beginning of that video. That was from a local news from like 22 hours ago. Madre Fire ignited Wednesday afternoon and grew to more than 52,000 acres by early Friday. Nearly 600 personnel were on the ground tackling the blaze with more than 40 fire engines and 4 helicopters, according to CAL FIRE officials. The size of the fire surpasses the Los Angeles wildfires that destroyed more than 15,000 structures in January. Yep, and they say that they expect this fire to continue to spread throughout the weekend, and I do have videos I have more videos after this one that have come out. They're continuing. Now, thankfully, at least, you know, for human beings in the surrounding area, this fire started in a pretty remote area, like in the middle of the wilderness, and is not, at least not posing a great deal of risk at this time to large municipal areas. But certainly it's not good. It's bad in terms of how much carbon dioxide is going to be released by this. We've talked in the past just how much carbon dioxide is getting released every time we watch these massive fires burn down areas of forest, and it's certainly a contributing factor to global warming, and that's sort of a feedback loop type of deal. But shortly after those videos we watched got posted, within like 6 or 7 hours, it grew by 50% to over 70,000 acres as of like 8 or 9 hours ago. Fire officials are battling a massive wildfire that exploded in size overnight in central California. The fast-moving Madre Fire is now the state's largest wildfire in 2025. The wildfire started in a remote area on federally managed land and has burned over 52,000 acres, according to officials. Hot temperatures and dry conditions are contributing factors to the increased wildfire risk and rapid spread. With the current weather, terrain, and fuels conditions, this fire has seen exponential growth in less than 24 hours in multiple counties surrounding the San Luis Obispo County area. Officials warned that the smoke impacts will be far-reaching, with evacuation orders and warnings issued for small communities near the fire. The California Bureau of Land Management closed off all public access to the Carrizo Plain National forests or monument, whatever it's called. Yeah, and this is the this was the second to last one. I think we got one more on this. Yeah, KTLA 5, 8 hours ago. Madre Fire explodes to over 70,000 acres. All right, that's all we got there from KTLA 5. Just a quick clip and an update. 70,000 acres now burned in the Madre Fire. As we're calling it, the Mother Fire. You Mother Fire. Okay, all right. There's also another fire happening in Utah.
Today, firefighters are resting up after spending their night battling a brush fire in Draper, possibly sparked by fireworks. News specialist Sarah Martin is live where that fire broke out overnight. And Sarah, what are things looking like this morning?
Tamara, hello. Very windy here up on on Potato Hill this morning. You can see the burn scar all around me. Lots of char. Smells really strongly of fire here, but that fire totally out today. Crews told us that they were called to the scene about midnight last night, and that those 911 callers who called in didn't only see the fire, they saw teenagers throwing fireworks out the car window.
Illegal. I don't understand what the draw is to be careless with fireworks because they're dangerous.
The fire sparked up Potato Hill, right between Traverse Ridge Road and Mike Weir Drive. Draper City Fire responded with 3 of these brush trucks, then called in for backup.
It's a really rough terrain, rocky with just a few trail systems.
It took them about 3 hours, but they got the flames under control.
They'll go out with shovels.
Come on, kids.
Illegal.
Don't go throwing fireworks out of the car window. That's incredibly irresponsible. That's how you go to jail. Bad choice. Bad choice. All right. Just want to remind everybody we still got a goal going. We're at 3 of 5 because we got a donation on PayPal, if I recall correctly. We are accepting Cash App and PayPal donations as part of the goal to ensure that we get all of the sweet Galactic content today/tonight. The audio is real low. Oh, I was it was from the, thank you for mentioning that. Yeah, that's my bad. That's my bad. I know, yep. I had it down low because I was doing the captions on the previous video. Suffice to say, there was a fire that occurred in Utah caused by a bunch of whippersnappers with fireworks being thrown out of car windows. Thankfully, firefighters in the area managed to put out the flames before it got out of control and engulfed the entire area in flames. Okay, let's go north, east of Utah to Milwaukee, where more July 4th celebrations were going on in the form of another drone show. There you go, people. Little drone show. I feel like I'm probably going to get hit for copyright. Thank you, Milwaukee Post, Milwaukee Journal Sentinel, for that. Hopefully the audio is better on that clip. All right, now let's go way south. Way south of Milwaukee. Down to Texas, where in the last day, people in Kerr County, Texas were slammed, inundated, just obliterated by floodwaters that nobody knew were coming.
Right now we want to shift gears a little further down the Guadalupe to Comfort, where our Sue Calvert is right now.
Sue, what can you see there? What's going on there?
Barry, the flood is not here yet, but as many of us know, wall of water is coming this way. We are underneath I-10 in Comfort. This is the Guadalupe River. There is nothing happening here yet. That's because the water is not here yet. I have been on the road. I haven't heard what we've said. But just for historical perspective, tubing rates are 300. If it's 500 cubic feet per second, That's for experts only. The flow rates on these rivers this morning have been in excess of 120,000 cubic feet per second. There is a wall of water coming this way. We're down low. As soon as we get through talking to you here, we're going to get out of here and we're going to go up to higher ground, which is what they've been telling people all morning. Be safe. It's daylight. Remember, don't drive on roads you can't see, because as we move forward, you don't know if the road is even going to be there. Stay with us. Back to you guys. We're on the road.
So get some higher ground quickly, please.
Okay, so that was from 15 hours ago. 1 hour later, out of KU11 Houston.
To a live look at the Guadalupe River near Kerrville. Water's moving very swiftly there. We've got a lot of debris there as well.
I've been there, but I can't remember what it's supposed to look like. I know it's not supposed to look like that.
Well, it's moving really fast.
But it is, yeah, look how fast it's moving. So, of course, they're telling people to get away. I think they said evacuation within like
100
mile?
yards.
Oh, 100 yards, okay.
Yes.
They're calling it life-threatening.
Life-threatening
Police are, yeah. Yeah.
With an active flash flood emergency
Yes.
right now, all surrounding areas of Kerrville.
And are they expecting, so this is a live radar there, so they're getting even more rain there?
They are. So this is a live look at the radar over Kerrville. This is where that flash flood emergency is. And I want you to notice the timestamp. This is now in effect until 2 o'clock this afternoon. This started around 10, then it went to noon, and now that is through 2 o'clock this afternoon. Again, this can be life-threatening, and most of these storms is what we call training. So one developed and then redeveloped over the other area, and that's why it's...
It just came down so fast?
So fast. You know, most of this morning in Central
Immediately,
Texas,
it's not
it did look
sooner.
like showers and thunderstorms, but we were expecting it to move a little bit faster, and it has just remained stationary, and that's what's leading to this problem.
Yeah, there's been several water rescues and some rooftop rescues as well. River to crest around 9 a.m. Crest predicted to be 29 feet. And they said don't think the worst is over yet. So a dire situation there in Kerrville.
Wow, hopefully everybody stays away. They know better than to get in any water like that. Wow.
Okay. We got to keep going through these because this turned deadly in a short period of time.
Out in the field. One of the main people out there right now is our photojournalist, Alex Gomez, who you don't really see on the roadways, but right now he's putting his MMJ hat on, giving us that firsthand view and perspectives from different people he's interacted with. Alex, how's the vibe over there? Like, I know this is one of those situations where it's unpredictable. A lot of people are devastated, but you kind of can see a little resilience coming from those individuals as well.
Oh my God. Look at that shit.
Yeah, good morning, Japhanie. So the vibe is definitely scary over here, even residents in Center Point. So I've talked to a number of residents here to where one's house was flooded. I mean, she had to take away her pets. She had 12 kids.
It's supposed to be a road. You can tell this is supposed to connect. This road is supposed to connect to that road. And now there's just a giant, like, it's like almost looks like a landslide. Just a massive body of water has now made its decided the middle of this road is where it's going. Jesus Christ.
Only one survived that she knows of right now. That's the only one that they can find. I talked to another gentleman who said that he actually witnessed a car float away with somebody inside. He was trying to get their attention. He was trying to help out, but I guess he was denied the help. The window was rolled up and that car just submerged in the water. So even here in Center Point, it looks like we might have additional fatalities. I'm trying to talk to DPS right now. He's actually standing a little bit towards my window right now, and he's going to give me some more information. But this is it's a pretty scary situation. Where I'm at right now, what you're looking at is going to be in Center Point, and this is, believe it or not, this is San Antonio Street. I believe it's FM
Is that a
480
street?
as well, and you can just see the water has reached this town, and it's just going over this bridge right here again, FM 488. Also, just a heads up as well. Big highway over here, Texas State 27, that's also going to be completely shut down right in the middle of Center Point.
Oh, Jesus Christ. All right. I don't know which one I'm on right now. I think the next one is from WFAA 11 hours ago. According to them, 6 dead. Evacuations underway amid catastrophic Kerr County flooding. Horrible.
But first, we want to update you on some deadly flooding out of Kerr County. That's down in the Texas Hill Country. Mayor Joe Herring Jr. of Kerrville issued a disaster declaration as county authorities have confirmed 6 deaths per the county judge. You can see some of the flooding there on your screen. Up to 10 inches of rain has already fallen and more is expected. So let's go to our Janelle Fort in our newsroom. Janelle, what's the latest out of Kerr County?
Well, emergency crews are in the middle of a massive effort right now, racing to rescue people trapped by floodwaters and help with evacuations. This is a very dangerous and rapidly developing situation playing out in Kerr County. For reference, this is about 60 miles northwest of San Antonio near the Guadalupe River. The sheriff's office there is calling the entire county an active scene due to that catastrophic flooding. Since late yesterday, slow-moving and intense storms have dumped up to 10 inches and counting of rain in some areas stretching from San Angelo to Kerrville. The result has been multiple flash flooding emergencies. Now, the area remains under a flash flood warning until at least noon. Again, that's expected to be extended. We've been monitoring coverage from our sister station in the area, and the pictures are devastating. You're looking at some of them right now. Roads washed out, rivers and creeks rising fast, and widespread damage. Now, authorities are urging people to shelter in place unless they live along waterways. Then the message is clear. Get to higher ground immediately. Officials
immediately, if not sooner.
Get to higher ground, people. For the love of God. For the love of Gary and all things holy. Praise Gary. Ay. All right, this was from, this became a national news story. This is NBC from 8 hours ago.
On this Independence Day with breaking news, dangerous weather that has unfortunately now turned deadly will start in central Texas in what officials are calling catastrophic flooding. Our climate team says a foot of rain fell in just a matter of hours. That caused the Guadalupe River to overflow. You can see it from this video. Some of the water is nearly as high as the treetops. Search and rescue crews have been out all day. We're getting some new video in. They're rescuing people from flooded homes, streets, and even campgrounds. Local authorities there say there are multiple fatalities, but they are not releasing more details on an exact number at this time. Turning to the Northeast, officials are also confirming today that at least 3 people have died in New Jersey after heavy thunderstorms and hail swept through that area last night. Tens of thousands of people there are still without power. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking it all, but we start with NBC's George Solis. George, we've now heard from officials in Kerr County, Texas, near Austin. What can you tell us?
Yeah, Kate, they're painting a really grim picture here. They're saying this is devastating and catastrophic flooding not seen since the 80s here in some parts of the state. Look, the images there obviously telling of just this flooding that came at night, caught many people off guard, according to the officials there. Many saying this was something they really weren't prepared for. You mentioned there in the open that there are a number of camps that are taking place right now, a number of children's camps, and this is obviously a holiday weekend. So there was definitely a lot of people that are being notified right now about their loved ones. They mentioned in that press briefing a little earlier that every single asset available is out right now, assisting with these water rescues and searches for people. We heard from the mayor there, a very emotional mayor, Joe Herring, talk about this flooding. Here's what he said.
Thank you to the men and women who are working to save lives, save property. This came at night when people were asleep in bed. Please pray.
Yeah, Kate, one Kerr County official there pressed why people weren't notified sooner, and his answer to that was, we just didn't know this kind of flooding was coming. He was also pressed about any alert system and saying they really didn't have one in place. So there's still many questions.
Well, maybe we should have been funding the NOAA, the National Weather Service. Stuff like that might have helped. Might have helped in predicting something like this. You know, the guys with all the satellites that they maintain the constant vigilant focus on the weather. Maybe we should give them more money rather than take it away. Because that's what we're doing in Trump's new big, beautiful billionaire and beneficiary budget bill. Let's go to CNN. All the networks are covering this flood.
Catastrophic flooding in Texas, where the lieutenant governor is now saying there are children unaccounted for from a girls' camp in the state.
For the parents who are waiting, particularly that had children in Camp Mystic. Camp Mystic is a camp that has over 750 kids. Right now, there are 20-some that aren't accounted for. That does not mean they've been lost. They could be in a tree. They could be out of communication. We're praying for all of those missing to be found alive.
Let's bring in CNN's Ed Lavandera, who joins us over the phone as he is on his way to one of the affected areas. Ed, what more do we know?
Well, Boris, we know that this is unraveling to be a nightmare situation for hundreds, if not thousands of families in the Texas Hill Country, Central Texas region where rainfall has fallen. Not only has, as what the lieutenant governor there said, that there are still some 20 children believed to be missing from that Camp Mystic, which is a popular camp that children attend during the summer here in Texas. But the sheriff is also now saying that there are at least 13 dead, and that death toll could continue to rise in the hours ahead as crews are still trying to search for survivors or any of the victims that are still in the path of the Guadalupe River there in the Kerr County area. This is an area where...
Jesus Christ. Almost 24 missing children from fucking summer camps that were in the area. Oh my God. They've already reported over half a dozen people are dead. More are even more injured. And everyone, including me, predicted that this year would be an incredibly deadly. And I'm sorry, I just realized this is 13 dead. 13 people dead. Over a dozen people now dead. 24 children missing. And like I said, I hate being the person who predicted these things, but I was like, you know, if Donald Trump decides to cut these funds like he's planning to FEMA, to National Weather Service, to NOAA, we're going to have a bad response time? Not even response. We're going to have a bad warning time, right? In terms of pre-warning before these disasters happen. We already knew that it was going to be probably a difficult storm and fire season this year, tornado season as well. All of those are coming to fruition. Over 100 people have died from tornadoes already this year. And in almost every case, people were saying, we didn't even know this was coming. Same thing is being said about this storm. People did not get warning until literally, you know, within like the short hours before it in the morning, the early morning hours. And did not get enough warning on how catastrophic it was going to be. By the way, I just noticed on Cash App, somebody donated. I don't know if you want credit for it, but somebody who's currently in chat donated to ensure that we get all the sweet, sweet Galactic content tonight on this July 4th Galactic Independence Day celebration. I'm not going to end the goal officially. I'm not going to shut down the YouTube goal. so that we can get chat confetti if people want the chat confetti. But I am going to pause. I'm going to go back to the office. I'm going to give you a little bit of this. A little bit of that. Great job, everyone. Confetti. It's here, and it's much deserved. Everybody who contributed to the goal, thank you. I really appreciate you making sure that we can keep the lights on around here. It's a group effort, and really is always appreciated. Every dollar counts. All right. Let's go back to talking about this flood. In Texas.
Rainfall has fallen for almost 24 hours in very intense ways. And it's not just there in Kerr County, but the rainfall areas have dramatically affected much of central Texas as well. So as we've been driving in, we're making our way through the Texas Hill Country, and there are rivers and creeks that are just kind of coming out of its banks. But right now, the intense focus there in Kerr County, where the sheriff confirms that there are at least 13 people dead, that death toll expected to go higher, and obviously a great deal of concern for many families who've been affected by all this, and a number of children from this popular campground area that are still missing, and a frantic search for them continues here this afternoon for us.
Yeah, no question, and we hope that officials find them safe. Ed, tell us about this area of Texas, the Hill Country. Tell us about the landscape and whether these sorts of storms are typical for the region.
Well, they have had a devastating flood like this in some of the rivers in this particular area back in 1987, which is a flood event that many people remember and talk about quite a bit. But one of the authorities speaking here this afternoon in Kerr County said that what is unfolding at this moment far surpasses what was experienced back in 1987. But from time to time, there are rivers that make their way through the Texas Hill Country where you have this intense amount of rainfall that falls in a very quick way. Can cause devastating flooding like this. But there's a Camp Mystic is a popular summer camp it's an all-girls camp just up the river. There's another camp, and we're trying to still get information on that one. Camp La Junta, where it's an all-boys camp. So this is a region, especially for this summertime time of year, where it's a very popular place for people to go hang out on the rivers, especially on a July 4th weekend.
And would you happen to know...
That is horrible. Yeah, the timing is ridiculous. It's July 4th weekend. Everybody's hanging out by the river. And the river turns into a wall of water. Jesus Christ. Kids are out camping. It's just terrible. Just terrible. All right, this is the last one of the Texas storm, but we have more storms and fires to talk about. Here's the AP from 7 hours ago.
This happened very quickly over a very short amount of time that could not be predicted, even with the radar. Our team constantly reviews radar, constantly has NWS, or National Weather Service messages. We send them out on a regular basis and we communicate effectively. This is not like a tornado where you can have a siren. This is not like a hurricane where you're planning weeks in advance. It hit hard, and things like this happen in a very strategic, very isolated area. And when those two things converged, you had what happened today. So this happened within less than a 2-hour span, very, very quickly.
This guy doesn't sound like a scientist. These storms happened in a strategic area. I don't even know what that means, pal. Thank you for that update. I feel dumber for having listened to that statement. Okay, buddy. All right. Now let's do some 4th of July fun. Over in Philadelphia, CBS Philadelphia from 6 hours ago, sunshine, sand, salt water, and more. Families flock to Cape May for 4th of July fun. Alrighty then. Let's do it, CBS Philadelphia. Give us that freedom.
Fuck yeah!
Now, as for the weather, on this Independence Day, you could call it nearly perfect. Looking live at the beach in Ocean City. Been a good crowd out there all day long. Ryan Hughes is a little further south in Cape May. No doubt much of the same where you are, Ryan. Good evening. Happy 4th.
Yeah, hey there, Yuki. Happy 4th. Cape May is one of my favorite places. I've been coming here since I was little, and there's just so much history here behind me. I want you to take a look at this setup. You can see all the sunflowers and the tables here set up in the lawn outside of Congress Hall. They are getting ready for what they call the All-American Cookout. It is an event that has been happening here in the lawn at Congress Hall.
I just realized that's my bad. Cape May is in New Jersey. I don't even know why I said. Well, it's because it's from CBS Philadelphia. I'm totally thrown off. Sorry, New Jersey. I didn't forget about you. This is for you. It's my bad. Made a huge tiny mistake.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
It happens from time to time.
For some 200 years, and it's just one of the many ways that families have been celebrating the 4th here in Cape May. Almost everywhere you look, Old Glory is hung proudly outside many businesses. And on this Independence Day, red, white, and blue banners are displayed prominently around Cape May. Even some lifeguards are showing off their patriotism.
This is just amazing. I mean, when you drive around, it's hard to find parking. So you know there's a lot of people here.
And a lot of people spent part of the holiday testing their putting skills and getting an early round in at Ocean Putt Golf. This family enjoys the friendly competition and says there's no better place to be to celebrate the 4th of July.
You got the beach, the sand, the sun, mini golf. Family. And family. What gets better than that? We're playing some mini golf and...
Well, there we go. Families enjoying the surf, the beach, the fun, and the mini golf. Maybe the food and the drinks. Who knows? It's the shore. People doing all that New Jersey shore stuff. A little body surfing action. Not far away, in Plainfield, New Jersey, the weather was not so nice. Might have looked nice by the beach. But a powerful storm slammed Plainfield, New Jersey in the last 24 hours.
Powerful storm leaves a deadly trail of destruction in central New Jersey. At least 3 people have died.
Yeah, officials are declaring a state of emergency as the storm ripped trees from the ground and down power lines. And this morning, tens of thousands are without power this morning. So let's get right now to Eyewitness News reporter Jaisha Patel live for us in North Plainfield. Jaisha.
Well, Tony and Pedro, now that the sun is up, we're getting a better look at the damage around the neighborhood. I can tell you when it was dark a couple of hours ago when we were driving around, it made it really difficult to get around because a lot of these streets are blocked off by trees like the one right behind me or even power lines. So definitely a dangerous situation, a lot of damage, a long, extensive cleanup process ahead of this city and the people that live here. We do know that unfortunately 3 people have died from the storm last night, 1 here in North Plainfield and 2 in Plainfield. Right now we're in North Plainfield where a woman was actually killed after a tree fell on top of her car last night. And in video from overnight, you can see that that tree was on top of her Jeep. We're told a woman was driving and pulled over during the storm when a tree suddenly fell down with electrical wires on top of her. We know more than 27,000 are without power in New Jersey, and there's also a state of emergency in Plainfield and Dunellen. And many folks waking up this morning are going to have a tough time getting in and out of their neighborhoods if they need to leave today because of all the damage on the streets.
Jesus Christ. 2 deadly storms hitting the United States, both on July 4th weekend. One in Texas, another in New Jersey. Let's go to CBS New York. 15 hours ago. It's the last one I got on this story. I wonder if those people's power was back on. Thousands of people without power on July 4th weekend. That restricts
New Jersey,
freedom.
where the governor is confirming fatalities this morning following fast-moving storms that brought down trees and power lines. This morning, Chopper 2 was over the scene in North Plainfield, one of the hardest-hit areas. Elijah Westbrook joins us live from Plainfield, where the mayor has declared a state of emergency. Elijah.
That's right, Cindy, and we're standing live right now in a community that was hit really hard from that fast-moving storm, a powerful one. We had the chance to speak with even more residents out here, and you can tell that some of them are just shaken up by what they experienced. You will hear actually from one of them in just a bit. I want to step out of the way just briefly so you can see the extent of the damage. This is Hillside Avenue and Putnam Avenue. We're still standing live here, and you can see this one tree here has been uprooted from the ground. It went toppling down in front of people's homes here.
The root system's like 10 feet by 15 feet or something. That is wild. Look at this thing. Look at this puppy. This branch goes all. Oh my God. They already cut
So bringing down some overhead wires. You even have that one tree branch just dangling from the wires. And as we pan over to this side of town, this is specifically on Hillside Avenue. As you see those people there walking across the street. There's another massive tree that's now leaning against this 2-story home here. There's even a car on the street that's somewhat perched forward, more so leaning on its 2 front wheels because the ground below essentially buckled from when that tree came crashing down. It's just an absolute mess out here, Cindy. Let's go ahead and show you some video where you had the chance to gather just over past a few hours at this point, even from yesterday. This is more so nighttime video, but again, this is following that severe thunderstorm, the heavy winds that came through. We also saw similar scenes play out in Middlesex County, so specifically Edison and Metuchen. Crews were out there trying to restore power for people who were stuck in the dark, mind you, with no AC. You can see huge trees had cracked and branches littered the street. Now, here's what one resident is saying about what he experienced.
All right, there we go. Multiple people left dead in New Jersey. Over a dozen people left dead in Texas from 2 different storm systems hitting the U.S. in the last 24 hours. On this 4th of July weekend. Now, the Trump administration has decided to show their festive, loving nature by lighting up the White House on the 4th of July. Here was the clip. Red, white, and blue emblazoned on the White House. Can you feel the Americanness now? Can you feel the freedom and the liberation? Do you feel liberated yet, chat? Oh yeah. Look at that. Very bright. Probably see it from space. All right, and we have one quick wildlife-based story. Avian clip, if you will, a bird. Bird-based news story. One of freedom and justice.
Donald Trump is great at winging it, but now he's become prey for comedians thanks to an eagle.
The eagle's agitated because his dead brother is on Donald's head, but
the video is from a Time magazine photo shoot with an eagle named Uncle Sam, as his owner, Jonathan Wood, helped set up the shots. More than feathers got ruffled. You were there to handle the bird. You ended up handling Trump's hair.
Yeah, and it's real.
But the bird really became a headache when the Donald inadvertently invaded his territory by reaching.
You don't show the aspirin.
His aspirin.
It takes a little courage to work
Eagle's
with
a true
bird like that.
patriot.
He is the most difficult bird that I have to work with.
Uncle Sam the eagle was hit by a car more than 20 years ago, and Wood helped rehabilitate him. Now 27 years old, he's blind in one eye and off balance. But you can't call the bird a left-winger. He actually had part of his left wing amputated after the car accident. Turns out Uncle Sam has also snapped at Stephen Colbert and Bill Clinton.
Yeah,
There we go. Very patriotic bird. Once attacked Donald Trump. He was trying to use it for his own purposes. Now, let's go to Democracy Now! Talk about a particular story that's been in the headlines recently.
Towards clean energy, they're doing just the opposite. They're doing everything they can to block, the continued expansion of wind and solar and geothermal and clean energy solutions. And the rest of the world is moving on. So what we have to recognize here is that this is, even if you don't care about the climate, even if you don't care about the human health consequences, any of that, if you care about the economy, this is the worst possible thing for American competitiveness, because the rest of the world recognizes that clean energy is the future. And right now we're doubling down on antiquated fossil fuel energy in a way that is making us less and less competitive.
I want to ask you a quick question. Dr. Mann, this just happened. The U.S. Global Change Research Program's website, globalchange.gov, was taken down, along with information on how global warming is affecting the country. What's the significance of this?
Yeah, I actually encountered that yesterday. I couldn't believe my eyes when I heard that had happened, and I went to look for those reports, those congressionally mandated national climate assessment reports. They're all gone. You can't access them online anymore. And the attitude seems to be on the part of this administration that if we pretend climate change doesn't exist, if we stop measuring it, if we stop scientists from talking about it and publishing about it, that somehow it'll just evaporate. It's such a cynical and dangerous way of looking at this problem.
I remember when I was growing up, librarians were all saying we need paper copies of everything as the internet, took over. And I just thought they were so old-fashioned they couldn't get used to the idea that the internet was the reservoir of, all global information. But all of this is being wiped away. But let me get your response to podcaster Joe Rogan's interview with Senator Bernie Sanders. Rogan pushed back when Senator Sanders said, quote, "The last 10 years have been the warmest on Earth."
There are some people who think climate change is a hoax. It ain't a hoax. I think the last 10 years have been the warmest on record. And we can create millions of good-paying jobs, transforming our energy system away from fossil fuel to energy efficiency, to solar, to wind, and other sustainable energies.
I think the climate change issue is very complicated. And I think, did you see the Washington Post piece that they wrote where they did this long-term view? First of all, the reality is that the Earth's temperature has never been static, right? We both agree on that. It's always been up and down. There's been ice ages and heat waves. And then the Washington Post looked at it. What was the time period that they looked at?
Millions of years.
Essentially, they found that we're in a cooling period.
300 million years was the time period that they looked at. Okay. This guy's a fucking idiot. Not a scientist. Doesn't know anything about this stuff. And then hears something on Rumble or Kick or something. And he's like, oh my God, you hear climate change is fake. And then he goes, he didn't even read the article. The first thing said in the article is that the study actually says that we should be more concerned about human-caused climate change than we previously thought. It's actually worse, not better. And The cooling period that he's talking about has taken place over longer than the life of humanity, right? And is the cooling period, like, is literally over like a 1,000,000-year-long cooling period that has afforded humans the ability to survive on the planet. Because if it was as hot as it was at the top of the graph that he was looking at, we would all be really struggling to just live, even with all the technology we have. We'd be just fucked.
The Earth over the past X amount of years, and this was like a very inconvenient discovery.
Didn't even check.
But they had to report the data, and kudos to them for doing that.
So that's podcaster Joe Rogan interviewing Senator Bernie Sanders. Professor Michael Mann, can you respond? He says, talking about this cooling period.
Yeah, they say a little bit of knowledge can be a dangerous thing. And here, he probably read a headline, this Washington Post headline, and didn't even understand the headline, let alone actually read the article. It was about a research article that had been published, I believe, in the journal Nature, which I reviewed at the time and wrote about it. And he got it 180 degrees wrong. What that article actually showed was when you look back over tens of millions of years, and I talk about, the lessons from Earth history and what we can learn from them in our fragile moment. And this is related to this article. They're looking at the changes in climate that have taken place over millions of years and using a climate model to figure out what it tells us about how sensitive the climate is to increases in CO2. Now, in the past, on hundreds of millions of year timescales, those changes in carbon dioxide are driven by very long-term changes in explosive volcanic activity, which puts carbon dioxide into the atmosphere on timescales of tens of millions of years. What it shows is that the climate may actually be more sensitive to those increases in CO2. Of course, we are increasing CO2 at a much more rapid rate, 1,000,000 times faster today. And if anything, what this study shows is that the climate may be more sensitive to this increase in carbon dioxide from human activity today. So he didn't understand what he was reading. He might have heard some talking points from conservative radio or television. This is misinformation. Some would call it disinformation, intentional misinformation to mislead the public about what is arguably the greatest threat that we face.
And Professor Mann, your upcoming book, Science, is titled Science Under Siege.
Actually, let's watch the rest. I was going to pause it.
The battle is titled Science Under Siege.
Yeah.
The battle over climate change is just part of this war on science of the Trump administration. I'm wondering if you could talk about the impact on your colleagues, on scientists across the United States, as university research is being attacked, as accepted knowledge is being questioned. What this means for the future development of the scientific community in this country.
Yeah, thanks. The book in a way is sadly prophetic because Peter Hotez, a public health vaccinologist, vaccine scientist, and I began writing this book more than a year ago. And we had no idea what was in store or how relevant it would be to where we are today, because it really is about this dual attack that we've seen when it comes to the science behind vaccines and the public health measures necessary to deal with pandemics like COVID-19, or the science of climate change. In both cases, we have seen the science attacked for purely ideological reasons. And as you allude to, with this current administration, we're seeing that assault now accelerate in a way that we've never seen before. This sort of
the entire scientific community is under attack from a bunch of idiots who don't understand the science and are only focused on one thing: enriching themselves and maintaining power. Now, let's go across the Atlantic to the island of Crete in Greece, where they were dealing with fires, have been dealing with fires over the last few days, actually. And they've continued to blaze across the region. What is happening? Black screen. Oh, there we go. All right, I've got a bunch of different clips here of the fires in Greece. This one's from The Independent from yesterday. Why does it keep doing the black screen thing? It's very annoying to me. What is happening here? Come on.
How rude.
Oh, we've already seen this. I guess Reuters and The Independent using the same footage. Okay. Skip past that one. Sorry, some of these I didn't watch in entirety.
Guck mal bis hier hoch jetzt.
It was very scary. We're from Denmark. We don't have this wildfire in our country. We're just glad to stay here right now and feel safe and warm and welcome.
There we go. Firefighters being mobilized to try and push back these wildfires on the island of Crete in Greece. Fires, floods, and storms hitting all sorts of areas on the planet. And we started off earlier talking about earthquakes, and earthquake hit southwestern Japan yesterday. According to NHK World Japan, it was a 5.5 magnitude quake.
A magnitude 5.5 earthquake has struck Japan's southwestern prefecture of Kagoshima. The tremor reached a lower 6 on Japan's seismic intensity scale, which goes from 0 to 7. It is the largest of hundreds that have rocked the region for almost 2 weeks now. The quake struck at about 4:13 p.m. on Thursday, according to the meteorological agency officials. The epicenter was off the coast of the Tokara Islands. The depth was about 20 kilometers, but there was no threat of tsunami. There has been a marked increase in seismic activity around the island chain for nearly 2 weeks. More than 1,000 noticeable tremors have been recorded. The shock comes just a day after a magnitude 5.6 quake struck the same area. Officials say residents should stay on the alert and that the shaking could continue.
Well, there we go. Multiple quakes happening in the southern part of Japan, causing ground tremors and for people to be a bit on edge. Nothing massive like what we were talking about at the beginning of the stream. Now, we got to do this before we go to Earth news. We are going to do one quick space news. Horrifying news story as in Hawaii, a massive interstellar object has been discovered, one which would travel through our solar system. Here's Keihan 2 News from yesterday.
We begin with a new and rare discovery courtesy of a University of Hawaii operated telescope. It's a massive object far outside of our solar system that's passing through, posing no threat to us. Here's Bryce Moore with the story.
A rare visitor from deep space is flying through our solar system. Astronomers say it's only the third known interstellar object ever discovered. It was detected by a University of Hawaii-operated telescope in Chile, part of the Atlas Planetary Defense System.
Well, these are really rare so far. It's only the third one ever. There's, 1.5 million known asteroids, and there's about 35,000 near-Earth objects.
The object, now officially named 3I Atlas, is believed to be up to 12 miles wide, much larger than either Oumuamua or Borisov, the two interstellar objects found before it. It's currently hurtling toward the sun at more than 150,000 miles per hour.
That's how we know it's interstellar, right? So there's no way that an object that's orbiting the sun can produce that kind of velocity through the gravitational attraction to the sun.
3I Atlas will pass between Earth and Mars sometime in October, but there's no danger of a collision.
And so occasionally they find these very rare interstellar things, but in terms of impact risk, we're more worried about things that come from within our own solar system.
Scientists believe.
There we go. Horrifying news story. Meteor traveling from outside of our solar system, in between us and Mars as it travels past the sun. Supposedly posing no threat to us, but those of us floating around in space, well, concerns are raised. Okay. Let's get to talking earthly news around here. Starting off here, USAID closes its doors after 6 decades. An organization that provided food, medical, and other aid and assistance to people in need, impoverished countries and regions on the planet, to be no more.
After 6 decades, the U.S. Agency for International Development has been ended by the Trump administration. The closure is part of the administration's crackdown on the federal government and was one of the prime targets of Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency.
I've had heads of state say to me, the most important institution for us in Washington is not the Defense Department or the CIA or the State Department or the White House or the Congress. It's AID because we're a developing country. We need help in the development process.
Congress passed the Foreign Assistance Act, and President John F. Kennedy set up USAID as an independent agency in 1961. Its mission over the years has been to partner with countries to end extreme poverty and promote resilient democratic societies. USAID's support played a vital role for agriculture's green revolution, credited with saving 1 billion lives around the world. The agency's work with other global partners has strengthened health systems globally, contributing to reducing deaths among children under 5 by 69% since 1990. But funding for many of those programs has been cut off or reduced under Trump, shutting down many of those leading programs.
Immediately, if not
I think
sooner.
we've lost the humanitarian instinct, the humanitarian imperative in the U.S. government by shutting AID down. And I think people in the developing world will see that, or they already see it in many areas of the world.
Yeah, and it feels like American society has lost its humanity in many ways. I feel like we've been watching it. I mean, it's not the whole of society, but this sort of, I don't know, 30% plus chunk of people seem to be just only out for themselves and have completely no empathy for anyone other than themselves. And it's gross, but that's where we happen to be right now. All right, how are we doing? We're doing good on time. Only 5 hours in. That'll get us started. Let's go south of the border down to Argentina, where university students and professors marched once again against the austerity cuts and the newest budget in the country. Javier Milei, of course, the president of Argentina, the man who showed up and gave Elon Musk that fucking chainsaw. It's been ruining Argentina for its people. They used to have a pretty strong social safety net and social fabric. A lot of good government jobs, all destroyed by Javier Milei.
Lo que está pasando con las universidades públicas más en este gobierno es terrible.
Sorry, hold on. I forgot I had to do subtitles for this one. Shit. Hold on, I can find them. AP Archive doesn't add them to the videos. Like, they don't actually type them in, but they do have them in the descriptions. It's kind of annoying, but okay. Let's try this again. What's happening with public universities, especially under this government, is terrible. There's so little budget, so little funding for universities. There are such low salaries for both teaching and non-teaching staff. Obviously, so that's why we're here, to come and support, and obviously to be part of this struggle, because above all, we are also students.
A los problemas que había antes, la solución que le dio es una solución brutal, ¿no? Como
the problems that existed before, the solution is that he provided is a drastic one, like saying, well, to the patient, I just disconnect them, so to speak. I support the public education. I have 2 daughters in college, one who is just starting, another who is in her 2nd year. So I'm here to support the teachers and students. There we go. People in Argentina once again protesting against the austerity budget that is being implemented by Javier Milei, which is devastating all sorts of different lines of work, as well as students, pensioners, and the like. Oh shit, Sasha G gifting 5 sweet Galactic News Network memberships to the community. Who got them? Scared Crow, who's in the chat right now. Greg Wright, Crumpled Zinc, Christopher Tablante. I think I saw Christopher in here earlier too. Paige Larson getting the last one. Beautiful. Sasha, so generous, so beautiful. So very much appreciated. Helping keep the Galactic News Network alive. Without people like Sasha gifting gifts like that, super chatting, super stickering, Patreoning, and more, we would not be able to bring content like this to you beautiful space fams. All right, now let's go from South America all the way over to the UK. Talk about something that we talked about throughout the week. I felt like this was a good story for us here on this week-ending report / July 4th. This has definitely been one of the stories of the week. We even posted a video on the channel about it, the revocation. Well, not just the revocation of, but the entire controversy, if you will, surrounding the thing said by Bob Vylan, or at least the head of the band, Bob Vylan. I don't know if his first name is actually Bob. I don't know his name. But the Glastonbury Festival became a huge matter of discussion. Bob Vylan, the band, had their visas revoked by the U.S. State Department. Channel 4 had a whole discussion around it, where Ash Sarkar came on to discuss.
Is it always wrong to go on stage at any kind of event and call for the death of anyone or any institution?
I don't think he should be prosecuted, to be clear, but nevertheless, I think it was pretty unsavory. And had it been another ethnic group he was attacking, I think the BBC would have pulled the plug.
Welcome to The Forecast. It's the controversial performance that's dominated the headlines and sparked massive debate and controversy. Punk duo Bob Vylan chanted death to the IDF to a crowd of thousands and, crucially, an audience of millions as their Glastonbury performance was aired live on the BBC. The backlash was immediate, with some calling it an essential act of artistic protest, while others saw it as crossing a line, a deeply offensive and anti-Semitic
Oh, was it? Was it? You know, claims like that are part of the problem. And we've been saying it for a long time now. But claims like that, suggesting that the actions of the IDF are somehow representative of all Jews on the planet, is just massively problematic. It's a conflation that, oh God, the volume is super low. So sorry, chat. So sorry. Let me fix this. Why did I have it so low? Oh, because I was reading. That's right. I was reading people's the captions from the Argentina protest. Sorry. Well, take two.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
That's my bad.
Part of the reason why Bob Vylan and also Kneecap feel so strongly a sense of solidarity to Palestine is that they relate it to their own experience of colonialism and racism.
Is it always wrong to go on stage at any kind of event and call for the death of anyone or any institution?
I don't think he should be prosecuted, to be clear, but nevertheless, I think it was pretty unsavory. And had it been another ethnic group he was attacking, I think the BBC would have pulled the plug.
Welcome to The Forecast. It's the controversial performance that's dominated the headlines and sparked massive debate and controversy. Punk duo Bob Vylan chanted death to the IDF to a crowd of thousands and, crucially, an audience of millions as their Glastonbury performance was aired live on the BBC. The backlash was immediate, with some calling it an essential act of artistic protest, while others saw it as crossing a line, a deeply offensive and anti-Semitic sentiment. On-screen warnings issued by the BBC about discriminatory language during the set were not good enough. That's what one minister said. Today, we're joined by Toby Young, a journalist and commentator, and Ash Sarkar, who was at the performance, a political activist and writer, to discuss the reaction to the performance.
I'm just going to reiterate this point once more. But conflating the actions of the IDF with all Jewish people, which is exactly what you're doing when you suggest that criticizing the IDF or saying anything about the IDF could be anti-Semitic. I mean, I guess there's like some fringe case where I guess you could somehow turn it into an anti-Semitic thing, but the actions of the IDF, broadly speaking, are not representative of all Jewish people, and we got to stop doing that. Channel 4 News looking at you.
The BBC's decision to broadcast it. This all means for free speech and creative freedom. Welcome to you both. Thanks for coming on The Forecast. So let's start with this, first of all, an assertion. Is it always wrong to go on stage at any kind of event and call for the death of anyone or any institution? First you, Ash.
Well, first thing I would say is that saying death to the IDF when that army is currently committing a genocide, when there are recorded and verified instances of them firing on unarmed civilians while they're waiting for aid to be distributed, recorded instances of gang rape, children being admitted to hospital with sniper wounds to the skull, I think it is an appropriate expression of rage and disgust.
So in this particular instance, you say, because of what the IDF has done in Gaza, you would say shouting or leading a chorus, death to the IDF is legit. That's what you're saying.
Absolutely. The same way it is completely legitimate to say destroy ISIS. These are organizations founded on violence, terrorizing innocent civilians, and it is always appropriate to express one's opposition to that. I don't think...
I love Ash's decision to compare the IDF to ISIS, because there really is not an argument to fight back against that comment. I really do like that. It's well played.
It was anti-Semitic, and nor do I think it was inappropriate for a...
Well, what just happened?
Band, when this is a genre associated with pushing the boundaries, to lead a chant at what's effectively a concert.
Okay. Toby, what's your reaction?
Well, I think Ash and I profoundly disagree about the military operation in Gaza, which I believe is a legitimate act of self-defense on Israel's part. And I thought it was particularly insensitive to chant death to the IDF at a music festival, given that something like 350 people were killed at the Nova Music Festival on October 7th.
It's incredibly insensitive to criticize the IDF. How dare they say anything nasty about the fragile US-backed IDF? They're having such a hard time of things, don't you know?
I just heard that the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, in the US has cancelled their visas. Don't worry about it, little Marco. They were going to go to the US on tour. They're now not going to be able to do that because their visas have been cancelled. And of course, inevitably, this discussion will lead to what the IDF is actually doing in Gaza, which is a hugely controversial subject that we've been dealing with on our program and our podcast almost on a daily basis. But before we go to that, just on the specific issue of the BBC, if I may, I mean, they didn't broadcast kneecap. They did broadcast this. They put out a health warning that clearly wasn't strong enough. Was this just an example of the BBC kind of not knowing what its own policy is, of being perhaps incompetent, or did they do the right thing? First, you, Ash.
I think the BBC has, on repeated instances, displayed an appalling lack of moral fortitude when it comes to freedom of expression, whether that's artistic or journalistic. There is a documentary, which I believe Channel 4 is now going to air, about the experiences of medics in Gaza who are under attack. The BBC, for some reason, decided they didn't want to show it, despite it being a factual documentary. And when you look at their coverage, there was a recent study released by the Centre for Media Monitoring, which showed that the coverage of Israeli deaths gets 33 times more attention on the BBC than coverage of Palestinian deaths, despite Palestinian deaths outnumbering Israeli deaths by about 34 times. Similarly, when reporting on what I believe is a genocidal war in Gaza, only 0.5% of the reports mention that there was violence and occupation by the IDF, by the Israeli government before October 7th, compared to the fact that in these reports, 40% of them start by talking about October 7th. So I think that this is an extension of that cowardice and that political bias of the BBC.
I mean, you know, but what you're referring to are these very substantive points that, again, we've been, debating, really ad nauseum since the beginning of this latest war after October the 7th. But, did the band undermine their serious arguments, if they have any, about what's going on with that particular chant? Because what people are talking about is the chant and not the actual substantive issues. Ash?
Understandable. I think if you're looking for a substantive political engagement, don't go looking to a band called Bob Villain or another band called Kneecap. All right. I think that this is part of this long tradition of punk bands who, like I said, are outrageous and do present their politics and their worldview in a way which is sometimes tongue-in-cheek. I mean, you can go back to the Sex Pistols for that. Johnny Rotten, Sid Vicious, Rage Against the Machine, where the chorus of their most famous song is "F you, I won't do what you tell me." So I think that they can be sincere in their politics, but not necessarily sincere in the presentation of that politics, the language and the imagery that's used. And we shouldn't expect that of artists. We should expect that of politicians and journalists, but not musicians.
Toby, I mean, obviously people are very upset. Many people are upset about death to the IDF. But had someone shouted death to Hamas or death to the Russian army, would we be having this conversation, do you think?
Well, we might not.
No, you wouldn't be, as it turns out. You'd be asking them to come in for a fucking interview. Give them a medal. It'd be the exact opposite fucking reaction. Be falling all over each other. To congratulate them on their great take. Sorry, we're not watching this whole thing, but Ash crushed it. Let's be real.
Another ethnic group who was attacking. I think the BBC would have pulled the plug.
I completely disagree with you, Toby, which is a shame because I find you normally to be a very, very rigorous thinker. The IDF is an organization. It is an institution. It is an army which is currently carrying out absolutely egregious war crimes and massacres. So egregious that even Wes Streeting, who is, generally very supportive of Israel, said, "Get your house in order." And I think it's possible to object and to find distasteful what Bob Villain or anyone else said. That's entirely your right, without changing substantively what was said. Not talking about an ethnic group, talking about an army, a military currently engaged in an absolutely brutal war. The second thing, and this is important for coming back to the points made by Bob Villain and also by Kneecap, which is part of the reason why Bob Villain and also Kneecap feel so strongly a sense of solidarity to Palestine, is that they relate it to their own experience of colonialism and racism. Obviously, Bob Villain, this punk duo, both of them are black. Kneecap, they say we consider the north of Ireland to be an occupied territory. And they make the connections between the history of, say, the Black and Tans who were operating in Ireland, enacting horrific violence, and the same individuals were involved in, 1930s and 1940s, what was then the mandate of British Palestine. So all of these things, they have answers for. They have a set of politics around, and it's not about singling out Jews. They've put it in their own words about what it's about. And I think that there is something so pernicious and underhand about when someone's telling you what their politics are and saying, this is why I believe what I believe. Instead, you're saying, no, I can see into your heart, I can read your mind, and this is what I think is really going on, because it's completely unfalsifiable.
By shouting death to the IDF, isn't, Bob Villan and those who support what he was shouting, aren't they also, playing into the hands of those people, who say that, if you criticize one, you're doing the other? I mean, it's the word death that is the problem here. But I'm just wondering whether...
Is it the word death is too... If the word death is too offensive, everyone's offended by that. I wonder how everybody... I mean, we already talked about if somebody said something like that about Hamas or about Russia. Let's go historical with it. What if, what if in this current day, someone was saying death to Nazis? Would anybody be batting an eye over that? No. No, they wouldn't.
This issue, Bob Villan, then by doing it in that way from the stage, he's not doing himself or his cause a service.
What I'd say is that there has been no form of criticism of the state of Israel that the state of Israel or its supporters have found acceptable. From the river to the sea, they don't like that. They don't like it when you call them an apartheid state, despite the fact that leading international human rights organizations like Amnesty, like Human Rights Watch, have called what they're doing apartheid. They don't like it when you call what they're doing a genocide, despite the fact that South Africa and other countries have presented a compelling case at the ICJ. They don't like it when even Keir Starmer and Emmanuel Macron, who are hardly punk rock radicals, say, hey, you've gone too far, you need to let in some aid. All of that is anti-Semitic. So I think that while you may once more think, oh, this isn't helpful to the cause, and I think it's fine to have that opinion, I think that one shouldn't think there is a form of expression that wouldn't be labelled as anti-Semitic by supporters of Israel. And I, again, would like to return to this point about the difference between political art and politics itself. Political art has always been about pushing boundaries. You say things in ways which are highly emotive. And punk bands especially have always done that. I mean, you only have to go back and, listen to songs by The Clash, for instance, like Spanish Bombs. It's all about telling an emotional story. And I think that Bob Villan they see themselves in that tradition. I mean, one of the rappers who has inspired Bob Villan directly is Dizzy Rascal, who's not particularly political, but when he raps, all I care about is sex and violence, a heavy bass line is my kind of silence. Sure, that's going to be off-putting to some people, and some would say, oh, Mr. Rascal, you're letting yourself down, but he's a rapper. These are punk artists. What do you want from them?
The trouble with all this, I guess, isn't it? And we see this in America as well. There is no universal free speech. Someone's free speech is someone else's unfree speech. Elon Musk rages about, the need to have free speech on X, his own platform, but if people criticize him, well, he cancels them. So what is the definition of free speech, Toby, in a deeply tribally divided democracy like America and to some extent like ours?
Well, as I say, Matt, I like, as my guide rope, I like the Brandenburg test, which says that speech should be protected. This is on public platforms in the public square, not necessarily on privately owned companies, where it often conflicts with the right to freedom of association. But in the public...
Toby, that's enough from you. You seem really stupid.
Reasonably expect the television company they're paying for to observe certain standards of propriety in what they decide to broadcast, and I think it fell short of that.
Proper enough, don't you see?
Ash?
So just on what one of the band members of Kneecap said regarding the riot, again, I was at the set and he specifically said afterwards, I'm only joking, don't do that. So while I think it's fair to say, was that necessarily wise, considering the broader context of one of their members being charged with terror-related offences, I think that, when someone says, I'm only joking, for me, that should be taken in as a mitigating factor. I agree with Toby, actually, that I think the Lucy Connolly sentence was unduly excessive, and I think it sets a very bad precedent for prosecutions regarding forms of expression that morally I condemn, but that doesn't necessarily mean, or it doesn't follow, that you want the state to intervene in all of those cases. I'd like to add to that the use of terror legislation and the prescription of terror organizations, because there's a freedom of speech dimension as well. So when it comes to a group like Palestine Action, if I were to say, following their prescription, I think what they did was brave and honourable and justified, under Section 12 of the Terrorism Act, I could be charged for being reckless as to whether that could cause someone else to support Palestine Action. And there is no journalistic exemption from the Terrorism Act. What we've seen is pro-Palestine journalists such as Asa Winstanley. His house was raided. A judge later ruled that that was unlawful, and he's being investigated under terror legislation. So I think that there is something very troubling here, which is the Terrorism Act was brought in the year 2000. At the time, the Home Secretary said, we're not going to use this for domestic or industrial or environmental cases, right? They specifically said we're going to use this for international terrorism. But now we're seeing a government abuse that legislation, I think, in such a way which has very chilling implications for free speech.
Okay. There we go. Ash Sarkar absolutely smashing it on Channel 4 News. It's fantastic interview from Ash. She really is great. She certainly brings Novara Media up a couple points in my book and representing on Channel 4 big time. It's from a few days ago. That posted. Didn't get a chance to watch it on Wednesday. She ended talking about Palestine Action, and that's been in the news headlines over the last week and a half, 2 weeks, after they were declared to be a terrorist organization by Keir Starmer.
Awful. Weak.
And people protested that action on the streets of London yesterday.
Individuals which were charged and which had done precisely.
So, first and foremost, this is an attack on the Palestinian.
I mean, we should have freedom of speech and freedom of standing against genocide. How does that make you a terrorist? I will never understand that. And I think it's people in power trying to silence people who are wanting to stand up for what is right.
I think it's a very underhanded move that is, as an Irish person, very, very familiar to me. And so therefore I can't, in good conscience look away, but also I can't ignore the playbook that's been done before.
To prevent the crime of genocide. Palestine Action.
Absolutely clear,
All right. Let's stay here. We got 15 minutes left in this half. Hopefully that will be enough time to go over the meltdown happening in the Labour government in the UK, which has been going on, at least depending on where you want to start, last couple of days, certainly. There's been a lot of talk around the Shadow Chancellor Rachel Reeves and her having broken down in Parliament earlier. I think it was on Thursday. Ever since then, people have been talking a lot about that. Started off once again with Channel 4 News.
Have you lost control of your MPs, Prime Minister?
Not a sure-footed start to the day. The Whips made sure Keir Starmer had an enthusiastic welcome in the Commons after a humiliating climb-down on welfare policy.
Weak. Okay, there seems to be a bit of a challenge on who can cheer the most. I've never known one Prime Minister get as much cheering. Come on, Prime Minister.
Tony Badenoch said Labour was back in its comfort zone, splashing the cash, not making savings.
It's been a difficult week for the Prime Minister. So let's start with something simple. Can the Prime Minister tell the House how much his welfare bill is going to save.
In relation to welfare, what we delivered last night was a bill which ends mandatory reassessment of those with severe disabilities.
After last night's humiliating U-turn, we know he cannot control his MPs. They're cheering now.
Now, one thing I noticed before, this was before Rachel Reeves was seen crying in the parliament. She looked like she had already been crying. I've seen Rachel Reeves on a number of occasions, and she looks fucking terrible in this photo. She really looks like she just got done, like, bawling for, like, hours. And she just sort of showed up here, having tried to pull herself together, but she was not looking so good leading up to this moment.
Ends mandatory reassessment of those with severe disabilities.
After last night's humiliating U-turn, we know he cannot control his MPs. They're cheering now, but you signed the amendment. You signed the amendment. Over 100 people signed that reasoned amendment until the bill was completely gutted.
I'll tell them what they did to the welfare system. They broke it.
Kemi Badenoch then made reference to how upset Rachel Reeves was looking, something anyone watching on TV could not miss.
She looks, Mr. Speaker, she's pointing at me. She looks absolutely miserable. Labour MPs, yeah, she looks absolutely miserable. Labour MPs, they can point as much as they like. The fact is, Labour MPs are going on the record saying that the Chancellor is toast.
In the first year of a Labour government, we got free school meals, breakfast clubs.
That seemed to overwhelm the Chancellor, triggering tears which she couldn't hold back and repeatedly wiped away. Her lip trembled at times. MPs and reporters wondered if she'd resigned or been sacked. These images unnerved the markets. The thought that the Chancellor might be going and Labour switching to more spending sent the price of government borrowing sharply up. Graph lines not seen since Liz Truss's premiership. The market calmed after official statements saying Rachel Reeves was upset for personal reasons and was safe.
Well, the budget proposal coming from the Shadow Chancellor's office was basically, I mean, on its face, it looked like the Tories wrote it. I'm not gonna mince words. It was incredibly conservative, basically austerity policy 2.0, this time from the Labour government rather than from the Tory government, slashing benefits, like medical assistance, adding in new caveats, and like I think means testing was involved, stuff like that. Doing a lot of stuff that the United States is kind of doing, but sort of like a lighter version of that. Trying to shore up funding by cutting the benefits of the people who need them the most. And then at some point during the week, climb down from that and said they're going to come up with a different way. I think at least that's how I understand what transpired this week. Shadow Chancellor Rachel Reeves clearly, visibly, publicly showing that she'd had a rough week. Got a lot of sympathy from people out there, but not from one Owen Jones. We had a lot of criticisms for the Keir Starmer crew.
Keir Starmer's government is in total meltdown. His downfall is being discussed by previously supportive journalists and commentators as a matter of when rather than if. The polling of the Prime Minister, his colleagues and the government and their policies overall is catastrophic. Labour's managed to anger those parts of the country that are most naturally hostile, which has done everything imaginable to love bomb, as well as the most traditionally natural, loyal supporters of the Labour Party. The consensus from left to right is that the country simply sinks further into crisis. That is almost exactly a year after winning a landslide in parliamentary seats, though certainly not in votes, which sort of laid the foundations or showed how weak actually they really were. After all, they only won just over a third of those who voted on the day. on the lowest turnout of all potential voters in British democratic history. They won fewer votes than Labour secured when it suffered an electoral rout in 2019. In 2024, candidates who were squarely defined as being to the left of Labour, so excluding those defined by civic nationalism, like the Scottish National Party, for example, they had their best results since World War II. And indeed, in a year when the party was winning power for the first time in 2 decades, Starmer lost 2 shadow cabinet ministers to candidates from the left. In 39 seats won by the Labour Party, the Green Party came second, giving them a springboard for next time. Whereas on top of the independents who won, Blairite torchbearer, Wes Streeting, the Health Secretary, nearly lost to the British Palestinian 23 at the time years old independent candidate Liane Mohammed. It was so close. At the same time, the hard right Reform UK party of Nigel Farage surged, coming second to Labour in dozens of seats. All of this, of course, foreshadowed the further crumbling of Labour's electoral coalition under this dismal government. Now, yesterday was dominated by the frankly absolutely extraordinary sight of Rachel Reeves, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, openly sobbing during Prime Minister's questions. Just have a look at this.
47%. And may I take this opportunity to thank our outstanding British Transport Police for everything that they do to support staff and passengers.
I'm the sort of guy who feels uncomfortable watching anyone cry. I believe in political consequences for political misdeeds, although if someone is criminally implicated in genocide, given this government is facilitating Israel's genocide of the Palestinian people, then I want consequences through the justice system. I do think there needs to be context here. It was claimed by Number 10 that this was a personal matter. If that is correct, it just happens to coincide with the government trying to ram through legislation stripping disabled people of their social security benefits, which Rachel Reeves has been championing as the Chancellor of the Exchequer on the basis that we need to save money, we need to get these billions, we need to empty the pockets of disabled people and the sick and the ill in order to make the books balance. That would have driven hundreds of thousands of people either into poverty or further into hardship. I'll discuss that legislation, but how many people who are disabled or who have long-term serious illnesses have wept in the past few weeks and months as the government dangled poverty, misery, and hardship over them and their families? Well, there were no cameras trained on their faces, and they're not people who are receiving £150,000 a year of taxpayers' money, like Rachel Reeves, or who have been showered with freebies thanks to wealthy donors and friends and organisations, like Rachel Reeves. They don't receive pity or words of sympathy from our media outlets. Indeed, our media's monstered them for years as being scroungers, the idle, the lazy, pilfering from the public purse, the lowest of the low. Now, Rachel Reeves has been a disastrous Chancellor. When she assumed office, one of the first things she did was to confiscate the winter fuel payment from most pensioners, including many who were in poverty, because that's what means testing always does. According to media reports, the government was shocked by the resulting firestorm because they thought it would simply signal to the electorate what a mess the Tories had left the country in, which is just the same shtick that George Osborne did in 2010. What it really showed was that the political calculations of these people are completely off. They think that the laws of politics means that taking away social security from people is popular. Do you know what? They were completely and utterly wrong. Similarly, they ordered their own MPs to vote to maintain a Tory 2-child benefit cap, which drives hundreds of thousands of kids into poverty and hardship. And they suspended 7 of those MPs when they had the temerity to vote against this monstrous legislation. The plans to roll back social security for disabled people, again, they calculated.
Yeah, this Labour government has been terrible pretty much from the beginning. Has not been a lot of great moves. I mean, starting from the election itself, starting from the actual election, Labour's been making some terrible political decisions, whether it's kicking people out of the party, introducing these ridiculous means tests for fuel for seniors heading into winter, literally like a month before winter started. They were like, or at least it was like in the fall, basically, that they did that. It was, it's been a bad go. It's been a bad go for the last, how long has it been now? 9 months? When did Labour take it back?
It's monstrous legislation. Plans to roll back social security for disabled people, again, they calculated would be popular because disabled people have been so demonised, they thought kicking them would have no downsides at all. Their plans included an assault on the personal independence payment, which they keep lying about and presenting as though it's an out-of-work benefit, so they can keep demonising people. Obviously, there are disabled people who cannot work who need support. But the point is, it goes to disabled people regardless of their work status. It's there to help people with disabilities and illnesses to have independence, as the name suggests, whether it be paying for carers or equipment and so on. On average, those who receive this benefit are still hundreds of pounds each month worse off because of their disabilities or conditions. Already as it was, many people, including amputees and people with Parkinson's and terminal cancer, were being rejected from getting this benefit. Their new system, the government's new system, would mean that if, for example, you could not get dressed by yourself or use the toilet by yourself, you're no longer eligible for support. Charities estimate hundreds of thousands could be driven into poverty by what they proposed. A Labour government driving hundreds of thousands of people into poverty. What actually is the point of a Labour Party that does this? Well, you can see why I left this party well over a year ago before they won power, when I warned what they'd be like in power, and I don't want to say I told you so, but I really did. Some important context: Starmer's goons rigged the selections.
Yeah, it's not great. Not great. And it seems like most democracies even have some terrible choices in front of them, right? I mean, it would have taken a massive effort to vote in people better than Labor, right? I mean, I guess Greens would have been the better option in many cases to Labor. Not all even, but like certainly Reform and Tories wouldn't have been a better choice. But it's the same thing with the United States, but even worse, because we don't even really have, we don't have multiple parties to really choose from. We have two. We have the duo party, the mono party, the uniparty, whatever you want to call it. There's no real, not a lot of great options over here either. It's terrible. It's fucking terrible. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. Suffice to say, Keir Starmer's government is not doing super good right now. Got a lot of stuff to make up for with what the Tories left them, and have done anything but actually help people out, it would seem. And have just been coming up with different austere measures and continued to assist the IDF in its genocidal onslaught of Palestinians, and has come after free speech, anti-war activists. There it is, not good. Labor, what are you doing over there? Come on. All right, let's see. Well, we completed both goals. That much I know. So great job, everyone, for that. Even though YouTube doesn't think we completed them, we did complete them together. Got through U.S. and environmental news, a little bit of space, a little bit of Earth news. I've got a ton of stuff to cover from Earth news from this last week because, well, we didn't do regular Earth news on Wednesday. Which means we're going to have at least one more half. Maybe two. Or just say, maybe just one. Maybe just one. Don't worry, we'll be right back after these brief space messages. I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, Cash App, and PayPal. If you'd prefer all the money that you donate go directly to contributing to the stream rather than to contributing to Google's bottom line. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron. Only a few bucks a month will get you access to a bunch of sweet, sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy over there on Patreon. So go find out what is in store. Hint, hint, you can get an avatar on the screen in front of you right now. You could be dancing and sunning by the pool, among other things. All right, chat, enough for me. Enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Well, there you go, chat. That is your galactic reminder that this break is coming to an end. And the beginning of the fourth half is drawing nearer and nearer. Okay. Now we left off with Owen Jones talking about the meltdown in the Keir Starmer Labour government in the UK. Now we're going to go to another place. Starts with the UK. It's called Ukraine, where there has certainly been some news between Ukraine and Russia over the last few days this week. Starting here, this is from Tuesday night, where where Ukraine reportedly struck a missile factory deep inside Russia. Here's CNN.
These are indeed extraordinary images of panic around a Russian arms plant. You can hear, in fact, the gunfire of what is likely to be security personnel shooting up at what they think are drones about to hit the area around them. But also, it's extraordinary because of how deep inside Russia this was, 800 miles inside, hitting what a Ukraine security official tells CNN was a target they were aiming at, the Kupol electromagnetic plant, which Ukraine says is responsible for the construction of Tor missiles, OSA anti-missile systems, and indeed the Garpia attack drone used frequently across the front lines by Russia. Russian officials, though, say that 3 people were killed in this attack and 35 injured. Unclear if they were civilians or people working at the factory plant itself. But Izhevsk, where this attack occurred, so key to Russia's arm industry, but it comes at a time of bad news for Ukraine across the front lines, and indeed suggestions today from some Ukrainian military bloggers that in fact they've lost the largest amount of territory on the front lines in June for a number of months as Russia continues its slow incremental advances, not quite the vast summer push that many had expected yet, but suggestions Russia is amassing over 100,000 troops near the strategic eastern town of Pokrovsk and possibly 50,000 near the northern Ukrainian city of Sumy. Many deep concerns about what Russia's intentions may be in the weeks ahead, even if Ukraine is increasingly showing how deep inside Russian territory it can penetrate with some accuracy.
3 people were reportedly killed and dozens more injured early Tuesday after Ukraine struck a missile production.
Okay. I think that's all we need from the CNN story. Ukraine managing to strike deep within Russia to hit a supposed missile factory. Casualties in the single digits, but supposedly dozens injured. And it's really the location of this strike that is the most interesting, as it's just another in a line of attacks that have happened in recent months from Ukraine to Russia that have been well away from the front lines, deep within the territory. So sort of showing the escalation of this, honestly, because at one point they were banned from using, well, not banned, but stopped by the United States from using certain munitions that have been given to Ukraine in a non-defensive capacity. But since they're delving into drone production technology, these recent attacks have basically circumvented that rule. Now, Russia struck back in Kharkiv 2 days ago as the U.S. Publicly halted some portion of weapons shipments to Ukraine. There you see the aftermath of this Russian strike in Kharkiv. And like I said, the United States made its decision to pause a great deal of arms shipments to Ukraine was made on Thursday. Maybe Wednesday. It must have been Wednesday, actually. I think both those are from Wednesday.
In what looks to be a severe blow to Ukraine's war effort, Washington says it will pause arms deliveries to Kyiv. NBC and the New York Times report that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth made the decision because of concerns about the US military stockpiles. Hegseth had ordered a review of the Army's munitions inventory, which has been depleted after 3 years of supplying weapons to Ukraine and carrying.
So the justification for this is that the United States doesn't have enough weapons? Is that what I'm to understand?
Come on! Military operations in the Middle East. Among the weapons likely to be delayed are Patriot interceptors, 155mm howitzer munitions, Hellfire missiles, GMLRS missile systems, and Stinger surface-to-air missiles. Just this week, Ukraine's foreign minister said Kyiv had been asking Washington for more deliveries.
We continue to count on and sincerely hope for additional systems from our partners. I would also like to reiterate that we have reached out to the U.S. side. President Zelensky personally appealed to President Trump with a proposal to procure additional Patriot systems capable of intercepting ballistic missiles.
A halt in deliveries would hamper Ukraine's abilities to defend its cities from Russian drone and missile attacks, and also impede its own precision strikes against Russian targets. Sources say the deliveries being paused were scheduled for several months from now, but there are fears in.
Well, I mean, even if we take them at face value, we have been giving out these weapons like hotcakes. The wars need to stop. I was told that the wars were going to be over day 1, no more war. And now we're day 180, I guess, something like that. Not quite. Right, day 160, 70. Actually, the wars, maybe they'll continue for a little while. Now, let's see what Donald Trump himself had to say about the decision-making process in pausing weapons shipments to Ukraine.
Mr. President, why did you pause weapons to Ukraine? Why did you pause weapons?
We haven't. We're giving weapons, but we've given so many weapons. But we are giving weapons, and we're working with them and trying to help them. But we haven't. You know, Biden emptied out our whole country giving them weapons.
Emptied it out.
And we have to make sure that we have enough for ourselves. Who are you with?
Mr. President, there's going to be a lot of symbolism tomorrow when you sign the
one of those nasty question-asking news organizations. No wonder you would ask a question like that. That's why, because Biden got rid of all the weapons. We had no more weapons left, and then we had to stop it. That's why. And we have been giving a ton of weapons to Israel, and we've been sort of bombing Iran and Yemen. So that might also have something to do with our supposedly depleted stockpile. I find that to be a dubious claim at best. Now let's go to Istanbul in Turkey. As a couple of days ago, protesters were once again in the streets protesting the Erdogan government jailing the main opposition candidate ahead of elections. This followed a rally marking the 100th days since the jailing of Imamoglu. We are here today to be against the lawlessness and for the arrest of mayors and the animosity of the police towards students, for all the country, even for the police, for everyone. As you can see, a number of protesters were arrested by the government. But Ekrem İmamoğlu has now been in jail for a few months. And he, like I said, is like the main opposition candidate to Recep Erdogan. He's the current mayor of Istanbul. And that's why these protests seem to center around Istanbul, as he's very popular there. People are pretty upset about him being arrested on what they claim to be bogus, phony charges trumped up by the Erdogan government to stay in power. Now, let's go to Africa. Talk about... We're not going to go to Africa, but let's go to talking about Africa vicariously through the Department of State. One Tammy Bruce has some stuff to tell us about the meeting which occurred between DRC, Rwanda, and U.S. officials over last weekend. This is Forbes breaking news. I think this was Tammy Bruce speaking on Monday.
Happy Monday. I'll explain in a moment. I will explain in a moment. Thank you for being
here. Why does she take this tone? What is her deal? Why is she, I feel like she doesn't understand the job that she has sometimes.
Thank you for being here.
Okay.
It's a Monday, and I will be a little short today as the president is beginning some signings at the White House and the Oval Office. We don't want to conflict, so forgive me in that regard. But I do have a few announcements for you here.
Great.
And we'll start. President Trump and Secretary of State Marco Rubio continue to deliver on this administration's vision of peace through strength, resolute diplomacy backed by principled leadership. On June 27th, Secretary Rubio, Undersecretary Allison Hooker, and Senior Advisor Massad Boulos hosted the ministerial signing of a landmark peace agreement between the Democratic Republic of the Congo and the Republic of Rwanda. The agreement marks a historic milestone for the Great Lakes region, bringing an end to a 30-year war. The United States...
It's over. Don't you get it? That's it. No more war between Rwanda and the DRC. That's it. It's over.
In coordination with the African Union, Qatar, and Togo, will continue supporting full implementation of this comprehensive peace deal to pave the way for mutual prosperity. Tomorrow, Secretary Rubio will welcome his Quad counterparts from Australia, India.
So, I tried to look into this deal, and everything that I found about it seemed incredibly vague. And there's a lot of criticisms around the vagueness of this deal. Not only the details of the deal itself are vague, like the implementation of it seems pretty vague. Rwandan forces have 3 months to withdraw from Congo. Who knows what will happen in that time? And there's also an element in there that I think no one will be shocked to hear about. But Donald Trump has apparently gotten some sort of a U.S. mineral deal, and there is even less detail on exactly what that's going to look like. But supposedly we're going to be getting some rare earths, great rare earths from the ground. And so in this deal there is some sort of mineral extraction component in the Congo. Donald Trump doesn't want to be left out of stripping that country of its resources. I would love to know what he's promised them in return. Not clear. But at some point during that press conference, actually, maybe we should just listen. Let's listen to the rest of this from Tammy. I'm just going to let her go.
And Japan to Washington to reaffirm our shared commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific. This ministerial reinforces our joint resolve to defend sovereignty, strengthen regional maritime security, and build resilient supply chains. And as you may know, today, President Trump will issue a new executive order lifting U.S. sanctions on Syria, reaffirming his belief that the Syrian people deserve a future of safety and prosperity. This policy reflects the president's conviction that American leadership can unlock new paths to regional stability. Finally, the department's Middle East Task Force ended its activities on Friday, June 27th. U.S. embassies and consulates throughout the region are open and providing routine and emergency consular services. The department also continues to share information and updates with U.S. citizens affected by the conflict. As of today, we have sent nearly 100 security alerts since the onset of...
Great job, Tammy. That's enough from you. All right, peace through strength, says the Department of State and Donald Trump. You see, we solved it. We've solved everything. Peace through strength. Orwell. All right. Let's talk Gaza. There's been a lot that's been happening around Israel, Palestine this week. Before we go to talking about the atrocities that have occurred in Gaza in the last few days, or more like this whole week, let's go to the Netherlands, where activists created a very stark sort of illustration, if you will, of all of the children who have died in Gaza. These shoes represent over 18,000 children killed in Gaza. It's horrible. It's horrible. Dutch activists filled a square with the shoes, then read the names of some of the children that they were memorializing. The group behind the memorial action, Plant in Olifbium, has led at least 11 other memorials for Gaza across the Netherlands. This footage is from Utrecht in March 2024. They laid out 14,000 pairs of shoes in this action last year. Other groups have staged similar actions to visualize the scale of loss in Gaza. By February 24, Israel had already killed over 11,000 children. It took over 80 people 5 hours to lay out clothes representing them on a beach in the UK. In September 2024, volunteers in Doha lined up 15,000 teddy bears to represent the rising child death toll. Israel has now killed or injured over 50,000 Palestinians in Gaza. The real number is likely much higher. Yeah, it's devastating. Just devastating. Why we continue to allow our governments to fund this, I do not know. How we stop them from funding it is the question that I feel like I ask myself more often. What can we do now? How many more people need to be in ICE detention to get the government to wake up?
I found this fascinating.
All right, let's go here. Yeah.
I found this fascinating, particularly in the wake of the controversy or the questioning of Stephen Colbert when he had Mamdani and...
What just happened?
I found this fascinating, particularly in the wake of the controversy or the questioning of Stephen Colbert when he had Mamdani and Zoran, when they had Mamdani and Lander on the program 2 nights before the election, about a week ago. I guess the night before the election, about a week ago. He had on Clarissa Ward, correspondent with CNN, and it's fascinating where this information goes. Like, I don't even know if you get this on CNN, but again, this is really, I love seeing this on this outlet because you're hitting a lot of people who do not follow this kind of reporting either on purpose or simply because they're not interested in it. And it's interesting to see this word going out. I mean, you have at least 75 Palestinians killed by Israeli bombing of Gaza. The food situation is incredibly dire. Play this clip. I mean, that seemed to go a little differently than one would anticipate. Brought on to talk about Iran. We should say this is in the wake of the reporting by Haaretz that Israeli soldiers were ordered to fire upon Palestinians who were coming for food aid.
Illegal.
No suspicion of armed fighters amongst them. Just fire on them. This is coming in the wake of Israeli reporting that they were putting like oxy in the flour or something. I mean, this is just full out and out barbarism. It's just, it's disgusting. And one...
It is disgusting. I don't know how anybody at this point can continue to support this shit. I mean, it is genuinely, it defies all logic and reason. And, you know, the fact that this message is making it out in places like the Colbert, I almost called it the Colbert Report, the late night whatever with Stephen Colbert, stuff like that, it's super important. And I mean, honestly, this message should have already gotten this to be, this should have already been over so long ago. And the fact that the US has supported it throughout all of this is just, it's unconscionable. And at some point the reckoning will come, maybe in my opinion, my hope, but I don't know. how to put that, but it's terrible. It's a terrible situation. Of course, it's not just the U.S. who has helped. UK, Germany, France, other allies of Israel have given them weapons or support. But number one backer, U.S. Tens of billions of dollars given for all this in the last 19, 20 odd months. And those weapons have allowed for atrocities like this next story to continue to happen. This is from 3 days ago. I just realized that the sound was super low. Oh no.
Now let's move on to some other news. And the Israeli military says it is reviewing some of the information about...
I just realized that the sound was like super low for that last video. Nobody said anything about the volume. I'm actually kind of shocked. I feel bad. So we watched like a fair bit of that thing. Jesus Christ.
To some other news. And the Israeli military says it is reviewing some of information about the latest attacks in Gaza, that as at least 74 more Palestinians were killed. The review on 11 people killed amid ongoing accusations of attacks at or near official food distribution sites run by the so-called Gaza Aid Foundation. This time, those killed 3 kilometers away from one as they tried to return from the site. At least 30 other people were also killed in an airstrike, as you can see from these images, at a seaside cafe. Well, we're going to cross then to Jerusalem, talk to our correspondent Noga Tarnopolsky. Noga, once again then, Israel's actions in Gaza very much under scrutiny.
Yes, although possibly not enough, I should say, Stuart, because the Israeli army has begun simply always saying that it will probe any incident that is videoed, that has proof. For example, this whatever happened, this explosive device that fell on a seaside cafe where many journalists tended to work, that had good Wi-Fi. The Israeli army response is that it will investigate. We don't always hear about investigations. Sometimes years pass. I would say that the one exception in recent months was the case of the paramedics, the Palestinian paramedics who were killed by Israeli fire. But again, this follows a pattern. What we do have from yesterday is an acknowledgement of the failure, I would say, of the failure of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation hubs for distribution. The Israeli army put out a statement yesterday. I apologize for the noise. The Israeli army put out a statement yesterday.
Why does this woman seem so giddy talking about this horrific attack? It's kind of gross. You stop smiling for 2 seconds and maybe find some gravitas. For the love of God. It's a war crime. 74 fucking people just died at a cafe where journalists went to and other people went to get access to Wi-Fi in a place where there is no Wi-Fi or very limited access to Wi-Fi. Jesus Christ. Okay. Let's go. Let's keep talking about this horrific strike.
Israeli airstrikes continue across Gaza, killing and injuring dozens. A popular seafront cafe was one of the targets. It was said to have been frequented by journalists, activists and remote workers as it provided internet access. The UN condemned the actions of the Israeli army and said the situation in the enclave was dire.
The level of suffering and brutality in Gaza is unbearable. The continued collective punishment of the Palestinian people is unjustifiable. We remain deeply concerned by Israeli military operations in Gaza that render large areas of Gaza uninhabitable.
While Israel maintains it is not fighting Palestinians but Hamas, it has been accused of deliberately targeting and shooting civilians who are trying to access aid. The UN says more than 400 Gazans have been killed while seeking assistance. The Israeli military is investigating the reports, a move welcomed by the US.
There's still more to do. We recognize that Israel is doing the appropriate thing with investigating certain allegations, and we certainly, like everyone else, will be watching that. And at the same time, we also know that there are people on the ground who want to disrupt and disturb the success of this.
The Trump administration is still trying to broker a deal between Israel and Hamas.
So the reason why there's been multiple massacres at these aid sites are because people are just making it harder. Oh, there's people on the ground making it harder. Like who? The IDF? Let's talk more about that goddamn Gaza humanitarian farce fund. Whatever you want to call it. It's a fraud.
More than 170 non-governmental organizations operating in Gaza have called for the immediate end of the U.S. and Israeli-backed aid
Immediately, if
distribution
not
scheme.
sooner.
In their joint statement, the organizations say that in less than 4 weeks, more than 500 Palestinians have been killed and nearly 4,000 injured while trying to access or distribute food. It comes after the UN agency supporting Palestinian refugees called the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation a, quote, death trap. We have reached out to the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation for new comment, but in a statement provided to CBS News last week, it said in part, quote, it is unfortunate that both organizations, especially the UN, continue to push false information regarding our operations. We understand the UN is also trying to deliver aid into Gaza, but are not releasing the percentage of their deliveries that are being looted versus making their final destination. Joining me now is Juliet Tuma, the Director of Communications for the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine Refugees. Juliet, thank you for joining us. I want to start off with finding out what is your team's assessment of how the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is operating on the ground.
Thanks for having me, and good to see you. Look, our teams, since day one, they've been telling us that it's not humanitarian at all, that it is the Gaza Hunger Foundation, it is the Gaza Humiliation Foundation. And what they mean by that is that it's extremely degrading how this scheme of aid distribution has been operating, the many, many miles that people have to go, starving people, men and women, only to get very, very little food. And on top of that, they get shot at.
Juliet, there used to be 400 sites run by independent aid groups across Gaza. Now, with the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation taking the lead, it's down to just 4. How big of an impact has that had?
On a good day, it's 4. And you're absolutely right. We used to run in coordination with other United Nations agencies and humanitarian organizations around 400 points of distribution spread across the Gaza Strip from north to south. And the whole point about this is that we wanted to be close to the people that we're serving, so that older people, the wounded.
So before the Gaza humanitarian farce came into control of the aid, there were 100 times as many aid sites spread across the entirety of Gaza. And now there's only 4. And as you can tell by these by these photos, these images, that like 90% of the people that can make it are young men, and that's it. It's too long of a journey to get to one of these things. With there being 1/100th of the usual aid sites for anyone else to get to these things. You have to be able-bodied, able to walk across, walk miles, carrying things in the heat. It's just terrible. It's a war crime that's being facilitated on the ground by the United States.
Hospital officials in Gaza say at least 41 people were killed in an Israeli airstrike that hit a bustling seaside cafe. It offered internet access, making it a very popular location among students and journalists alike. Here's CNN's Jeremy Diamond with more from Tel Aviv.
Well, another deadly day in Gaza made especially deadly by a strike on the port in Gaza City. The target was a seaside cafe where at least 41 people were killed, 75 injured, according to the director of Al-Shifa.
Gross. The way the CNN talks about this fucking cafe as a target, they are continuing to legitimize the violence that is being perpetrated by the Israeli government on civilians. CNN is talking about this like it's a target. It's not a fucking cafe that's just minding its own fucking business with a bunch of journalists and civilians minding their own goddamn business, getting blown to bits by bombs given to them by the United States government. No, it's a target. Don't you see? It could be legitimate. It's fucking disgusting. I can't watch any more of this. Fuck yourself, CNN. It's a target, they say. A target. A target. Okay. That's fun. That must be fun for you.
In northern Gaza City on Monday, an Israeli airstrike bombed a popular seaside cafe, killing at least 40 people. The Al-Baka Cafe was a popular destination for Palestinians in Gaza looking for internet access, including journalists. Photojournalist Ismail Abu Hattab was killed. Palestinian journalist Bayan Abu Sultan was injured in the attack. Also among the dead was prominent visual artist Franz al-Salmi and a group of children celebrating a birthday. Al Jazeera journalist Hani Mahmoud reported the attack on the cafe occurred without any warning, he said. At least 95 people in Gaza were killed Monday. Separate attacks hit a tent encampment in the courtyard of the Al-Aqsa Hospital in central Gaza and the Yafa school, which have been sheltering hundreds of people. Israeli forces killed at least 15 people seeking food in southern Gaza at a militarized aid distribution site run by the U.S. and Israeli-backed group, the so-called Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. 50 others were wounded. This is Hassam al-Hawadri, an eyewitness.
Hunger, hunger, hunger. No matter how much I tell you hunger, there is hunger in Gaza. There is humiliation. This is humiliation. You bring me aid to kill me. You said this is aid and it is documented and signed. Then why these massacres? These people had gone to eat. They went to get a morsel of food to eat. They said they were distributing aid. How do you call it aid, then you shoot at people's children? Where is the world? Where are the people? You tell me aid and it's documented. Then why do you kill us?
More than 600 Palestinians have been killed while attempting to seek aid from the so-called Gaza Humanitarian Foundation sites. Already, at least 66 Palestinian children have died of acute malnutrition due to Israel's blockade. That's according to Gaza officials. For more on these latest developments in Gaza, we go to Gaza, where we're joined by Dr. Abdul Basit Khan, who is a neurosurgeon volunteering with Rama Worldwide at the Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis. He's an American doctor volunteering in Gaza right now. Thank you so much for being with us, Doctor. I understand just before we went to air, there was another bomb right near you.
Thank you, Amy. Yes, in fact, there were 4 bombings just south of the Khan Yunis complex while we were joining the phone call. These are residential areas, indiscriminate bombing, and I'm sure after this call, I'll go treat the patients in the emergency room.
And Dr. Khan, some of the patients that you've been treating, could you talk about the injuries they're suffering?
Yes, definitely. So I'm a neurosurgeon. I treat brain and spine pathologies. That was just another bomb. I've been treating mostly blast injuries. My patients are all dislocated and living in tents. They are being indiscriminately bombed by the Israeli occupation forces. My first day here, within 2 hours of arriving, I operated on a 10-year-old girl who was in her tent and was struck by a bomb. Father said he was outside of the tent. A bomb came from the sky. She became immediately unconscious. Came to me. She had shrapnel going through both, ripping through both frontal lobes. Jesus I operated on her that night.
Christ.
Thankfully, she's doing well. These types of bombings affect entire families. I was later consulted on an adult woman in the ICU who had shrapnel penetrating the front of her neck, causing a large neck hematoma. I was consulted by the head and neck surgeon because there was shrapnel lodged in her spine. That woman turned out to be the mother of the patient I had just operated.
Jesus
the poor father is here going between both ICUs. These kinds of conditions and these kinds of scenarios are very common. In fact, just before I logged into this call, I took care of one young boy, 8 years old, similar story. In the tent, he has shrapnel ripping through both frontal lobes. We will soon operate the patient as soon as we have an operating room available. Everything is in resource limitation in Gaza. Then later in the emergency room, I took care of his father, who also had shrapnel injury to the back of the head. These are the kinds of patients I'm seeing.
This is ridiculous.
A few days ago, Haaretz, the Israeli newspaper, reported that Israeli soldiers, IDF soldiers that they've interviewed, said that they were ordered to fire on unarmed crowds near food distribution sites. There have been over 500 Palestinians killed since May at these food distribution sites. What are your other colleagues talking to you about the kinds of people who have been killed or wounded by gunfire at these distribution sites?
It's an excellent question. The injuries from the aid sites are very common, and we're seeing these injuries every single day. I myself, yesterday night, we had a patient come from the aid site in a delayed fashion after he was struck with shrapnel in the back of the head. The day prior, I had seen a 25-year-old man who had a single gunshot wound with a high-velocity rifle, entrance in the posterior aspect, back of the neck. They shot him in the back of the neck and it exited the front part of the chest. It severed his spinal cord. He can no longer use his arms or his legs, and he will remain like that for the rest of his life. He's only 25 years old. I reviewed with my...
Okay, that's all I can take of this. I listened to this once, so I'm sorry. I just can't do it again. It's just so gruesome. The descriptions of the injuries from this neurosurgeon who's been treating patients on the ground in Gaza, and the... Oh, God, in the wake of these Israeli atrocities, I can't even imagine having all those lives being in my hand in such a way, feeling like there's no end to these atrocities. Let's stay with democracy now, but instead go to the interview that Amy Goodman did with the UN High Commissioner earlier this week.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. I was in Geneva, Switzerland yesterday, on Monday, at the headquarters of the United Nations Human Rights Council. I had the chance to sit down and speak with the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk, about a number of issues. In today's segment, we're going to look at Israel's attack on Gaza. We spoke soon after Israel issued new forced evacuation orders for Palestinians in areas of northern Gaza. In a statement last month, Volker Turk just characterized Israel's actions in Gaza as ethnic cleansing, saying, quote, "This latest barrage of bombs forcing people to move amid the threat of intensified attacks, the methodical destruction of entire neighborhoods, and the denial of humanitarian assistance underline that there appears to be a push for a permanent demographic shift in Gaza that's in defiance of international law and is tantamount to ethnic cleansing," unquote. Illegal. I asked Volker Turk about his comments.
You must imagine over the last over 20 months or so that the population inside Gaza has been displaced multiple times. I've heard it directly from some of our staff who told me that they had to move from the north to the south, back to the north and back to the south, and within these areas again and again. So it shows a group of people multiply displaced, and with the latest orders, they are essentially now confined to 1/5 of the territory. So you basically ask people to go again to 1/5 of the territory and empty up the land. That's what prompted me to call it ethnic displacement and ethnic cleansing.
And just this past weekend, officials in Gaza say at least 81 Palestinians were killed, 400 injured, just over a day period. You have accused Israel of inflicting horrifying, unconscionable suffering on Palestinians. What is your response to the latest developments?
Well, you have seen that they established the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which is essentially a militarized form of providing humanitarian assistance. We have seen at least over 600 people killed when they tried to go to these distribution points. We used to have, when the UN was still able to work a little bit more, we were having about 400 distribution points. Now it's limited to 4 or 5, and it's heavily militarized. And as a result, you see people being killed, you see chaos, because the fundamental principles of humanitarian action are not respected. So yes, humanitarian action is extremely important in these circumstances, and it's just not happening at the scale and speed that is required in order to save people's lives.
Can you talk about Israel's attack on UNRWA itself, on the UN agency?
So the fact that UNRWA was vilified in the way that it was actually shows that there is a total misunderstanding of the role of the United Nations. We are here to provide relief. We are here to help people in need. We are here also in humanitarian action to do this type of work. Unfortunately, we were not allowed to do it, and UNRWA was the prime target in all of this, which is very, very unfortunate and has really real-life consequences.
Is it a war crime?
I mean, the UNRWA, there are many things that happen in this war that are clearly war crimes. You know, collective punishment, issues of denying of humanitarian assistance. It's a very complex legal issue how to deal with UNRWA, and in fact, it's currently before the International Court of Justice.
I mean, the number of healthcare workers that have been killed, the hundreds of journalists who have been killed, those that are there to provide humanitarian aid. I just have to ask, the United Nations some 80 years ago was founded to end war, promote fundamental human rights, reaffirm international law. When you watch what is unfolding in Gaza, you might think the UN is totally useless.
Well, the principles are there, and the principles need to be respected. That's what. Let's not forget why was the United Nations created? The United Nations were created after 2 world wars, with horrific suffering, 60 million people in Europe alone displaced.
I think one thing which was not considered enough was certain aspects of this, like the United States possibly just completely circumventing international law in blatant ways, giving certain nations veto power over others, I think has allowed for this sort of bad actor that is United States and Israel, among other members of the UN in different scenarios, that it just has caused this to be a less functional body, unfortunately, because I agree with the aspirations of the UN, you know, but in this moment it does feel like not enough is being done. I mean, we've been saying it for too long. Now, earlier this week, Donald Trump was asked if there's any point at which he would tell Benjamin Netanyahu to stop the horrific onslaught of Palestinians in Gaza. Force him to accept a ceasefire.
Can we ask a Gaza follow-up question? I'm sorry, like another thing you inherited. How firm are you going to be with Netanyahu about ending the war in Gaza?
Very firm. But he wants it to.
Very firm.
He's coming here next week. He wants to end it too. We had a tremendous success with Iran. They won't have me.
There we go. That's all I needed. Donald Trump saying he's going to be very, very firm with Benjamin Netanyahu. And actually...
When are you going to sign?
Actually...
Sign? They are so bombed out. Did you see the report issued this morning? The place was decimated.
Here we go. Donald Trump saying Benjamin Netanyahu wants a deal. That Benjamin Netanyahu actually, he's sick of war. He's sick of genocide. He wants a deal. Have you not talked to? He's actually very serious about peace. That Benjamin Netanyahu, he loves peace. He's coming here to the United States. And he's gonna be like, hey, no more war. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm allergic to bullshit. Let's go here. Talk about this potential for a truce. A genocide truce. Is that what you call the end of a genocide? A truce? I guess.
Better, it will only get worse. That is the warning from Donald Trump to Hamas as he said that Israel has agreed on the terms for a 60-day ceasefire in Gaza. Trump announcing the developments as he prepares to host the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for talks at the White House at the start of next week. Trump continuing then to ramp up pressure on both sides to broker a ceasefire and hostage agreement to bring about an end to the war in Gaza. A little earlier we spoke to our correspondent David Smith in Washington.
Very little detail indeed, just this Truth Social post, that's Donald Trump's social media platform, saying that Israel has agreed to this 60-day ceasefire and looking to promote that and discuss that further, I think, when Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, visits Washington on Monday, which will be his third visit already of this Trump term. This announcement
Which is insane. There are multiple allies who aren't committing genocides that haven't gotten a single visit to the White House yet. Meanwhile, Benjamin Netanyahu, accused and obvious war criminal, is going to make a third visit to the United States in Donald Trump's term. And people were telling me he was going to be better on Gaza. And I said, that's stupid. You're stupid. And here we are. God. And another truce. I just want to point this out. We're not suggesting. I'm sorry. Another ceasefire. Look, 60-day ceasefire is what's being proposed. Not an actual truce, a ceasefire. How many ceasefires have been proposed, been enacted, and then violated by Israel at this point? Not just in Gaza, but just across the board. It's ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous that we have to fucking pretend like any of this is genuine and isn't going to just lead to more atrocities. Now, according to BBC, as of a couple of days ago, Israel has agreed to conditions laid out by the United States for a 60-day ceasefire. Yay. Ceasefire.
In what could be a significant development in the Middle East, President Trump has confirmed that Israel has agreed the necessary conditions for a 60-day ceasefire in Gaza, just days before Benjamin Netanyahu is due to visit Washington. In a message on his Truth Social account, Mr. Trump said, "We will work with all parties to end the war. I hope for the good of the Middle East that Hamas takes this deal because it will not get better, it will only get worse." Hamas has yet to respond to the proposed deal, and it remains unclear whether the militant group will agree to the conditions. Previous attempts to broker a ceasefire have been rejected. I asked our North America correspondent Arunade Mukherjee if there were any additional details about the terms of this potential deal.
What these necessary conditions are that Israel has agreed to is something that we still don't have details about, and whether these same necessary conditions will be acceptable to Hamas is going to be critical for this deal to actually work and hold and be a success. As you pointed out, in the past also there have been attempts, several attempts, but they have fallen through at the last moment many times. So this time, however, things are different in the sense that there is considerable pressure with Donald Trump really wanting to get this deal done. In fact, as that message on Truth Social, he said that things are only going to get worse. What is also important to understand is that the statement is coming just less than a week till Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will be meeting President Donald Trump on Monday here in Washington, D.C. President Trump made it very clear that he's going to be very, very stern and strict about, about the situation there in the Middle East. So it remains to be seen how this really plays out. But Donald Trump also highlighting the fact that the mediators, that is Egypt as well as Qatar, will be delivering this message, and they really...
If this meeting goes anything short of what happened with Volodymyr Zelensky, I'm going to be pissed off. I know it's not going to happen, but God damn it, do I want to see Donald Trump pull a Zelensky with Benjamin Netanyahu? It would actually give me some pleasure to watch. I doubt it's going to happen. Boy, do I want to see it. Now, the Associated Press did a piece on illegal actions being ordered of U.S. contractors and IDF members firing live ammunition at Palestinians seeking food in Gaza. Gaza humanitarian fraud developments continuing throughout the week on their obvious incompetence, and beyond that, their criminality.
Illegal.
Testimonies and videos obtained by the Associated Press
show American contractors guarding aid distribution sites inside Gaza are using live ammunition and stun grenades as hungry Palestinians scramble for food. 2 U.S. contractors who spoke to us on the condition of anonymity because they were revealing their employer's internal operations said they were coming out because they were disturbed by what they saw as dangerous and irresponsible practices. Both have extensive military experience. They say the security staff on site were often unqualified, unvetted, and had an open license to do whatever they wished. Their testimonies, combined with videos, text messages, and internal reports seen by the AP, provide a rare glimpse into the workings of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, the new American organization backed by Israel to provide food to the Gaza Strip's population. Journalists have been unable to access the sites, which are located in Israeli military-controlled zones. Since the GHF sites began operating about a month ago, Palestinians say Israeli troops fired near
These images of these fucking sites give serious Holocaust vibes, with the barbed wire fence, like this sort of like herding of human beings, and then having those human beings be fired upon by the supposed people that are supposedly giving aid, instead just shooting people indiscriminately. Like, this is brutal barbarism that really has no comparisons in the 21st century. Just about.
Population. Journalists have been unable to access the sites, which are located in Israeli military-controlled zones. Since the GHF sites began operating about a month ago, Palestinians say Israeli troops fired nearly every day toward crowds on roads heading to the distribution points through Israeli military zones. Several hundred people have been killed and hundreds more wounded, according to Gaza's health ministry and witnesses. The military has repeatedly said it's fired only warning shots, denies deliberately firing toward civilians, and says it's looking into reports of civilian harm. AP's reporting reveals what's actually happening on the sites themselves. The 2 contractors say their colleagues regularly used bullets, stun grenades, and pepper spray on the sites. Videos that one contractor took during the first 2 weeks of distributions appear to back up the frenetic scenes they described.
It is so wrong. Everything about this is just so fucked up. Just a line of like 100,000 people all jammed in between barbed wire fencing and armed troops.
In some videos he filmed, men in gray uniforms, which he identified as his colleagues, can be seen dispensing tear gas and throwing stun grenades that land amid the crowd. The sound of gunfire can be heard. They can later be seen trying to clear Palestinians squeezed into a narrow, fenced-in passage leading to one of the centers. One photo shared by the contractor shows a woman lying in a donkey cart after he says she was hit in the head with part of a stun grenade. Another photo shows a Palestinian crying after the contractor says he was tear-gassed in the face. To confirm the footage is from the sites, the AP geolocated the videos using aerial imagery. The AP also had the videos analyzed by 2 audio forensic experts who say they could identify live ammunition, including machine gunfire, coming from the sites, in most cases within 50 to 60 meters of the camera's microphone. In another video, what appear to be heavily armed American security contractors at one of the sites discuss how to disperse Palestinians nearby.
Okay, got IDF tank posted on the northwest corner now. I brought him in and talked to him. They're doing a show force. I told him to hold there. I don't want this to be too aggressive.
At that moment, bursts of gunfire erupt close by, at least 15 shots.
Fucking hell.
The camera's view is obscured by a large dirt mound. The contractor who took the video told AP that he saw other contractors shooting in the direction of Palestinians who had just collected their food and were...
I don't know what kind of a human being Honestly, if you can cheer and yell in excitement about murdering somebody, you belong in hell. I don't usually moralize like that, but you belong in hell. Okay, if there is a hell, you belong there. You deserve an expedited fucking trip to hell. Jesus fucking Christ. Brought to you by the United States. Let's go here to democracy. Wait, nope. Before that, Al Jazeera. Continue talking about the Gaza humanitarian farce.
Well, Palestinians have taken huge risks, hoping to receive just a small amount of food. Videos from the controversial Gaza Humanitarian Foundation show the contents of the boxes that are being distributed to starving Palestinians. They include canned goods like beans and vegetables, bottled items like vine leaves and flour, pasta, oil, biscuits and tea. Aid experts say what people in Gaza desperately need is nutritious food that is ready to eat because, of course, there is scarcity of water and fuel to cook these supplies, and that puts people at even greater risk. Experts also say when aid is delivered by recognized organizations, the people who receive it are registered, advised and monitored for malnutrition to make sure the vital food support reaches those that are most vulnerable. But that, of course, is not happening in Gaza. Let's speak now to Dr. Mads Gilbert. He's an emergency medicine doctor who has provided healthcare in Gaza for over 30 years. He joins us from Tromsø in Norway. Thank you so much for your time. The GHF was brought in by the Israelis and the Americans despite the fact there was already a well-established, experienced system of UN aid provision in place in Gaza. In your view, as more footage emerges like the one from the Associated Press, does it begin to look like this was a definitive plan to militarize aid, to use as a means of causing chaos and murdering Palestinians?
Yes.
Absolutely. 100%. This is part of the Israeli occupation forces and the Israeli government plan to ethnically cleanse and to fulfill their goal of genocide in Gaza. This has nothing to do with alleviating the starvation in Gaza. Two important points. Number one, the parcels, the food parcels, are grossly inadequate to provide the needed calories and the content needed to feed the people of Gaza. But more importantly, number two, the structure of these 4 distribution points are completely in line with the Israeli military objectives to control, to eliminate, and to scare the Palestinian population. The first point, the inadequacy of the content. There is no dairy or eggs in the parcels, neither in physical form or in powdered form. There is no infant formula desperately needed by the newborns and the children. And there are no added vitamins or minerals in the content of food. And the important point, of course, it needs cooking, and there are almost no cooking facilities available in Gaza. They only contain 1,750 kilocalories per parcel versus the basic recommended need by WHO, which is 2,500. So the food content by itself is not sufficient, and it is way below what the UNRWA system provided before it was broken. The second point, however, the structure of the 4 distribution points was just recently on the 1st of June reported in a report by an associate Israeli professor, Yaakov Garb, who reports that in conclusion, the consistent internal architecture all suggests that the design of the 4 distribution points is predominantly responsive to Israeli military strategy and tactics rather than aimed at a broad humanitarian relief intervention.
Yes, this is a military operation. This is not an aid operation. It is disgusting that the United States is on the ground helping and carry it out. Really gross. Really fucking gross. All right, let's go to the Democracy Now! To discuss both what's been happening in Israel as well as in the United States with relation to Palestinian action more broadly, more specifically. They also had Mahmoud Khalil on to speak.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Officials in Gaza say Israeli attacks have killed over 300 Palestinians over the past 48 hours. One strike on the home of the renowned cardiologist Marwan al-Sultan at Indonesian hospital killed the doctor along with his mother, sister, and aunt. He's at least the 70th healthcare worker killed by Israel in the past 50 days. This comes as Palestinians say at least 33 people were slaughtered today as they lined up for aid at militarized aid distribution sites run by the U.S. and Israeli-backed so-called Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. The reportedly unprovoked killings came as the Associated Press published recent videos showing U.S. contractors at GHF sites firing live ammunition and stun grenades at starving Palestinians as they scrambled for food. Illegal. The AP says it received the footage from 2 U.S. contractors who wished to remain anonymous in order to blow the whistle on abuses. The contractors report security staffers were often unqualified, unvetted, heavily armed, and seemed to have an open license to do whatever they wished. In this clip, published by the AP, contractors erupt in cheers as shots ring out.
At that moment, bursts of gunfire erupt close by, at least 15 shots.
I think you hit one.
This comes as the Trump administration continues its crackdown on pro-Palestinian demonstrators, especially at universities across the United States. In a moment, we'll be joined by the first pro-Palestinian campus protester to be jailed by the Trump administration, Columbia University graduate and Palestinian student protest leader Mahmoud Khalil. Video shows his arrest on March 8th when he was detained by plainclothes officers who did not identify themselves. The video was filmed by his 8-month pregnant wife, Noor Abdullah, whose voice you're hearing in this clip.
Can you please specify what agency is taking him, please? Excuse me. They're not talking to me. I don't know. Excuse me. The lawyer would like to speak to somebody. Oh my God, they're literally running away from me.
That was March. Mahmoud Khalil has now reunited with his wife and newborn son after he was released on bail less than 2 weeks ago by a federal judge following over 100 days in a Louisiana ICE jail. Khalil spoke outside the jail in Gina, Louisiana, when he was freed.
No one is illegal. No human is illegal. That's the message. The message is justice will prevail, no matter what this administration may try to portray.
2 weeks ago, on Saturday, Democracy Now! Was at Newark Airport when Mahmoud Khalil was reunited with his wife and his son.
I just want to go back and just continue the work that I was already doing, advocating for Palestinian rights, a speech that should actually be celebrated rather than punished, as this administration wants to do.
Mahmoud Khalil was standing next to the New York Congress member, Alexandria Ocasio.
I think that was the part of his speech that really got to me, is like, this guy is unrelenting. And that part I think I respect the most. That even after being put into ICE prison for months, he comes out and the first thing he says is, I'm going to go right back to doing what I was doing. Thank you.
Cortez. And Sunday, the following day, the Palestinian student leader, now graduate of Columbia University, stood next to his wife, Noor Abdullah, and addressed over 1,000 supporters as well as the press on the Upper West Side outside the Cathedral of St. John the Divine here in Manhattan, blocks from his campus of Columbia University.
I would like to salute the courage of all students at Columbia and across the nation. These students who continue to protest, I want to honor especially my friends at Columbia University. Especially those who are currently battling expulsion and suspension for their consciousness stand.
Mahmoud Khalil is a lawful permanent resident, green card holder, who has not been charged with any crimes. Yet he was held in a Gina, Louisiana ICE jail for 104 days. This all comes amidst growing calls for Israel to be held accountable for alleged war crimes in Gaza, including attacks on hospitals. Mahmoud Khalil joins us now for his first live global broadcast since his release. Mahmoud, welcome to Democracy Now!
Thanks, Amy. Thanks for having me.
So, I want to start with the same question I asked you at the airport. How does it feel to be free?
I mean, absolutely, it goes without saying. It feels good just to be reunited with the family and with my baby son. But at the same time, it feels difficult watching the Palestinian people being massacred right now in Gaza, and this really adds more responsibility on me to continue advocating for the rights of the Palestinians, and this is what we should focus on right now, because my freedom is nothing compared to the suffering that the Palestinian people are going through right now in Palestine, and this is what the message should be, that whether it's my arrest, whether the focus right now on immigration is just like a distraction of what's really happening in Palestine, that this administration is investing and funding war crimes in Gaza, that this administration is unconditionally supporting Israel, whether politically or militarily. This is what we should focus on, rather than individual cases, I believe.
Mahmoud Khalil out of prison and saying, let's not focus on me and my plight, as it is inconsequential in comparison to the plight of Palestinians, broadly speaking, in Gaza and the West Bank, who are currently under occupation, and a whole lot of horrifying stuff. Why are you deleting messages? This is not necessary. Nothing bad was said here. It's too much. Settle down. people are allowed to use the Nightbot commands without being attacked. All right. You know what? I think I'm gonna take a quick break. Quick break. I know it's only 7.5 hours in, but I think it makes more sense. So I guess it'll fill out the fifth half better. I guess you might say. Yeah. No, it makes sense. All right, we'll be right back. Brief space messages, and then we'll finish out with the fifth half of the stream. So stick around. All right. I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon too, so you don't miss a single episode of this spacecast. Once you're done doing all that, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network. You know, we sort of would stop existing if people such as yourself stopped supporting the stream. Thankfully, we have a lot of great ways for you to do just that. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, and memberships, Cash App, and PayPal. If you'd prefer all of your money go directly to funding the stream rather than YouTube's bottom line. And of course, the best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars is to go onto Patreon and become a Galactic patron. Avatar shout out, secret Discord channel. What's to stop you? You know, it's almost free, and then the benefits are bounding. Anyway, that's enough for me, chat. Enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I'll be right back. right, chat. That's the end of the fourth break. We are about to head our ways into the fifth and final half of the stream. So you better get ready. Otherwise, you're going to miss it. It's quiet here on this Freedom Eve. It's July 4th, late night. Perhaps everybody got a little too crazy with it. I don't know. We're gonna finish the stream regardless. How many people we have here? All right, now two big name online personalities. Certainly in the political space, Piers Morgan, Owen Jones went head-to-head on Gaza on the uncensored show of Piers Morgan earlier this week. Let's go here to Owen Jones reacting to Owen Jones on Piers Morgan.
This week, I went back on Piers Morgan's YouTube channel to discuss Israel's genocide against the Palestinian people. Alas, Piers still will not accept that as a fact, or even the question of war crimes. Honestly, you're going to have to listen to it. I believe what I'm actually...
What the fuck? What the fuck, man? Not cool.
Telling you here. We had a lot to talk about. It got very heated, tetchy. You can see my ADHD on full display. And I think it's fair to say he barracked me extensively. Morgan had an inadvertent gotcha, which is circulated pretty extensively on Twitter. Alas, his team did not include natural response, which I think is pretty naughty behavior, but whatever. I'm afraid that comes with the territory. Keep to the end of this video. You can actually hear what I really said, rather than Piers just not letting me talk and then his team abruptly ending the clip. Top. Last time I went on the show was back in November 2023, towards the beginning of the genocide, when I argued it was genocide. That interview got approaching 2 million combined views on YouTube at the time. I would say it has stood the test of time in the most gruesome way possible. Check it out if you've got time. I do have reservations about going on the show because I'm just cards on the table. I'm aware I'm a cultural war prop, basically, for a section of his natural audience. I do have self-awareness. And the last thing I want is for Palestine to be a cultural war topic. But it's got a big reach. Channel's platformed a lot more pro-Palestinian voices than mainstream channels, which is a damning indictment of them, of course. Some have said Piers has made progress in his views about what Israel's doing to the Palestinian people. Let's put that to the test. On the subject of Israel committing war crimes, I'm sorry, but what Piers says here is beyond absurd. Wait till you hear this logic.
Is Israel ever allowed to defend itself?
Israel needs to become a single state from the river to the sea in which Jewish people and Palestinians have equal rights. That's what it needs to do. And until that happens, there will never be peace.
I believe in a two-state solution where they all get the same human rights. On that, I agree.
Okay, but the reason, the war crimes, which you keep erasing because you keep
I want to see the evidence of the war crimes. So when it comes, I will be the first to lambast them.
They did them on camera.
But I prefer due process on these things.
Yeah, but when they declare to the world they're fighting human animals and they're going to, from the very beginning, they said...
I would call Hamas human animals.
Wow.
How rude.
I just want to stop and go back real quick because Owen Jones doesn't push back on this two-state claim from Piers. But at this point, considering everything that has happened with the taking of territory, the destruction of Gaza, like you have a territory that looks like Swiss cheese. If you do a two-state solution, we're talking about a guarantee of more violence and more taking of territory by Israel, right? Like I wish that people would try and nail down this two-state bullshit from people. They always talk about it. Oh, it's so complicated. It's like, well, like it's not that complicated. What you're suggesting has been tried in other places and has not functioned very well. Having little bits of territory, like unattached to the rest of another territory, like due to these sorts of like nonsensical assertions have led to just bad stuff, right? Just time and time again. And I would love to hear what he would have to say about the West Bank, right? Like, what do we do then? If it's two territories, how much of formerly Palestinian land does Israel have to get off of, right? All of the West Bank, the South, Eastern Israel? I mean, because you have to create a single territory, right? It can't be multiple, it can't be chopped up into bits and pieces. I mean, that's not a viable state.
Have equal rights. That's what it needs to do. And until that happens, there will never be peace.
I believe in a two-state solution where they all get the same human rights. On that, I agree.
Okay, but the reason, the war crimes, which you keep erasing because you keep
I want to see the evidence of the war crimes. So when it comes, I will be the first to lambast them.
They did them on camera.
But I prefer due process on these things.
Yeah, but when they declare to the world they're fighting human animals and they're going to, from the very beginning they said,
I would call Hamas human animals.
They didn't say, they said civilians.
Right, well,
they said the residents of Gaza, and they said they were cutting off, at the very beginning, water and fuel. Is a deliberate siege of a deliberate siege of a civilian population, is that a war crime, yes or no?
Listen, if you're asking me, do I agree with the occupation? No.
No, I'm talking about the siege. They announced the siege
No, they
of
shouldn't have
Gaza.
been able to do it.
Is it a war crime or not?
Probably.
So you accept they committed war crimes from day one then?
I think the siege that they enacted because they were able to is indicative of the wider, bigger picture problem of the occupation. I agree with that.
So you conceded the point then. You've conceded the point that this doesn't begin, obviously, in the 7th of October.
Of course not.
But then...
I've never said that.
You would never say...
I think you should watch my show more often.
Well, I've got Life's
It's good to have you back.
Life's too short.
It's good to have you back. But honestly, life isn't too short for you to be better informed about what I do on my show.
Well, you don't accept Israel's
committing genocide. You throw out all these
genocide.
generalisations, which make me think you haven't watched it.
You don't think Israel's committing genocide?
You'd be better informed if you watched my show more often.
Do you think Israel's committing genocide?
As you were about our friend Bob Violent, who it turned out made you look around.
Piers is so pathetic.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
He's been asked like half a dozen times now whether or not Israel's committing a genocide. If this were the reverse and Piers Morgan back 15, 16 months ago had Owen here, it would have been 13 times asked, do you condemn Hamas? He would have stopped the entire show to get an answer, and he refuses to answer this very simple question.
Anyway,
you look more of a chump when you won't accept Israel's committing genocide, Chris, which is really easy to do. You could just say it now. Is Israel committing genocide?
When the ICC says it's genocide, I will say
that's what we have.
Oh my, you gotta wait.
That's kind of the legal process I'm waiting for.
Okay, so you will never...
So we gotta wait until investigators are allowed into Israel and Gaza. That's what we have to do. We can't prejudge. We can prejudge the shit out of Hamas, right? They're animals, according to Piers Morgan. But can't say whether or not Israel is committing a genocide. Can't say, because we need the country committing the genocide to allow investigators into the territory, and for the people who've been committing the genocide to stand trial and be found guilty. And that's the only way. That's the only way to determine genocide. Wow, fascinating.
Okay, so
it's good to see you.
If Hamas, you don't think Hamas has
come
committed
back
war crimes
again soon.
either?
Come back again soon.
Okay, fair enough.
Hamas committed war crimes.
But you've not waited for the ICC to make their case.
No, because Hamas broadcast it on their own GoPros.
So have Israel.
We're committing war crimes.
It's literally on camera. Thousands of war crimes.
We've run out of time. Literally, the studio has run out of time. Okay. However, I would love to have you back more often. Sure. I enjoy our debates. Okay, and actually, we agree with a lot more than probably people think.
You do need to move over to accepting it's genocide. I think that would be very important given your platform and influence.
And there may be a time I do that.
Okay, well, let's see.
But it's good to see you.
You too.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
So we have to wait for due process for Israel's war crimes, but we don't have to with Hamas's war crimes because they were recorded. Not to be rude here, but has he ever used the internet? Does he use the internet? I think he does, actually, quite extensively. What gives? No crime has been more documented on camera as it actually happened than Israel's genocide of the Palestinian people. It's a live-streamed genocide. It's called that for a reason. The mass indiscriminate destruction of civilian property. Israeli soldiers gleefully posting war crimes as they sing and chant and celebrate committing war crimes. The mass butchery of civilians. I mean, babies, hundreds, thousands maybe, alive, suffocating beheaded by Israeli weapons. Israeli soldiers down raping Palestinian detainees.
Jesus Christ. Sorry, everybody. No idea what just happened. Some other video just started playing in the background just now over Owen Jones.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Wait, there it is again.
Israeli soldiers gleefully...
What in the fuck? Please stop. For the love of... You shush. Son of a bitch. Okay. Sorry about that, folks. Had an issue with the sound, which happens to us sometimes, and I don't know what causes it, but it just forces like some video from my list to start playing, and I have no like control over it. Like, it's not even open; it just started playing randomly in the background without me asking it to. The only pause button is seems to be restarting the entire browser. But let's go back to hopefully where we were. Where was it? Somewhere around here, I guess. Might even further in.
Gleefully posting war crimes as they sing and chant. How could you possibly argue that? But what about specifically the question of Israel committing genocide?
What Israel's been doing in Gaza in the last few months...
Is it genocide?
...has crossed... I don't think it is genocide.
Well,
Okay,
I don't think it does.
This is a real problem.
Hang on. No, it's not a problem.
It is a problem because you're a genocide denier.
Hang on. I'm not a genocide denier.
You are. Do you think Israel's committing genocide? Yes or no?
Do you know what genocide is?
Yes, I do.
What do you think it is?
Genocide is the intention to destroy a people in whole or in part.
Right. Okay.
Do you not think that's what's happening to the Palestinians of Gaza?
Do you think they're trying to kill every Palestinian?
That's not the definition of genocide. Which genocide is every single person being killed?
I think what is happening is more ethnic cleansing. Okay, it's how I would describe it. We can disagree.
No. This is.
We can disagree. A lot of people think it is genocide.
No. Okay.
It has not been officially declared a genocide, right?
What does that? Obviously,
it hasn't been officially declared.
The International Court of Justice is the only arbiter you can point to. No, just quickly, they would have to take years to do that. Okay, let me just put.
I would call it what Smodrich is talking about is ethnic cleansing.
A consensus of genocide scholars believe Israel is committing genocide, and that includes, just quickly, Israeli scholars of genocide. Omar Bartov, he's a professor of genocide and Holocaust studies.
But you asked me what I think.
No. No, but this is what I'm going to ask you because we're talking about experts, people who actually dedicate their lives.
But many experts say it isn't.
No, name. Okay, let me quickly. Omar Bartov, Raz Sigal. These are only Israeli. Genocide scholars. Amos Goldberg, Israeli professor of Holocaust history. Daniel Blattman, he's the head of the Institute.
What's the ICC said?
The Israeli the ICC is still investigating, and their charges are public. Now, come up with another.
What's it said?
Well, we don't know because they've been ordered not to release any future charges.
We do know that it has not declared it a genocide.
Yet.
Right.
Yeah,
there's evidence that it's potential. I agree with that.
Can you tell me? No,
I agree with that. By the way,
Piers, can you give me a single...
Let me get a word in.
Can you tell me a single...
The ICC issued an arrest warrant for Benjamin Netanyahu last year. I don't see how why Piers thinks that this is some sort of victory for his argument, but it's not.
Genocide scholar who thinks this isn't genocide.
Let me get a word in.
Okay.
My biggest problem with all of this is that you and I can argue the toss about numbers and this and that and scale and genocide, the ethnic cleansing and so on. The reason we don't know more about how to assess this is because British and international journalists have not been allowed into Gaza to do their job.
By
On that,
Israel.
I think we completely agree, right? If the international journalists were allowed in, they could get to the bottom of all this stuff. I think when they finally get in, we are going to find evidence of appalling war crimes. I really believe that. I believe that is why the Israeli government continues to ban international journalists. So it may well be that when the journalists get in, that you and I meet again, and I say to you, I believe the bar for genocide was met. At the moment, I don't.
So can Piers,
well, that's my honest opinion.
Can I just ask you? You spoke for a long time there. I read several genocide scholars. There's a consensus of genocide scholars who believe this is genocide. I'm asking you to name me one.
Well, I'll just name the ICC who have not ruled that yet.
We don't know that.
We do.
No, we don't. Sorry, the ICC, just quickly, is this true or not? Do you know this? The ICC have ordered any future charges cannot be made public. We don't know what other charges they've made. The bar for genocide, because of intent, is much higher.
Right.
Now, so we don't know what charges they're going to make.
So we don't know it's genocide yet?
Well...
You just admitted it.
No.
Or did you not?
It takes years, that process. The legal process takes years.
So why don't we wait for that to determine whether it's genocide or not?
We can rely on the evidence of genocide scholars who dedicate their lives. You think you know better than genocide scholars. That's
you think the scholars know more than the ICC? Maybe they do, maybe they
don't, because the ICC takes years.
It's clearly an arguable point.
Well, it isn't, because the ICC take years. That legal process takes years. Now, for example, on the 9th of October, the head of Kogat, the Israeli general in charge of Kogat, he said, the Major General Ghassan he said Hamas has become ISIS. He said the citizens of Gaza are celebrating instead of condemning. Human beasts will be dealt with accordingly. You will get no water or energy, just damage. You asked for hell, you wanted hell. That tweet was addressed, it was a video. Illegal. The tweet was addressed to Hamas and the residents of Gaza. Do you accept that's genocidal?
I think it falls into the category of what I've said repeatedly.
No, why is that not genocidal?
Well, it's genocidal language.
OK, so he's the guy... Who is he? He's the IDF general.
Smodrich is the leading member of the government.
IDF in charge.
Smodrich talks in genocidal language. I don't dispute that.
So you accept intent as there?
You're asking me
you accept intent as the highest bar.
You asked me, do I believe yet it is genocide? I do not.
Do you believe there is genocidal intent?
I believe there's genocidal rhetoric.
No, well, what's the difference between rhetoric and intent?
What is the difference
expressed by a minister and a general?
Describe to me the difference between a genocide and ethnic cleansing.
Well, ethnic cleansing is just the forcible removal of people from their land on the basis of ethnicity. Genocide is when you attempt to destroy people in whole or in part. You don't need to you don't actually need to kill people to do that, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, Piers Morgan is splitting hairs where he finds none when talking about Hamas, right? Piers Morgan was one of the most outspoken Hamas condemners of the entire internet for months on end after October 7th. All he needed was to see the footage that Hamas put up on the internet, right? He's brought it up 1,000 times in the last 2 years, right? But when it comes to this, even though he's seen the footage, and even though Hamas has not been found guilty by the International Criminal Court, he's willing to do all that. He's willing to do that well before any of that ever even would come to fruition, even close. But with Israel, we have to give them boundless leeway until years from now. Palestine, Piers Morgan in 2028 or something like that. Once they actually rule, that's when Piers will come out and say, it's ridiculous. And he's ignoring, just like Oren's saying, the genocide scholars and his own impulses in other places, just completely contravening himself in his normal, resoluteness on other people. It's almost like Piers Morgan would just prefer to keep this narrative going for Israel. Is he getting money from AIPAC all of a sudden, or what's going on here?
Well, he's all over the place here because the most difficult element actually to prove of genocide is genocidal intent. But he actually concedes genocidal intent by Israeli leaders, but then redefines it as rhetoric, as though the official statements of actual Israeli leaders, whose utterances are backed up with firepower and consequences, doesn't represent intent. How does that work? You can't name a respected scholar of genocide who says it isn't genocide because none exist. It's really straightforward. The International Criminal Court, as noted, their process is now secret. We don't know what charges now they're going to put. We know they start with a set of charges which focus on starvation, but that's just the initial charges. That legal process goes on forever. Not forever, it goes on for a very long time. His definition of genocide isn't clear to me, but based on what he's saying, that means previous genocides aren't genocides. Let's hear some other parts.
Had you watched the show for the last few weeks and months, you would know.
I don't watch every one, Piers.
I don't think you've watched it for months,
I've seen you watch. But there we go. Because you're admitting that is for the first part of the genocide, when it was clearly a genocide, you were treating
it wasn't
pro-Israel
clearly
guests.
a genocide.
Yes, it was.
No.
They said from the beginning what they were going to do.
Was the obvious response, which
when was the most lethal month?
Hamas.
When was the most lethal
first month?
Of Palestinian civilians?
Yes, first month.
Okay, so when they were wiping Gaza from the face of the earth, where Gaza, within 3 months, was a different colour and texture when looked at from space, when they had exterminated, had the biggest, worst attrition, when Israeli leaders and officials made clear they did not see a distinction between civilians and officials, you don't think that was genocide, and you were treating those people as though they had respectable views. No, I thought, but their views are more extreme than Bob Dylan.
I thought the Israeli military response was a direct response to Hamas's official spokesman saying, on camera, for the world to see, we're going to keep trying to do more and more October the 7th.
Did you think this about Rwanda?
Why? What about
No, it's not what about it. It's about consistency. What happened in Rwanda? What's the difference?
I'm not going to talk about every conflict around the world.
No.
You've asked me a direct question. You've asked me a direct question about the first month in which Israel bombarded Hamas in Gaza.
No, they killed lots of innocent civilians.
They killed lots of civilians.
Thousands of innocent civilians.
Well, it's not murder if you are doing a proportionate response to a terror attack.
It wasn't proportionate. Do you accept that?
I kept asking what is proportionate. Right? I have now concluded in the last few months it's gone way past proportionate.
But this is the thing. You spent months.
You don't blame Hamas for what happened in the first few weeks.
It was in the obvious...
Do you not blame Hamas?
The war crimes, I blame them for their war crimes.
You don't blame them for what Israel then did?
Every war crime Israel committed
so Hamas built a massive tunnel network. They then launched the worst terror attack on Jewish people
has no legal
since
standing.
the Holocaust. Right. And when Israel inevitably responds the way they did, that's not on Hamas.
There is no legal basis for what you just said. You cannot say when you commit war crimes, I was made to do them. Benjamin Netanyahu, in the first week, was given a list of 100 targets by his general. And he said, that's not enough targets. I want 400. And he said, destroy their homes. That's what he said. This was revealed in an Israeli newspaper. Now, the idea that they were, the reason that they slaughtered so many civilians in that first week was because of tunnels is a lie, Piers, and you must know that's a lie.
Once again, nobody can claim that if you you have committed war crimes. They're not war crimes because they're in response to other war crimes. I don't need to keep talking about that because anyway, let's just hear this segment.
Do you believe that Israel had a right to defend itself?
Gaza, as you know, under international law, wasn't another state. It's occupied legally as per international law.
But all the terrorists came from Gaza.
Yeah, because...
So did Israel have a right to defend itself?
But again, do you know why I regard this as so offensive to the worth of Palestinian life? I'll tell you why. In 2020...
Do you think Hamas cared about the lives of Palestinians?
No, I haven't argued that.
When they committed that
you know what I
atrocity?
think about 7th October? We don't have to, 632 days into genocide, have to start going back to do you condemn Hamas? You know my views on that. We don't arm...
That wasn't my question.
We don't arm and support Hamas.
I said,
I
said, do you think Hamas cared about the lives of Palestinians when they launched that attack? Having built an intricate tunnel system which protected Hamas but exposed the civilians to certain death.
I don't support Hamas. It's not relevant. What?
Of course they're relevant.
No, it isn't relevant. I'll tell you why it's not relevant. I'll tell you why you would find this question offensive if I put it to you. If I had said to you, in 2023, 240 Palestinians had been killed that year by the Israeli state, including 40 children, what else was Hamas supposed to do on the 7th of October? What would you say?
Are you justified?
No, that's the point. I'm saying you would say correctly, there was never any excuse for war crimes. This is an outrageous... question for you to
but responding to a terror attack isn't a war crime. What has happened in the last few months to me has no...
Yeah, but Pierce's response makes Owen's point, right? Owen turns the logic on its head, and Pierce is utterly horrified that Owen would sit here and try and justify it, and he's like, no, it's not what I'm doing. I'm showing you the hypocrisy in your own argument right now. That the war crimes were sufficiently justified by October 7th, just like justifying October 7th based upon the humanitarian crimes that Israel was already committing, right? Like, none of them should be happening. And yet Piers Morgan is only able to see one way. So he's looking through, you know, like looking at what do you call it? Ah, God, whatever.
Cross the line between legitimate self-defense to the worst terror attack of modern times against the Jewish people has gone mile past that into, and clearly from what people like Smodrich is saying, has gone into a plan, it seems to me, by the government to cleanse Gaza of Palestinians, which is a war crime.
No, sorry, it's so easy for you to use Smodrich as your bogeyman.
Yeah.
Yeah, well...
Because he says it on camera.
Yeah, no one doubts that Smotrich and Ben-Gvir are deeply unpleasant, mass-murdering, genocidal maniacs. Or, well, people do tonight. Unfortunately, a lot of people coming on the show. But who should be in prison, OK? From the very beginning, Israeli leaders and officials made clear they were going to commit a genocide. They made clear they saw no distinction between civilians and people. And the problem is, people like yourself, now, you're literally fueling a continuing campaign about a rapper and what he said on stage, when...
Well, a rapper you've defended.
Now, the point I was making here alludes to that important maxim. Nothing can justify 7th October, but everything can be justified by 7th October. So even though Israel's gone on this monstrous genocidal rampage, and indeed Israel's leaders and officials made clear from the very beginning that they regarded the civilian population of Gaza as fair game, that can still be rationalised as self-defence in response to 7th October, even if Piers now thinks it's gone too far. But he would never, ever accept that logic being applied to 7th October. Even though... And I've never denied, in terms of crimes in 7th October, never denied that. The crimes committed since are infinitely worse. But the point is, Israel committed a litany of war crimes in the months leading up to it, let alone the years and decades and generations. So what's the argument for saying that one is self-defense that's gone too far, whilst the other isn't? I mean...
Exactly, Owen. All right, that's all we're going to do with this Owen Piers meeting. I felt Owen did a fantastic job pushing back on Piers's complete inability to see the hypocrisy in his own words. Whether or not Piers is going to respond to that in any sort of changed viewpoints, I doubt it, but maybe. I mean, I guess crazier things have happened this year. And honestly, I was struggling to break that up because of how... you know, deep this thing goes. Honestly, the back and forth between Piers and Owen has been going on for a while. I just want to sit there and because the fact is, I think it's important not to break up too much of those back and forths, because otherwise you miss too much. But I also want to just sit here and blatantly just watch this whole thing. All right, let's keep going. Let's go to Al Jazeera. As of early Friday morning, or actually it might have been like closer to noon Eastern Standard Time. It was pretty early in the day. It came out that Hamas claimed to have submitted a response, a quote-unquote positive response, to mediators on a ceasefire proposal. This is according to Al Jazeera from 12 hours ago. But I guess this was earlier than 12 hours ago, actually, because when did I refresh this? Whatever. It's like 13, 14 hours.
So let's bring in some breaking news. Hamas has responded to the latest proposal for a temporary 60-day ceasefire in Gaza. The group says their response is positive, and the movement is fully prepared to immediately enter into a round of negotiations regarding the mechanism for implementing this framework. So a positive response from Hamas, and prepared to enter a round of negotiations regarding the mechanism for how it might be implemented. Let's bring in Hani Mahmoud, who joins us now from Gaza City. So Hani, we don't yet know where this is going to take us, but if, at least in the first instance, it seems to be a positive response.
Absolutely. Much awaited, much anticipated. Throughout the days, people were asking questions, were inquiring to us and asking us lots of the questions about the response and what is it going to happen. They've been waiting since since the time the talks have started to become more concrete in the past 3 days, since the announcement of the U.S. President Donald Trump that he's waiting for the response. So everybody was anxious. We don't know yet where is this going to take us, or whether this a response by Hamas that appears to be positive to enter serious rounds of negotiations is going to bring down an end to the ongoing killings, for example.
Now, this could be positive news. I would like to think optimistically about that. That somehow this might bring an end to all this, but it's not clear even what Hamas is agreeing to right now. Whether they've agreed to the ceasefire or to just talks on a ceasefire. One would hope that this brings peace finally, but it's we've gotten optimistic about this too many times for me to get too carried away. Honestly, all these ceasefires have just led right back to the same atrocities, sometimes worse atrocities. Well, I don't know about worse, but just increased atrocities. And I just want an end to all of this. And I'm very sick, very, very sick of having to see this happen day in, day out. Now, if you hadn't heard, earlier this week, Donald Trump administration lifted U.S. sanctions, financial sanctions on Syria. A move unexpected, I think, by many.
After more than 20 years, Syria can rejoin the global economy. President Trump ended the national emergency imposed in 2004 that placed harsh sanctions on the country. These measures targeted state-linked entities such as Syria's central bank and other major financial institutions.
This is in an effort to promote and support the country's path to stability and peace. The order will remove sanctions on Syria while maintaining sanctions on the former President Assad, his associates, human rights abusers, drug traffickers, persons linked to chemical weapons activities, ISIS and their affiliates, and Iranian proxies.
Damascus welcomed the decision. The country's foreign minister said it marked a major turning point and the doors to long-awaited reconstruction and development are opened. There are still some sanctions in place, including what is known as the Caesar Act, introduced in 2019 over human rights concerns in Syria. This was brought in by Congress and was designed to punish those who did business with the Assad regime. While the US said it wants the war-torn country to rebuild, American officials stressed they would not be nation-building or dictating how Syria should function.
There we go. Decades-long sanctions, financial sanctions on the Assad regime and the country of Syria now lifted in the wake of the toppling of Bashar al-Assad and the Ba'ath Party in Syria. Honestly, wasn't quite expecting this, and I do hope it improves things in Syria. People were struggling to make ends meet in Syria. And due to the sort of tumultuousness of recent months, I think this is actually a good step from the Trump, and I don't say this very often at all, but actually might be a good step from the Trump administration. I know.
What? What you talking about?
Yeah, one good step. Good job. Don't worry, a broken clock can be right twice a week. Doesn't mean we need to keep it on the wall. All right, now let's go to Turkey. Wait, didn't we talk Turkey already? We did talk Turkey. Why is this over here? How did this make its way? We already watched this one. Okay, I'm gonna skip past this. Let's go to India. How's that sound? Let's go to India, where Donald Trump apparently sees a trade deal in the near future, according to Reuters from 3 days ago. Right? Yeah, Reuters, 3 days ago.
With 1 week to go before his deadline for trade deals, Donald Trump is feeling hopeful about talks with at least one major country.
I think we're going to have a deal with India, possibly, and that's going to be a different kind of a deal. It's going to be a deal where we're able to go in and compete. Right now, India doesn't accept anybody in. I think India is going to do that, and if they do that, we're going to have a deal for much less.
What are we going to sell to, what are we going to compete with in India? That's one thing I would love to know. Is they going to be able to get in there and compete? It's like, dude, what American products are going to beat out India in price? I mean, the U.S. quality of products is not great.
The US president spoke to reporters on Air Force One on Tuesday. He said he wasn't thinking about extending the July 9th deadline for agreements, and he again expressed doubt about a deal with Japan.
They and others are so spoiled from having ripped us off for 30, 40 years.
Ripped us off.
That it's really hard for them.
You ripped us off with all those military bases. Those military bases we imposed on the country. It's very unfair. They haven't been paying for those military bases. They're ripping us up with all those cars that people are buying. Hondas, Acuras. What's wrong with America? What's wrong with a Ford?
Make a deal. You know, it's very hard.
Trump said Japan had refused to take American rice, despite having a shortage of the staple grains. And he said Tokyo had been unfair more broadly, citing its big trade surplus in cars as evidence. The president said he could impose a 35% tariff on the country, or well above the 24% he announced in April and then paused. Earlier Tuesday,
there you go. The arsonist in chief coming after Japan, one of our biggest trading partners. Fact is, people buy stuff from Japan because it lasts longer. Look at the used car market for like Hondas and like Mazdas and things like that. Like they hold, especially in the United States, those cars hold their value a lot longer. than a Ford or GM made product of the same age. If you've ever bought a used car, you probably know that. All right, let's go to Vietnam, not so far away, where Donald Trump is talking about putting a 20% tariff on that country. I'm telling you people, Re-Liberation Day, it's a-coming. Wednesday. All these countries are going to have big, big tariffs on them.
It could spell relief for companies like Nike. Donald Trump says he will put 20% tariffs on Vietnam's exports to the US. That was lower than expected, meaning it may be good news for firms like the sportswear giant, which makes many of its goods in the country. Trump announced the news in a social media post on Wednesday, and it comes just days.
It's still going to make it's still going to make these things way more expensive. Like, how much does an average pair of Nikes cost? Like $100 to $150 or something like that. We're talking about going from $100 to $150 to like $120 to $180. Like, this is still going to be drastic changes in prices for people, making it completely like, you know. And it's not just Nike; it's like all the way down the chain of manufacturers. They're all going to get hit by this.
Before his July 9th deadline for countries to strike trade deals. Vietnam had faced a 46% tariff from that day without the new agreement. However, details on the pact were in short supply. It wasn't immediately clear which products the 20% rate would apply to, or whether some goods could face lower or higher duties. The Vietnamese government offered no such details in a statement celebrating what it called a trade framework. But it said it would commit to providing preferential access for US goods in return, including for large-engined cars. Under the deal, transshipments from third countries through Vietnam will still face a 40% levy. That's aimed at products largely made in China, but then labelled as made in Vietnam. China! But one trade expert told Reuters that transshipping was an ill-defined term, subject to a lot of interpretation.
We don't want to call it transshipping. We're going to make it illegal.
Illegal?
Woke transshipping. Yeah, I mean, many Chinese manufacturers are going to try and circumvent these tariffs that are going to be on China, for sure, almost guaranteed. By moving to places like Vietnam, places like India, whether or not they'll be successful or not is to be seen, but even those countries are going to have tariffs as well. It's going to change the calculus for these business owners. This was the ministry. This was at the Ministry of Commerce in China. From 2 days ago, I think. Yesterday. The U.S. imposition of so-called reciprocal tariffs on global trading partners is a typical unilateral bullying practice that China has always firmly opposed. China has noted the relevant situation and is conducting an assessment. China's position is consistent. We are happy to see all parties resolve economic and trade differences with the U.S. through equal consultations, but we firmly oppose any party reaching a deal at the expense of China's interests. If such a situation occurs, China will resolutely counter it and safeguard its legitimate rights and interests. China has always advocated that economic and trade differences should be resolved through equal dialogue and consultation. At the same time, relevant negotiations should not target or harm the interests of any third party. There we go. That was China's response or pre-response in the upcoming Re-Liberation Day on Wednesday. 4 days away now, officially. Wednesday morning, they should be all back on. Who knows exactly what that's going to look like. We'll probably have another press conference from Trump, a new tariff board. We'll have to try and piece together what that means. Now, things in Thailand have been a little weird recently. A lot of protests have been going on, and the shifting of this government has been out of control. Now, Thailand is technically a, what do you call it? Like a constitutional monarchy? I think that's the form of government technically they have. So there's like a president, a prime minister, and then still a king. There's definitely some issues with this government and corruption and really not doing enough for the people. And in 1 week, Thailand has gotten 3 different prime ministers, right? The king has literally had to swear in 3 different prime ministers, which does not bode well for the future of Thailand's government.
Now, the King of Thailand has sworn in a new cabinet in a reshuffle that will see a third person in a week take on the role as the country's prime minister. The top job plunged into chaos back on Tuesday when the Constitutional Court suspended Prime Minister Paetongtarn Shinawatra pending an ethics probe, which could take months. Well, let's explain it all for you. We're going to cross to Bangkok, talk to our correspondent Matt Hunt, who joins us from there. Matt, let's talk about what happened earlier in the week, first of all, and what happened exactly to the Prime Minister.
Yeah, Stuart. So just a couple of days ago, the Prime Minister was temporarily suspended by the Constitutional Court following an ethics complaint that stems from a leaked phone call between her and Cambodian leader Hun Sen. And on that phone call, the Prime Minister expressed what appeared to be some disagreement with the Thai army, who is now managing a territory dispute at the Thai-Cambodian border. And the implosion that caused here in the country has been seen over the last couple of days. Now she's been suspended, but in following the aftermath of that phone call, several complaints were lodged against her, and the one accepted by the Constitutional Court is just one of them. But inside of all of that, there is the feeling that she essentially is not, she said things that were a threat to Thailand's national security and do not uphold Thailand's sovereignty, which caused her largest coalition partner to exit her government and join the opposition. And this has all been mounting on top of the general lack of public trust in this prime minister since she entered the government house 10 months ago. And so last weekend, thousands of people came out here in Bangkok to demand her resignation. And this is the same group that has toppled governments of her family in the past. They're not currently asking for a coup. They've actually been quite clear that that's not what they want, but they most certainly do not want to see this prime minister in the current government. And they've accepted that this is a temporary solution, and they're holding off on going back into the streets, but they are relying on non-democratic institutions to, as they say, hopefully remove her from the government.
So
there we go. Complicated balance going on here between the people, the monarchy, and the government. I heard the word coup in there at one point. I don't know if you did, but at least for now, protesters not asking for a coup from Thailand's military, I guess one would presume. All right. Now, a horrifying situation occurred down in the South Pacific. A ferry from Bali sank in the ocean, I guess. One would assume. Yesterday, there are survivors and a continuing rescue effort searching for anyone that was not immediately found. This ferry started to tilt. I initially tried to jump into the sea, but the ship sank too quickly. So I didn't need to jump anymore, but just sank with the water entering the ship. Maybe about 7 meters deep, so I immediately climbed up to the top. I met 2 other people whom I eventually joined, then another. So there were 4 of us in total, each using a life jacket. Until this morning, one of us died while the other 3 survived. Horrifying. Tragic, deadly accident off the coast of Indonesia. Ferry capsizing with people on board. All right, let's go here. Second to last story of the night. Great job, everyone. Great job to everyone who made it this far. Let's talk Japan and the pressure which Donald Trump has been putting on Japan as it relates to the tariffs.
Business now with Sean Pellegrin. He's going to zero in on difficult trade talks between the US and Japan today.
Who knows if these will deliver anything either. Apologies.
Very good.
The 2 sides are fast approaching a July 9th deadline by which the U.S. is supposed to reimpose 24% import duties on all Japanese goods that were imposed on April 2nd during what Donald Trump called a Liberation Day. And those talks are not going well, to the extent that the U.S. president decided to threaten Japan with even higher tariffs if an agreement isn't found. Speaking to reporters on Air Force One, he said he could slap tariffs of up to 35% on Japanese goods, also saying he was not considering extending that July 9th deadline. There are a number of sticking points. Japan unwilling to make concessions that would strip away protections of its own agricultural sector, notably its rice producers, while the U.S. would like to export more of its own agricultural goods to Japan. Another one has to do with the other tariffs that affect the Asian countries, like sectoral tariffs on steel and aluminium, or 25% tariffs on auto imports. The Japanese auto sector, as you can see there, with huge brands like Toyota, Honda, or Nissan, extremely dependent on that U.S. export market. That market far outstripping exports to China or the European Union last year, with over 1.3 million cars sent stateside. Tokyo demanding that any trade deal also includes concessions on these sectoral tariffs. Chief negotiator Ryose Akazawa reportedly heading to the U.S. this weekend for an 8th round of negotiations. So far, Washington has only reached a partial trade deal with the UK and a tariff.
Yeah, this completely incompetent administration put tariffs on the entire world, paused, claimed they were going to get 200 deals done, and still haven't completed a full tariff deal yet with any nation. Which leaves us 4 days away from having a bunch of terrible tariffs of unknown proportions hitting the U.S. economy. That is what to expect, people. All right. Last video. Last story. We might have one bonus video at the end. Let's go here. NHK World Japan, former Japanese diplomat Trump trade comments for
U.S.
US
President
audience.
Donald Trump has once again voiced frustration over the progress of trade talks with Japan. He says he's prepared to impose higher tariffs. Trump also indicated he will not extend the suspension of what he calls reciprocal tariffs set to expire on July 9th.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Thank you very much. And we know you can't do the kind of things that we need. And therefore you'll pay a 30%, 35%, or whatever the number is that we determine. Because we also have a very big trade deficit with Japan, as you know. And it's very unfair to the American people.
Japan faces a tariff of 24%. Trump has accused the country of carrying out what he calls unfair trade practices, specifically in regard to agriculture and automobiles. A Japanese official says his...
One thing while we're talking about this, Donald Trump has brought this up multiple times, that we buy all these cars from Japan, but Japan doesn't buy any cars from us. Now, it's not clear to me that Donald Trump's ever been to Japan, but it's comical to think of like a Ford F-350 driving down the streets, your average street in Japan. There's also some real problems with that, okay? Streets in Japan look like this. You know, they're skinny, tiny car. Look. Here's a Mustang in a Tokyo street. You can barely get down the street. Look at it. Look at this thing. It takes up like from one side to the other side. It looks out of place. And everything in Japan is generally much skinnier, smaller cars, so they can navigate streets like this, where, it doesn't make a lot of sense to drive a car like a Ford F-150 or something like that. I don't even know what we would sell to them that would make sense. It's like a U.S. manufacturer. Don't make no sense.
Could be an attempt to gain an upper hand in negotiations. The government is analyzing his goals and preparing for the next round of top-level talks. Japanese Foreign Minister Iwaya Takeshi has weighed in on the matter. He had a meeting with Secretary of State Marco Rubio in Washington.
Tariff discussions are a critically important issue for the Japan-U.S. alliance. Both sides want to firmly support the ongoing ministerial-level negotiations.
He and Rubio agreed to pursue a mutually beneficial arrangements. Their goal is to further elevate the alliance. And here's how officials in Tokyo have responded to Trump's comments.
Japan will continue to hold sincere and faithful talks to realize an agreement that benefits both Japan and the U.S.
It's not worth overreacting to President Trump's every word. We'll accept his remarks in a calm manner.
Kanehara Nobukatsu is a former senior diplomat. He says Trump's comments should be analyzed from domestic U.S. perspectives.
Mr. Trump, he wants something to explain to his supporters, MAGA people. I want this from Japan. This is what he want to say to his own people. Japan took this game as a true trade war. And this is not a trade war. This is a part of American domestic politics. And China is fighting a trade war truly with the United States. We are not.
He says Japan is negotiating from a position of strength, but that doesn't seem to be effective.
All right. Now to wrap up this stream, I figured we'd end this back in the United States. In New York. For the July 4th fireworks show. This is not New York. This is White House. This is New York, you son of a bitch. Boo this man. Ruining my freedom. There we go. That's New York. It's beautiful. Take it in, people. Independence, freedom, greatness. This is also DC. God damn it. I just realized this is definitely DC. You told me this is New York on the goddamn title. And you ruined this for me. That's definitely not New York. That's DC. Is this New York? That might be New. Yeah, that is New York. There we go. So at one point it's switching back and forth between DC and New York. That is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
Look at the title. It says, Watch Live. New York City enjoys a 4th of July fireworks show. Forbes breaking news. Liars. Liars. Internet liars is what they are. That's clearly the Kennedy Center. I can visibly see it right now. You bastard. There's New York. Duped by Forbes. Terrible.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Well, America. Drink it in. Fuck yeah! Drink it in. The end of freedom and independence. We are ushering in authoritarianism and taxes imposed unilaterally by that king. By Supreme Leader Trump. Without the oversight of the elected Congress. Nope, they gave that power up to the fascist dictator. And at some point, we're gonna have to figure out how to stop all of this and to undo what Donald Trump has done and make this country actually great for the future. Better than it ever has been. What will that take? It's going to take a lot of work, I know that much. Beyond that, I couldn't be more specific. I could try, but I feel like I would just be rambling. It'll take us to be active in multiple arenas, specifically politics, though, and somehow make a difference here. Vote. One would hope democracy will be the option that is available to changing this. If not, things get a little bit more 1776, if you will. You wish that I could pipe the news feed over mainstream media? Yeah. It sounds illegal.
Illegal?
It does sound fun. It's fun and illegal. Well, there you go, folks. It's gonna be it. Hope you have been renewed with a sense of justice and freedom and haven't had your spirits too badly broken by all the bad news out there this week. Gonna be trying to do 2 streams this weekend, Saturday, Sunday Fun Day. Oh, I forgot to do the thing that I wanted to do for Sunday Fun Day. Oh, now there's no way that we could wrangle this in the next 48 hours. All right. God damn it. we got through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your Galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Normal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoab, Nadia, Choki, Skelts, Selena, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Robin, Sue Bates, and Icebreaker. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.
Are you not entertained?